Hanley sat in a desolate corner of the hall and indifferently glanced at a middle-aged man wearing black robes standing at the front 300 meters away. He held a faint yellow crystal and gave the item a simple introduction. Turmeric crystal, found in the vast deserts of West Nanjiang. It is something that can only be found a kilometer deep into the sand. It is an extremely hardy material and outstanding in creating Earth attribute magic treasures as it contains large amounts of Earth attribute spiritual qi, making it an outstanding material in creating Earth attribute magic treasures. The minimum bid for this item is 8,000 spirit stones. Each increasing bid must be at least 1,000 spirit stones. The man spoke clearly and didn't make any excessive attempt to present the item. Of course, the conductor of the auction possessed nascent soul cultivation, and under Han Li's careful observation, he discovered that he was at the peak of mid-nascent soul stage, possessing the greatest cultivation in the whole. Considering that he had an audience of several hundred similar grade cultivators, the overwhelming pressure of their combined spiritual sense would be enough to stupefy any lower grade cultivator. With him presiding over the auction, none would dare to raise any trouble. As for the turmeric crystal, although it was a good material for refining Earth attribute techniques, only a sparse few were bidding for it. Eventually, it was acquired by a nameless cultivator for 12,000 spirit stones. The following items, they were treated with only slight interest. Han Li watched this as he sat back in his chair with indifference. Since the auction would go on for several days, the items that would be on display for the first day wouldn't be particularly great. Although these materials are rare enough to catch some interest from nascent soul cultivators that truly required them, they were only there to take up time until enough cultivators gathered at the auction. A few good items will be taken out at the end to the audience interested for the next day's auction, and these items would be where the bidding wars would take place. With that thought, Han Li didn't pay much attention and lazily observed many of the other nascent soul cultivators in the hall. Although these were a small portion of the peak cultivators in the Great Gene, they represented the Empire's various powers and factions. But what most attracted his attention were three large Buddhist monks with glossy foreheads sitting in the hall. One of the monks was rather lean, while another was somewhat plump, and the third had an amiable appearance and long, white facial hair. The three all wore gray Buddhist robes and had lowered heads. Since this was the first time Han Li had seen high-grade cultivators from a Buddhist sect, he looked at them for quite a while. The one sitting at the center was the eldest amongst them and met his gaze. Although it appeared warm and peaceful, Han Li couldn't help but feel his heart tremble at the sight. The old monk appeared quite sharp, not surprising given that Buddhist sects rival Taoist and Confucian sects in the Great Gene. As Han Li was unwilling to accidentally arouse any hostility, he immediately withdrew his spiritual sense and maintained a cool appearance. After the old monk took a look at Han Li, he maintained his original calm demeanor and returned his attention elsewhere. In addition to the Buddhist monks, there were a few other cultivators that he found peculiar. He began to match these cultivators with the information he previously acquired about the various powers in the Great Gene to their faces. There could be a later use in recognizing these characters, Han Li thought. Time slowly passed by as each of the items auctioned off. As he expected, the rarer items only began to show near the end, causing the group of disinterested cultivators to stir. The atmosphere in the hall grew fervent as competition for these successive treasures were fierce, with bids reaching astonishing prices. After all, if nascent soul stage cultivators missed this opportunity to acquire what they needed, they might not have another one. A chunk of ebony gold weighing 2 kilograms, a rare tool refinement material. Starting bid is 30,000 spirit stones. Each bid must increase the price by at least 2,000 spirit stones. The auction conductor gave a simple description of this incredibly rare material and revealed it on a jade plate. It was a pitch-black lump of metal that faintly glowed with golden light. When Han Li heard this, his body grew tense and a glint flickered from his eyes. He needed ebony gold and had been looking for quite a while. He didn't expect to find it so quickly. 36,000. 40,000. 45,000 spirit stones. As ebony gold was rather famous, several high bids were shouted before Hanli could place his own. He could only frown and calmly put out his own bid. Since he was determined to win, he decided to wait until he could compete against the highest bidder. When an unknown cultivator bid the highest price for 60,000 spirit stones, the competition came to a sudden stop. Hanli then pointed to his jade badge. After light flashed from it, he shouted, 65,000. 67,000 spirit stones. While the other person appeared to truly want this item, he was hesitant to continue. 70,000. Hanli shouted. This time, the other bidder turned silent. Although ebony gold was rare, he decided to give up on the item at such a high price. When Hanli saw this, he smiled. The auction conductor felt quite satisfied to see the item bidded for such a high price. Just as he thought to ask the crowd twice to make sure that no one would bid higher, a cold voice sounded out, 75,000 spirit stones. Hanli and the auction conductor blanked when they heard this, and the other cultivators were all left shocked. Hanli quickly regained his thoughts and shouted, 80,000. 82. The voice calmly raised the bid. He appeared to require the item just as Hanli did. With this spoken, the participants in the hall couldn't help but look in the old man's direction. However, they saw a cultivator covered in a dim black mist sitting in the back. While his true appearance was hidden, they could see enough to know he was an old man. Hanli was bewildered by the old man's competition, but he didn't have the mind to continue to waste time with him. With a sullen heart, he shouted out his price. 120,000 spirit stones. When this was uttered, all of the other cultivators present were confused. This number of spirit stones could easily purchase a decent ancient treasure, far beyond the ordinary price of ebony gold. An uproar commenced and many cultivators couldn't help but look at Hanli. However, he had changed his appearance to that of a cultivator with a sallow complexion. It was natural that none could recognize him. Hanli didn't pay any notice to their gazes. Rather, he focused his attention on what the opposition would do next. The old man was clearly astonished when he heard this large price. If he were to spend any more spirit stones, he wasn't certain he would be able to acquire an even more important material coming up and would prove disastrous. From the high price his opponent raised, he clearly wasn't about to let go of the item without a fight. With that in mind, the old man didn't further contend for the item and was finally won by Hanli. However, this bidding match had attracted much attention to the two. Afterwards, nothing else had caught Hanli's eye and he simply rested in his seat after acquiring the ebony gold. When the old man saw the even rarer material, firepart sand, he contended against a large group of cultivators before eventually acquiring it for over 200,000 spirit stones. Though his spending was quite eye-catching, that isn't to say that the old man had spent the most spirit stones in the auction. At the very end, high-grade ancient treasures, cultivation medicines, and other such rarities had all sold at 300,000 spirit stones and more. However, spending 200,000 spirit stones of mere refinement materials was rather out of the ordinary. With the first day of the auction concluded, Hanli departed alongside the crowd of cultivators. The group from the Yin-sifting sect were no longer at the market entrance as if they've given him. He smiled at the sight of this and calmly returned to the Taoist monastery. As for the mysterious man shrouded in black qi, he slipped away to an unremarkable home in the Jin capital. The old man wearing a black hat from the Yi clan was there waiting for him. He immediately handed over the firepart sand to him without a word. The old man smiled after receiving it and said, "I already know about the ebony gold. Thanks for your efforts, fellow Taoist Gao. I didn't expect that someone else would pay such a high price, or I would have handed over more spirit stones. Fortunately, someone should be selling ebony gold in the underground auction in a few days." I already asked around for what it was being traded for and I've already prepared it for you. When the time comes I'll have to trouble you to make another trip. Daoist Gao dryly laughed and replied, Brother Yunyi had given me more than enough spirit stones, but I feared I wouldn't be able to acquire firepart sand. It was something that was unexpected. Of course, I will be heading to the underground auction in a few days. With fellow Daoist Gao handling matters, I am reassured. I have prepared a medicine pill for the trade. When the matter is concluded, I will give you several more of them as a reward. Yunyi nodded with satisfaction and handed over a jade box. Yes. Since you keep your promises, I will strive to do my best. Old man Gao happily examined the pill in the box and nodded as well. Then, he took a storage pouch of spirit stones from the old man as well as a jade slip detailing the items to be bought at the auction on the next day before departing. When Yunyi saw old man Gao leave the building, his smile disappeared. Yunyi also had met with 2 vagrant core formation cultivators after nightfall. They both traded a few materials for rewards and departed happily. In the following days, Hanli arrived at the 9 Firmaments Hall in the morning to participate in the grand auction. Since he was able to find something he wanted on the first day, Hanli was quite hopeful of finding more. It was as old man Fu had said, there were no other items of the rarity Hanli desired, apart from the tensum items that were auctioned at the end of the day. And of these, a majority of them were completed magic treasures. It seems that the appearance of the ebony gold had only been a lucky occurrence. However, Hanli was not currently attending the grand auction, but was instead looking for information about the underground auction. According to the information he acquired, the first few days in both the underground and the grand auction were more and less the same, apart from a particular emphasis on Devil Dao materials. But when the last day came, there would be a trade fair that was targeted for nascent soul-grade cultivators. In the past, rare items would often make an appearance there. It was quite possible that would be where he would find the materials he was looking for. Not anyone could join though. Only cultivators related to the Devil Dao or those that were recommended could participate. With that figured out, Hanli turned his attention back to the grand auction. Several days had passed and the final day of the grand auction had arrived. Another item that he required was presented, much to his excitement, and he managed to win the item for over 100,000 spirit stones. Not long after, the grand auction came to a close. Hanli departed with the rest of the cultivators, but he didn't leave the market. Rather, he made his way to the hidden fortune pavilion. Unbeknownst to him, this had coincidentally allowed him to escape from calamity for the time being. The Yin sifting sect elders that were waiting at the market's entrance several days ago had made a sudden reappearance. This time, with the soaring sky saintess in tow. Currently, the saintess was fiddling with a small mirror sparkling with silver light as she looked at the cultivators leaving the market entrance. She would occasionally glance at the mirror and frown as her eyes wandered. With time, the silver light flickering from the small mirror grew ever brighter, but the saintess had remained silent. Gu Tianhao and the others gradually grew more sullen when they saw this, and their expressions eventually became unsightly. Soon, she sighed and hesitantly said, although I discovered many cultivators that have masked their appearance using various illusion techniques, I haven't caught sight of him. Could it be he didn't take part in the grand auction? If that's the case, the last few days were spent in vain. Impossible, Gu Tianhao stated, all the high-grade cultivators that arrived in the Jin capital recently should have taken part in the grand auction. I personally saw him looking at the Treasure Shine Hall when we first saw him in the city. His intentions were obvious. The saintess unconsciously nodded, but the heavy expression on her face had yet to disappear. The sharp-eyed Yin sifting sect elder asked, could it be that the clear sound mirror isn't as miraculous as rumors stated? Or was it because fellow Daoist Lin was unable to fully display its strength due to the short amount of time she's refined it? That's impossible, the saintess shook her head and explained, "The clear sound mirror is one of Taoist's 7 wonders, 7 profound treasures, whose fame had spread throughout the cultivation world. As for the matter of refinement, it is a peculiar ancient treasure that only needs some refinement to fully use. A few days should have already been enough, given that I have been able to see through the true appearances of these other eccentrics. There should only be a sparse few unbreakable illusion techniques that can escape it." Gu Tianhao's gaze flickered and he pondered, so it was like that. Since we weren't able to find him with the clear sound mirror, he either had some business to remain in the market or he left through some other method. Given the great fame of the clear sound mirror, there should only be a sparse few unbreakable illusion techniques that can escape it. It is impossible that he cultivated one of them. As for the other possibility, the market is surrounded by the illustrious 8 light peaks formation. It is impossible for him to silently break through it. It is most likely he has remained in the market for other business. The sharp-eyed old man hesitantly asked, "What is fellow Taoist Lin planning?" The saintess proposed, "We will stay on guard. If he is still in the market, he will have to leave through here. We should also send a few clever disciples to stroll around inside and see if they can find traces of him." Gu Tianhao pondered for a moment and found nothing wrong with her suggestion. Fellow Taoist Lin's words are reasonable. Let's wait until night. He should make an appearance by then if he is there. Afterwards, he raised his hand and released several sound transmission talismans. Soon, a group of low-grade sifting sect disciples arrived and disappeared into the market after they were given their orders. While these cultivators were bewildered from finding no trace of Hanli, the person in question was currently meeting with Elder Wang at the Hidden Fortune Pavilion with his true appearance. Elder Wang knew about Hanli's appointment with Old Man Fu, but he paid it little mind. Rather, he was personally attending to Hanli in the esteemed guest lounge with great enthusiasm. Hanli and Elder Wang chatted for a while, exchanging their cultivation experiences. As they gained something from the conversation, it became more enthusiastic when Old Man Fu had finally arrived at the Hidden Fortune Pavilion. When he saw them, he joined in without the slightest courtesy. Their exchange lasted until sunset. They then looked at each other with a smile as they had all gained much from the talk. Old Man Fu and Hanli bid farewell to Elder Wang and promptly departed. Then after leaving, Hanli's face became vague and instantly transformed into the unfamiliar face of a sallow cultivator. Old Man Fu was somewhat surprised initially, but he didn't seem to mind. Rather, it was Hanli's turn to be surprised. Instead of heading out of the market entrance, Old Man Fu brought Hanli to a nearby building by the name of Spirit Rinse Study. When Hanli saw that they were going to enter, he couldn't help but ask, "Brother Fu, is this it?" The Spirit Rinse Study is a private business. The owner has been good friends with me for many years and had recently put down a teleportation formation inside. It will take us to where the underground auction is being held. I'd already informed them we were coming. If I remember correctly, should there be restrictions preventing teleportation in the market? When Hanli heard this, he was quite surprised. Old Man Fu chuckled and casually explained, "Don't worry, fellow Taoist. My old friend has quite a reputation. He applied for a permit in advance for a temporary exception. This teleportation formation will only exist for a few months and sparse few people know of it." So it was like that. The Spirit Rinse Study's master was an old man with fair skin. His demeanor and attitude was unordinary and gave a refreshing impression to those who spoke to him. And to Hanli's greater surprise, this person was actually a renowned spell formation grandmaster. It was a pity that he didn't have any time to continue talking as he was in a hurry to take part in the underground trade fair. They headed into a hidden room and took a small teleportation formation. A moment later, the two arrived at an unremarkable hidden cave. When the two left and flew off, Hanli discovered that they were near some mountain at the south of the Jin capital. The huge walls could be faintly seen from a distance. A bit after Han Li took the teleportation formation, Gu Tianhao took a look at the sky and pondered shortly before he said, "Fellow Daoist Lin, the underground trade fair is about to start. There are many items that will appear and prove to be very useful to my cultivation. It is now dark and the disciples have also found no trace of him in the market. Perhaps we made an error in judging his location. Since this person is quite cunning, it is possible he didn't come. It would be better for fellow Daoists to join in this trade fair since you had missed the auction. While it is possible that person will be there, you'll be certain to gain something." The saintess bit on her lip and glanced in the direction of the market. Then with a reluctant tone, she said, "It seems that it will be better to take action than to remain idle. All right, I'll accompany you. Perhaps I will truly have something to gain." Soon after, Gu Tianhao and the others had a short chat before leaving behind the other two nascent soul elders to guard the market entrance. Then, the remaining elders and the saintess joined the trade meet. As for the sharp-eyed old man and one other, they had their own plans and bid their leave. At that moment, the yin-sifting sect elders that had gathered together had split apart before they could encounter Han Li. 1. The large old mid-nascent soul cultivator Han Li met earlier at the Hidden Fortune Pavilion. Han Li traded a scarlet essence mushroom for his thunder spirit crystal. Not long after the yin-sifting sect members departed, two cultivators appeared from a nearby building in a blur. When the two saw that there was no one left at the entrance, they solemnly spoke to each other through voice transmissions before tailing the yin-sifting sect members out of the market. When they arrived at the market entrance, the two immediately set off in their separate directions. One of them waved a small flag and their body disappeared into a cloud of purple smoke, chasing after Gu Tianhao's group. The other cultivator streaked through the sky in the direction of the imperial city. Near a nameless mountain close to the Jin capital, old man Fu glanced at Han Li with a curious look and said, "Don't you have anything you want to ask?" After the teleportation, Han Li carefully glanced around the transportation formation and had found nothing amiss, much to his relief. He calmly replied, "What's the point? I am somewhat puzzled as to why Brother Fu used a transportation formation to leave the market, but I'm sure you have your reasons." Han Li's careful actions hadn't gone unnoticed by old man Fu, but he wasn't angered in the slightest. Rather, he was quite satisfied by his show of caution. Old man Fu narrowed his eyes and then wore a mysterious smile. "In truth, my reason wasn't much. I simply acquired information that there were yin-sifting sect cultivators waiting at the entrance of the market. I may have reckoned that fellow Daoist Han wouldn't wish to see them, so I decided to use teleportation to avoid them. I hope you didn't feel I was being too meddlesome." "Fellow Daoist Fu, what do you mean by that?" Han Li's heart trembled but he managed to keep a calm attitude. Old man Fu chuckled, still wearing his mysterious smile, and slowly said, "There is no need to worry. If I truly wished to mean you harm, I would have set up an ambush here. When Brother Han stood in front of the Treasure Shine Hall, didn't you clash with Gu Tianhao and his sect members?" After a moment of silence, Han Li replied, "I didn't expect that Brother Fu would know this. But why did you help me? I'm not convinced that you would risk offending the yin-sifting sect over our appointment." Old man Fu calmly stated, "Risk offending the yin-sifting sect? It appears Brother Han is unaware of my background. I am the enforcement elder for the 9 Serenities sect. We're already at odds with the yin-sifting sect to begin with. I will happily obstruct them if the opportunity arises. Though, the main reason I helped you is because I have a request." When Han Li heard that he was an elder of one of the 10 great Devil Dao sects, he was alarmed and grew vigilant. "The 9 Serenities sect. It seems I've been disrespectful. I've long heard of the grand reputation of your esteemed order. But, why would a sect as powerful as yours need my help? This is a private matter so I cannot ask them for help," Old man Fu said with a smile. "However, there is no hurry. After the trade fair is done, we can discuss the matter further." There are benefits to be had, but if you dislike the conditions, I won't force you to agree. After some consideration, Hanli smiled and said, in that case, I'll agree to the favor. Since he had already offended one of the great 10 Devil Dao sects, it would be best not to offend another one. As such, he decided to give an empty promise and leave the matter for later. I see Brother Han is also a straightforward person. Let's go, the trade fair isn't far away. A happy expression appeared on Old Man Fu's face and then he took off into the distance. With haste, they arrived at a barren mountain range over 1,000 kilometers away from the Jin capital. They circled around one of the countless mountains and dropped down in front of a stone cliff dirted with earth and moss. It didn't appear the slightest out of the ordinary. Han Li's attention wasn't focused on the cliffside, but rather his surroundings. He discovered that they were in a deep overgrown valley. If he wasn't led here, he wouldn't have noticed there were cultivators present in the area. It was clear Old Man Fu had been there before. He casually waved his sleeve and a small palm-sized plate flew out. It flickered with white light and sank into the stone without a trace. Soon, the cliff face began to glow with dazzling yellow light and suddenly disappeared to reveal a huge cave that was over 30 meters wide. There were 2 green-robed, middle-aged cultivators standing at the cave's entrance. They both possessed Lakor formation cultivation, and one of them was holding onto Old Man Fu's plate. The one holding the disc saluted the two and then spoke with a neutral tone, so it was originally Senior Fu. This other senior appears unfamiliar. May I ask for your esteemed name? Old Man Fu glared at him and bluntly said, this is fellow Daoist Han, a cultivator from overseas. Since I've already given him a recommendation, what is there to check? Quickly give him an identification so we may join in the trade fair. Hee. Since Senior Fu was the one who recommended him, there will be no problems of course. This is a nascent soul stage identity plate. If Senior violates any of the trade fair rules, we will take it back. This plate will allow you to take part in 4 trade meets, though you will only have to pay for the first one. The rules require you pay 10,000 spirit stones for the plate. The green-robed cultivator courteously gave Old Man Fu back the jade plate and then took out one for Hanli. Here are the spirit stones. Although Hanli felt a bit of heartache, he readily handed over a storage pouch containing 10,000 spirit stones. After counting the spirit stones in the bag, the green-robed cultivator smiled and handed over a plate that had the number 347 written on it. Here is the jade plate. Please take care of it. Hanli glanced at it and raised his brow. 347. Are there that many people participating? Of course not, the other green-robed cultivator explained. A portion of these seniors will not be attending the trade fair for various reasons. In my experience, there will only be about 200 people. Oh, that is still quite a few. Hanli nodded with understanding. All right, it is about time that we join the trade fair. If I have the opportunity, I'll give my regards to your master. Old Man Fu then led Hanli deep into the cave. As Hanli followed behind him, he said, their cultivation wasn't weak. From your tone, it sounded as if they had the same master. Old Man Fu chuckled and asked, do you know of the 4 great vagrant cultivators of the Great Jin? Yes, of course. Is their master one of them? Hanli asked with a curious tone. That's right. Their master is fellow Daoist Yi Shitian who possesses the most mysterious abilities of the 4. Curious, Hanli took a seat at the corner of the hall and began to stealthily release his spiritual sense nearby, wanting to see whether he could see past the mist of light. He was astonished to discover that he wasn't able to forcefully break through it with his powerful spiritual sense. Although he hadn't used all his strength, he reckoned it wouldn't make much of a difference. As these thoughts appeared in his mind, he unconsciously swept his spiritual sense through the hall to discover that it was under the influence of a strange spell formation. Although it didn't appear to possess any formidable restrictions, the spiritual chi it released matched the light that concealed the cultivators present. Skilled both in talismans and spell formations, Hanli pondered for a moment before finding himself in awe. It was clear that the talisman was specially made for synchronized use with the spell formation. With the talisman attached, one only needed to enter the range of the spell formation before the talisman shroud is activated. Then no matter how strong a cultivator's spiritual sense was, they wouldn't be able to overpower the spell formation. Without fear of recognition, these eccentrics may now openly exchange the items they wish without fear of meeting any mishaps, no matter how rare the items may be. Hanli let out a sigh, and his original worries of the Yin-sifting sect cultivators participating in the trade meet were alleviated. He then placed his jade plate on the table in front and he began to rest in his chair. As time slowly passed by, more cultivators gathered in the hall through the teleportation formation. When Hanli opened his eyes once more, there were nearly 200 cultivators in the hall and a 10-meter-wide white jade table had appeared at the center. He narrowed his eyes and stared at it in silence. Not long after, the jade table flashed with light and a silhouette covered in white light appeared behind it. As our appointed time had arrived, everyone should have arrived by now. Let us start the trade meet. The white silhouette turned to look at everyone in the room and swept his sleeve to reveal 4 bulging storage pouches onto the table. All the cultivators looked over with clear excitement. The white silhouette slowly said, "This trade meet will be the same as the last. It will primarily focus on rare materials. Ancient treasures and magic tools can take part in this meeting if they are rare enough. As per common practice, you may put up a few materials for spirit stones and can trade for them if your price is high enough. But there is something that will be different about this trade meet. This time, we were entrusted by an important client to sell a grand treasure for him. He will only trade this treasure for a few materials that are rarely seen in this world. If there is truly no one that has these materials, there will then be an auction using spirit stones. Fellow Taoists, it will be up to rate whether you will be able to acquire it." Someone from the crowd then said, "A grand treasure. And what does he want to exchange it with? Materials, medicine pills, or magic treasures? If there is something they want in particular, how about you tell us first? If we traded it away, we will definitely feel regretful." The white silhouette chuckled and said, "This item is difficult to describe in worldly terms. You will know what it is when the time comes. As for your worries, they are unfounded. The items that are traded for it are something that common cultivators would never let go." His bold tone had stirred an uproar in the cultivators in the hall and they couldn't help but turn curious. Still, nobody had asked any further questions. At that moment, the silhouette appeared behind the jade table and grabbed one of the storage pouches in front of him. In a flash of black light, he took out something that resembled a jujube shining with dim black light. A Yin jujube, born from a human tomb on the alignment of a Yin year, Yin month, and Yin day, something that only occurs once every 300 years. Additionally, it was refined with a vengeful ghost's hatred by using a secret technique for a consummate 49 days until its reincarnation. The jujube may be taken as a pill itself or be refined into medicine. The minimum bid is 100,000 spirit stones and the price must increase by 5,000 each time. The item's description had left Hanli in shock. He had never heard of such thing. 120,000. 140,000. 145,000 spirit stones. In the blink of an eye, the Yin jujube was sold at a terrifying price. All the bidders had a faint black haze covering them, revealing them to be Devil Dao cultivators. In the end, the Yin jujube was sold for 190,000 spirit stones. The white silhouette accepted the spirit stones for it, and proceeded to put up his next item on sale, a half-foot-long block of scarlet red metal that emitted an intense heat. Blood Yang iron, refined from Scarlet Sun iron and the primal souls of 3 fire attribute core formation cultivators. It is a rare material for refining Yin fire treasures. The starting bid will be 150,000 spirit stones. Every bid will increase in 10,000 stones. 180,000 spirit stones. 200,000. Han Li had recalled hearing of this material before. Although there weren't many people bidding on it, they all had great financial resources and none of them were willing to let it go. Eventually, it was won at the price of 250,000 spirit stones. Ghost Blight Grass. Items brimming with evil qi were repeatedly taken out and all of them were exchanged for vast numbers of spirit stones that far exceeded what was seen at the grand auction. Han Li stroked his storage pouch and he couldn't help but wryly smile. He was somewhat worried that he wouldn't have enough spirit stones. Although he knew that he could exchange a few items for spirit stones before the trade meet, he didn't expect for the items that appeared to be so precious. The bids far exceeded the amount that appeared at the grand auction. Jade Rubber. It is a worldly spiritual wood that is produced from a jade oak tree once every 1,000 years. It can be used to refine fantastical treasures and is an ideal material for mechanical puppets. The minimum bid will be 120,000 spirit stones and each increasing bid must be 5,000 more 150,000. When the white silhouette took out a white gelatinous object, Han Li suddenly felt lightning strike through his mind and he shouted a bid without hesitation. Among nascent soul cultivators, there were only a few that still had an interest in refining puppets and odd treasures. As such, Han Li only had to compete with 4 people over the item, and managed to win the bid for 170,000 spirit stones, much to his delight. The white silhouette continued to auction more items and 2 of them also caught his interest, resulting in him buying one at 190,000 and the other at 310,000 spirit stones. Since the last item was a particularly famous treasure, there was no choice but to furiously bid over it with the others, resulting in its extremely high price. These few items had consumed a small majority of the spirit stones in his bag. Fortunately, he was relieved to find that no more of his required materials had made an appearance. When the last item was sold off and the storage pouches on the jade table were finally empty, the auctioneer appeared rather pleased by the result. The auction for our items is concluded. Fellow Taoists may now trade of their own accord, but I will get the ugly talk out of the way first. Because these are unmonitored trades, we are not responsible for fake items or poor judgment. We only serve to provide the location and will not interfere with your matters so long as you don't violate our rules. And in accordance with our rules, if you wish to exchange any number of your items, you are required to give us 10,000 spirit stones at the end. Now then, you may all do as you please. With those few words, he quickly blurred to the side and sat down cross-legged, appearing to enter meditation. Unsurprisingly, several people from the crowd suddenly blurred and rushed to the stage in streaks of light. However, one red streak was clearly faster and was the first to arrive behind the table. The silhouette of red light then quickly cupped his hands in a salute and said in a cheerful tone, "Thank you for letting me go first. Your turn will come." When the other masses of light saw this, they had no choice but to return to their seat. Han Li smiled when he saw this. Those who went first to exchange their goods would be in a more convenient position as it would prevent others from acquiring what they needed. Of course, this only applied to more common items. There were many materials that were particularly obscure or weren't heavily desired. As such, a vast majority of cultivators wouldn't fight over the right to trade first. Since the materials Han Li lacked were more obscure, he wasn't in a hurry. The red silhouette then took out many rare materials and wanted to trade them exclusively for pill refinement. A moment later, he managed to exchange a large number of said materials and left the stage with a satisfied strut. The following traders had also experienced smooth proceedings and appeared to have gained quite a bit. However, there was a yellow silhouette that was trying to sell a sparkling blue metal for an ice attribute material that Hanley hadn't heard of before. He asked 3 times, but there was no one that would accept the offer and he could only walk back dejectedly. Cultivators like this one gradually appeared in greater number down the line, and eventually several tens of people went up on stage with most of them ending up empty-handed. It wasn't that the items weren't valuable, but that many felt that the terms of trade were unfavorable or were uninterested. It was clear to see that rarer items weren't always easier to trade. Of course, there were also cultivators that desired the materials, but didn't have the needed items to trade for it. They would often negotiate through voice transmission, but most were met with cold rejection. Only a sparse few succeeded, one of which included Hanley. In his case, it was quite simple. He exchanged several rare 1,000-year-old spirit herbs and a few high-grade demon cores for a material that he required. Elemental jade and brilliant glow gems were rarely ever seen in this world, but they were less valuable than the diamonds and made the trade quite tempting. Greatly against everyone's expectations, the master of the trade meet, the white silhouette, suddenly said, "I do have a brilliant glow gem, but because it was too precious, I didn't take it out for sale. If I have someone fetch this item, will you let me inspect the devil essence diamond?" Hanley's face wore an astonished appearance, but he immediately said, "I have no reason to doubt you. You can inspect them." The white silhouette nodded and sent off a streak of fiery light, disappearing through the ceiling of the room. Then, he slowly stood up and walked over to Hanley. When the other cultivators heard their conversation, there was another unrest, but this time not much was said. Since the white silhouette was sent to be in charge of the trade fair, he was certain to be vastly experienced. Everyone in the hall looked over with wide eyes to see what he would determine. As if in a display of familiarity, the white silhouette nimbly took the devil essence diamond into his hand and spit out a thread of white nascent flame. When the flames made contact with the diamond's black chi, the flame was thoroughly blocked from approaching. Excitement appeared on his face and he grasped his hands in an incantation gesture, recalling the nascent flame and spitting out a ball of blue glacial chi. The chi covered the diamond, but it wasn't able to freeze it. The white silhouette's gaze flickered and he raised his finger to it, pouring in a stream of black devilish chi into it. As a result, the chi was completely absorbed and the diamond showed no reaction. "It's true, a genuine devil essence diamond. I want it." As soon as he said this, a masked cultivator wearing gray robes suddenly appeared 10 meters away. He saluted the white silhouette and handed over a jade box before disappearing from sight. "This is a brilliant glow gem. Fellow Daoist should see if it is acceptable." The white silhouette handed over the box to Hanley. Hanley grabbed and opened it to reveal a pale yellow gemstone that glowed with a halo of faint purple light. It was nearly blinding to the eye. In a wave of happiness, he examined it as blue light flickered from his eyes. He then held the stone in between his fingers as he carefully examined it. While Hanley was examining the brilliant glow gem with a calm appearance, the white silhouette was completely shocked. He could only look at the gem for a short while, yet this unknown cultivator was able to stare at the crystal for such a long amount of time. "Not bad. It is a top-quality brilliant light gem. Go ahead, take the devil essence diamond." Hanley then put away the gem into his storage pouch. "Then I won't refuse." The white silhouette chuckled and carefully put away the diamond. He looked at the other devil essence diamond and said with a greedy tone, "Now then, since there is no one else that wants to trade for it with the items you desire, I'm willing to purchase it at a high price or exchange for other rare materials. No matter the method, I will be sure to satisfy you." "Who said that nobody had any materials for it?" "I have a piece of elemental jade." "Wait, that item is mine. I forbid anyone else from having it." As soon as the white silhouette finished speaking, a woman and a man's voice suddenly spoke out from the crowd. The man's voice was deep and thunderous while the woman's was smooth and sweet. Afterwards, streaks of black and silver flashed forward before Hanli. When this happened, the other cultivators began to fill the hall with whispers. While only a few people knew of brilliant glow gems, elemental jade was resoundingly famous in the cultivation world as a top-grade material for refining jade magic treasures. However, this material was incredibly rare and would only appear in the cultivation world once every 500 years. Now that someone had produced it, there were many that were envious and shocked. It appeared these cultivators did possess such rare treasures but that they were unwilling to reveal them. When the white silhouette heard the man's voice, his expression wavered from the shock, though it was concealed by the mist of light surrounding him. The black figure ignored the slender silver mass that arrived first and stared at the white silhouette, forcefully saying, "Second Elder Yi, you dare to violate the rules of the trade meet and control the Devil Essence Diamond?" Although one couldn't see his true appearance, his figure was tall and his voice was cold. "Brother Kuan is far too worrisome. How could I do such a thing? I was simply giving this fellow Daoist a suggestion. Since you two are here now, I won't further interfere with the matter." The white silhouette spoke with wry voice and saluted him before returning back from his original location. "How tactful." The black figure snorted and held his hands behind his back. The silver form to the side stood gracefully in place as if somewhat stunned by this display. A series of whispers then sounded out from all around them. "Kuan. Could he be the austere blood sect elder Kuan Wuji? His voice really sounds like it's him. Apart from that late nascent soul cultivator, who could be so bold?" When Hanli heard this, his expression changed. This black figure was a late nascent soul cultivator from one of the illustrious Great 10 Devil Dao sects. After a moment of silence, the silver form let out a shallow breath and said, "So it was Elder Kuan of the austere blood sect. I've been too disrespectful. Do you also have the materials this fellow Daoist needs? In that case, I will step down and give the item to you." It appeared the woman wasn't about to give up on the Devil Essence Diamond with regards to her opponent's cultivation and identity. Kuan Wuji chuckled and said with an eerie tone, "Although I don't have elemental jade or brilliant glow gems, I have materials on an equal level. If you're wise, you'd best step down." The silver form let out a chuckle and said, "That will be quite a problem. I've been wanting a Devil Essence Diamond for quite a long time. How about this? I'd be willing to hand over the item to Brother Kuan if this fellow Daoist prefers your materials over my elemental jade." "Fine, since I'm not an unreasonable person, I'll have him decide it." Surprising many, Kuan Wuji displayed complete confidence in his words. Hanli was indifferent to who the Devil Essence Diamond would belong to. Although he felt unhappy about having to go through this trouble, he was somewhat relieved to see that the elemental jade had made an appearance. At that moment, she raised her hand and sent out a green wooden box onto the table. There was a faint silver talisman sealed on top of it. "Fellow Daoist should see whether my elemental jade is genuine," the silver form said with a sweet voice. Kuan Wuji sneered and then took out various jade boxes of differing sizes and also placed them on the table. "You should understand that the items I've taken out are far more valuable than some elemental jade." Hanli didn't speak any further and pointed to green wooden box, summoning it into his hand in a gust of wind. With his other hand, he brushed it and released the talisman from it, causing the box to open and reveal a round piece of rainbow jade. Curiously, it didn't glow with a multicolor light, but was filled with abundant spiritual qi. Hanli held the piece of jade in his hand and examined it for a moment before forcefully suppressing the excitement in his heart. He nodded to the silver silhouette and said, "Not bad, it's genuine elemental jade." With that said, he shut the box and turned his sights on the other boxes on the table. He wished to simply trade for the elemental jade and leave matters there, but he wasn't about to rashly offend a late nascent soul cultivator. Furthermore, from his bold tone, Hanli was somewhat curious about what the boxes contained. Kuin Wuji pointed at the table and the lids of the boxes began to open of their own accord. Phoenix Fall Wood, Soul Focusing Stone, Myriad Wool Flower. Before Hanli could recognize what was inside, observant cultivators from the crowd began to name the objects in the boxes, causing most of them to gasp. The silver form was also deeply shocked and turned to look at Hanli in alarm. It was no wonder why Kuin Wuji was so confident. They were incredibly rare and above the elemental jade in rarity. The myriad wool flower in particular was no less valuable when compared to the devil essence diamond. Han Li's gaze wasn't focused on the most valuable material on the table, the myriad wool flower, but on the faint golden ore. When the silver form saw this, her heart sank. Han Li raised his hand, summoning the golden ore and closely examining it. When Kuin Wuji saw this, he chuckled and proudly said, "It seems my auric essence had caught your eye. You're quite discerning. Sword cultivators will gain a massive increase in strength with this, and I reckon that only I was able to acquire a piece this large in the entire Great Gene. I will exchange the diamond for this auric essence," Han Li said. "Please wait, don't you want my elemental jade dash? Quiet. Do you truly wish to anger me?" Kuin Wuji's initial joy suddenly changed to fury and his body released an astonishing pressure, suppressing the silver form. Han Li watched from the side and saw her recoil a few steps before she managed to recover. Kuin Wuji then grabbed the diamond in front of Han Li and examined it with immense excitement. "It's a true devil essence diamond. My trip was worth it. If those old devils knew that one would appear at this trade fair, they would be filled with regret." He put away the diamond and wildly roared with laughter. With a wave of his sleeve, he took away the remaining jade boxes on the table and made his way to the entrance of the hall in a blur. The white silhouette then said, "Brother Kuin, don't you want to remain behind until the end and look at the grand treasure I have to offer?" "What grand treasure is valuable to me? Now that I have the devil essence diamond, I wish to hastily return and refine the pure devilish chi it contains. I'm not in the mood for any grand treasure." Cackling with laughter, Kuin Wuji's silhouette flashed from the hall's teleportation formation and he disappeared without a trace. Refined devilish chi. Han Li was surprised, but then came to a sudden realization. These devil essence diamonds were something that were condensed in the deepest depths of devilish chi and should contain a significant concentration of devilish chi. A devil Dao cultivator would be sure to gain many benefits from it. It was no wonder why Kuin Wuji had no interest in any other treasures after he managed to acquire it. At that moment, Silver Form was furious from having the devil essence diamond seized from her, and reached out to recall the elemental jade back into her grasp. Suddenly, Han Li held the box to the table and said, "Wait. I also want this." "What does fellow Daoist mean?" The silver silhouette's voice suddenly grew cold. When the other cultivators saw this, they all revealed alarm. Han Li faintly smiled, and with a hand still holding the box down, he slapped his storage pouch and took out another jade box. The silver silhouette unconsciously received the box and annoyedly said, "I will only trade for a devil essence diamond. I have no interest in anything else. You should take a look at what's inside first." "There's no harm in that," Han Li said with a deep tone. The silver silhouette hesitantly opened the box and took a quick glance before letting out a gasp of surprise. "Good, the elemental jade is yours," the silver silhouette cheerfully said. She had only opened the box halfway before carefully putting the box away and returning to the crowd. All the cultivators around them were left completely baffled. They hadn't caught sight of what was contained in the third jade box Han Li had taken out, but it was enough to get the woman to agree to the exchange. Of course, there were a few people that guessed that it was a third devil essence diamond, but it was already shocking for a single person to possess two of them, let alone a third. Since it was so unlikely, most people had guessed Han Li took out a great treasure to tempt the woman. At that moment, the gazes in the crowd were looking at Han Li with various emotions ranging from envy to hostility. Hanli paid no attention to this and took another glance at the silver silhouette and unconsciously frowned. Her figure gave him a rather familiar impression. Could it be her? A shocking thought suddenly crossed Hanli's mind. Although the voice wasn't the same, cultivators of their stage could change their voice with ease. With that thought, Hanli used his bright-sight spirit eyes to look at her. Although he wouldn't be able to completely see through the mist of light, it would allow him make out a more concrete outline. As a result, he wore an odd expression. This woman did appear to be the endless sky saintess, but because of their circumstances, she hadn't discovered his identity and carried off with the devil essence diamond in delight. The last of the materials he toiled to collect was actually in the hands of a hated enemy. Hanli felt at a loss of whether he should laugh or cry at this rather ridiculous affair. While his heart was assailed by this indescribable feeling, he quickly put away the auric essence and elemental jade he had acquired and returned to his seat. He no longer paid further attention to anything as he was able to accomplish his objective, and managed to gain a large piece of auric essence without much trouble as well, much to his satisfaction. This chunk would be enough for him to temper most of his remaining swords. Another 40-some-odd cultivators later went on stage to trade their items, but none of them revealed anything as rare as the elemental jade and devil essence diamonds. As such, most attendees were bored with the display, and matters were proceeded in a hurry. Eventually, the last trader had finished and returned to their seat. The white silhouette then clapped his hands twice and said, "Since fellow Taoists had finished their trades, we will begin the auction for the final treasure of this meeting, an item that is truly a marvel to behold." With that said, two cultivators appeared at the entrance of the hall. Surprisingly, the two hadn't placed the concealment talismans on their body and were revealing their true appearance. The crowd became restless and puzzled as most of them had recognized the two. They were an old man with a black hand at early nascent soul cultivation and a middle-aged man with a square face at mid-nascent soul cultivation, the elders of the Imperial Yi clan that commonly interacted with outsiders. Only a few cultivators seemed to understand what was happening. They had received information of the treasure that would appear in the trade meet and their spirits were greatly roused. At that moment, the middle-aged man approached the table at the center of the hall and nodded towards the white silhouette. He turned around to face the crowd and slowly said, "There will be no need for introductions, so I'll keep it short. This grand treasure is something that our Yi clan had spent much effort creating. It had taken us over 100 years, and we've only recently finished it. However, there have been several sects close to the Yi clan that were looking to purchase this item, but we dare not to offend any of them. As we are helpless, we have decided to auction it as the last item of the trade meet. Let's see if any fellow Taoist has the opportunity to acquire this grand treasure." With that said, he turned to the old man and gave him a nod. The old man took out a foot-long box and gritted his teeth before reluctantly handing it over to the white silhouette. The white silhouette chuckled and said, "Since that is done, I won't be wasting my breath either. I'll first show everyone the true appearance of this treasure." He then tossed the jade box into the air and a fist-sized blinding yellow streak slowly floated out from it. As soon as it appeared, it seemed to fluctuate in size of its own accord and release faint hums. He then clasped his hands in an incantation gesture and struck it with several spell seals. After he pointed at it, he let out a soft shout, causing it to wildly flash and revolve in place before it revealed its true form, a yellow seal that was several inches large. The stamp appeared as smooth as jade. But from the fluctuating light on its surface, one could faintly see layers of gold-and-silver spell formations on top of it. Each time light flickered, it would display a different set of talisman characters, causing observers to feel greatly mystified upon further inspection. In addition, the stamp released a spiritual chi that was completely massive, yet steady and calm. When the spectators sensed this, they were deeply shocked. This treasure is called the Mountain-Crushing Seal, an imitation of the ancient divine spirit treasure, the Heaven-Wielding Seal. According to the Yi clan's tests, although it only displays a tenth of the original's power, it is more than enough to flatten any mountain. Even if a cultivator possesses great enough spiritual power to wield the entirety of its might, it will be possible to wield a third of the power of the heaven-wielding seal. However, this will heavily damage the treasure, so it'd be best to avoid doing this. As the white silhouette spoke, he controlled the mountain-crushing seal in front of him to continuously fluctuate in size and release an astonishing aura. Although this demonstration didn't fully display its might, it was enough to show that it was beyond ordinary. No matter their past knowledge, the seal had firmly captured their attention. When Hanli heard that it was a replica of a divine spirit treasure, he was also surprised. He had already spent a great effort to gather the materials needed to refine the triflame fan. Now that a divine spirit treasure replica had appeared at the auction, Hanli felt particularly gloomy. It is a pity he didn't know much of divine spirit treasures. He wasn't sure how the triflame fan would compare in strength to this mountain-crushing seal. As if guessing his thoughts, Monarch's Soul Divergent said, "There is no need to worry, the mountain-crushing seal only displays a tenth of the original treasure's might. The triflame fan I deducted from the seven-flame fan should possess 2/5 of its original power. And as this person says, if exerted, it will be able to display half of the original treasure's might. Although both are attack-type treasures, the seal should be inferior to the fan in terms of might." Hanli nodded and muttered, "Yes, I've thought as much. I hope I'll be able to refine the triflame fan soon. With that treasure in my hands, I reckon I'll have nothing to fear from late nascent soul cultivators." Monarch's Soul Divergent snorted and coldly chuckled. "This isn't the heavenly south. Do you think that your replica will be unique?" Senior means to say. "According to what I've discovered when I toured the Great Gene, the High Zenith sect, the Heavenly Devil sect, and the Myriad Demon Valley all had replicas of divine spirit treasures. Myriad Demon Valley, in particular, had the most famous of the replicas, the Myriad Demon Banner. It is said that the flag has already reached the same level as its original, the Heaven Demon Banner, as a result of the many cultivators' souls it had devoured. As for the other great sects, I wouldn't be surprised if they managed to refine 1 or 2 replicas of their own. How else would they be able to remain towering after all this time?" It appears the Yi clan were planning to deal a striking blow to these sections. With that in mind, Hanli stood up and headed towards the teleportation formation of the hole. The action had aroused quite a bit of attention and bewilderment, as many cultivators had taken note of him after he produced 2 Devil Essence diamonds. Hanli paid little notice of this and continued on his way out. But just as he was about to enter the glowing formation, he heard the sound of a familiar voice, "Fellow Daoist Han, why are you leaving now?" Old Man Fu had sent him a voice transmission. Hanli stopped and replied, "I've become a target of attention. It'd be best for me to depart before I attract problems. I still haven't forgotten about Brother Fu's affair. If you aren't in a hurry, how about we talk about it in a few years after I finish refining a treasure? My matter isn't urgent at all. However, Brother Han has taken quite the effort to conceal himself from me. I didn't have the slightest clue you possessed something as precious as Devil Essence diamonds. It is no wonder the Yin Sifting sect is pursuing you. Anyways, in 4 years' time, could you meet me in Nanjian Province's Chaoyun Prefecture? At that time, I will have arranged for other fellow Taoists to meet me at Twin Scorpion Mountain. I guarantee that although the matter will require some effort, you will most certainly be rewarded. 4 years. That will be enough time. I'll see you then." With that said, Hanli stepped into the formation and disappearing in a flash of white light. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, Hanli flew out from the underground trade meet, flying a circle in the air before heading east. A short moment after Hanli departed, several cultivators quietly departed from the trade meet as well, having more or less had the same thoughts about the mountain-crushing seal. Most, however, decided to remain behind. After all, there were to be even more rare materials, along with the fierce competition involved. After quickly flying 500 kilometers away, he passed by a nearby mountain and had heard a peculiar sword cry. Han Li's expression vastly changed and he came to a sudden stop. He took a deep breath and sharply glanced around him. Tens of golden flying swords were simultaneously released to densely fly around him with great momentum. With blue light flashing from his eyes, he stared at an empty space and coldly said, "Your tracks have already been revealed. There is no point in hiding, come out." Hee hee. You are truly clever. As expected of the cultivator who slew my main soul. Black light flashed from where Han Li was standing to reveal a youth with a similar appearance to himself. He also wore azure robes and had a calm expression, but a dim black-purple light shined from his eyes. When Han Li saw this person, he felt his heart drop despite having already anticipated this. So it was you. Why have you come to find me? After examining Han Li for a moment, he lazily said. It seems you already know who I am. I didn't expect to find you so quickly. It seems my luck is quite good. Han Li emotionlessly said, my 2 swords are in your possession. I'd have to be stupid to not know who you are. That's right, your flying swords are right here. The elder devil's soul fragment raised his hand and revealed 2 small swords that were violently trembling. They were attempting to return to Han Li with all their might, but layers of black thread were firmly keeping them in place. Your flying swords possess quite a bit of sentience to take the initiative to warn you. Han Li's expression turned sullen. The elder devil mysteriously smiled and said, to think, these swords were actually refined from the evil-slaying golden lightning bamboo. The others should be the same, revealing quite an unbelievable amount in total. It appears my main soul hadn't perished for nothing. Although I was able to avoid being consumed, with his death I will forever be unable to recover my complete cultivation. Should I thank you or kill you? Han Li paused before wearing a frigid smile. Don't tell me that you were waiting here only to have a chat with me. The elder devil looked down at the 2 golden swords in his hand and said, that's up to you to decide. So long as you tell me how you were able to acquire so much golden lightning bamboo, I may be willing to let you go. But I may also be willing to draw out the answer from your primal soul. When Han Li heard this, his bearing remained unchanged. He then narrowed his eyes and imposingly said, talking about killing me and actually doing so are 2 very different things. If I remembered correctly, you were heavily injured in the heavenly south. It's hard to believe you've fully recovered after a short amount of time. I will be comparing your abilities to that of the main soul. I originally thought you would speak when faced with death, but I guess not. So be it. Killing intent surged from the elder devil, and the black-purple light in his eyes glowed. Just as Han Li and the elder devil were about to clash, the devil's expression suddenly stirred and he glanced behind him. Han Li also soon sensed something as well and glanced in the same direction with a raised brow. Soon, a blaze flashed from a distance, followed by a streak of light. When he saw how quickly it was traveling, along with the faint sounds of a storm, he was surprised. A fierce aura bled from the devil as he flew forward to meet the approaching light with an ominous glint in his eyes. In a mere moment, the streak closed the distance of over 10 kilometers, revealing a monk with disheveled hair. Heck had a stern expression on his face, with one hand holding a scarlet alms bowl and the other a meter-long green staff. When he saw the 2, he was surprised to see that they had the same face. The monk looked at them both and smiled, asking, "May I ask which one is the fellow Taoist that emerged from the trade meet?" Han Li's expression stirred and he silently glanced at him. The monk possessed mid-nascent soul cultivation and had unordinary treasures, so it came as no surprise that he would dare to follow him. However, Han Li was disinterested since he didn't know his intentions. As for the elder devil, when he saw the intruder, he looked to the sky with his hands behind his back and ignored him. The monk grew furious. Ever since he entered nascent soul stage and came into possession of his bloodfire bowl and coiling dragon staff, those of equivalent strength had all treated him with great courtesy. Now, these two disregarded him, despite appearing to possess somewhat similar cultivation, and he couldn't help but hold an unsightly expression on his face. To make matters worse, their appearances were similar, so they appeared to be together. If he were to fight them, he couldn't predict the outcome despite his confidence. As such, he could only forcefully restrain himself as he began to plan how to best strike them down. But before he could conceive an approach, more lights shined from over the horizon. 3 various colored streaks were flying together towards them. When the monk saw this, he was stunned. He was only able to chase Hanli after using an additional ability to increase his speed. Now, there were 3 unknown parties that were just a step behind. It appeared there would be some difficulty to claim the treasures for himself, but with these new arrivals, he wouldn't need to face these 2 cultivators alone. With that thought, the monk revealed a gloomy countenance and gave them a sinister glance. As if sensing the monk's ill intent, the elder devil suddenly focused his gaze on him and then looked at the incoming lights with impatience. How troublesome. I originally believed that you would be the only bother. I didn't think that there were more people coming after you. Since that's the case, let's start off with him. After those cold words were said, the elder devil's body flashed with black light and rushed towards the monk. The monk inwardly shouted in alarm and instantly flipped the alms bowl, releasing a cloud of scarlet flame and forming a barrier around him. Then the dark green staff in his other hand transformed into an emerald flood dragon and charged forward to meet the streak of black light. With green mist trailing from the flood dragon's mouth, it fiercely swiped at the elder devil, but before the strike landed, the devil's body quivered with light and disappeared. Tapping his vast experience in battle, the monk instantly raised his hands to form an incantation gesture and released several green spell seals into the barrier of flame protecting him. The inferno surged and began to circle with astonishing momentum, turning into a green-red whirlwind that reached 100 meters tall. Still feeling ill at ease, the monk slapped his storage pouch to take out another protective treasure. But before he could, a black blip flashed 10 meters away from him, followed by 2 arms covered in black-purple light reaching out towards him. In that instant, the arms had already moved into the flame barrier without the slightest fear. Ah! The monk's heart trembled at the sight and without another thought, he yelled, releasing a large golden mist from his mouth. It quickly condensed into a light barrier in front of him as his body blurred in an attempt to dodge away. A faint bang sounded out. Like paper, the golden barrier was split by the 2 devilish arms and made their way to the monk's dantian. After piercing clean through, the claws violently parted, rending the monk's body into 2, splatting gore and blood into the air. A red nascent soul cried out and flew off on a golden sword, traveling over 60 meters away from its body. Just as the nascent soul glowed in golden light to perform another instantaneous movement, it was too late. A purple thread suddenly appeared behind it, followed by something piercing through its head. Its mind burned and it let out a shriek as all its strength fled. Powerless, it was tightly wrapped by the purple thread and was brought back into the barrier of red flames. The 3 streaks of light had then arrived a kilometer away, and the cultivators within them were able to clearly see what had happened. The 3 felt fear overwhelm their hearts and immediately turned around, flying back with even greater speed. They were all early nascent soul cultivators. Though they originally conspired to join hands together, when they saw the famous monk Wicked Fire viciously slain and had his nascent soul captured, they immediately turned to flee. They now knew their greed would only result in downfall, and soon disappeared out of sight. Hanli felt his breath turn cold when he saw how viciously the elder devil disposed of the monk. He stared at the distant flames with a disturbed expression. Strange shrill laughs echoed out from the blaze, and then the flames were extinguished, revealing the devil once more. Hanli's mouth twitched when he saw this and he felt sullen. The elder devil had already taken half-devil form. Although his appearance still resembled that of a human, he had another pair of arms and all four of them had turned black-purple. A frightening meter-long purple tongue hung from his mouth. It was halfway lifted and firmly holding the monk's nascent soul. As he stared at Hanli with an unflinching gaze, Hanli narrowed his eyes and silently returned it. Monarch Soul Divergence then worryingly said, "Youngster Han, you can't tangle with this devil for long. The underground trade fair is nearby, and I fear that in just a moment, more will come and it will be difficult for you to break free." "I know. I originally thought to compare his abilities to that of the main soul, but it seems to be too dangerous to fight him. Let's go." Han Li spoke indifferently. With a wave of his hand, the golden flying swords revolving around him let out a cry and they all flew into his sleeve. The Huayuan province was a large territory on the eastern shore of the Jin Empire. Most of its towns and cities were constructed on the coast, and there were many overseas cultivators that would arrive here to trade various demon beast materials for a few cultivation resources from inland. As such, the province's markets were prosperous all year long and the sects were abundantly wealthy, reaping large sums of spirit stones year after year. There were even a few smaller markets farther away, but due to their favorable location, they were also doing quite well. Kaijiang village was a small town in the province over 100 kilometers off the shore. There was a modest mountain nearby less than a kilometer tall. It possessed an inferior spiritual vein and could barely be considered to be a spiritual mountain. While this 100-bamboo mountain was beneath the notice of larger powers, it was home to a small sect by the name of Heavenly Talisman Sect. The sect seemed to be of the lowest level in the cultivation world, and all the members combined totaled a little over 100. Despite the Heavenly Talisman sect's poor condition, it had a vast and long history. Tens of thousands of years ago, Taoist Heaven Talisman, the founder of the sect, had created 3 secret talismans whose power shook through the entire Great Jin, managing to bring the sect on par with the 10 great righteous sects. Although it wasn't known as the greatest sect during its climax and didn't have a lineage that spanned back to ancient times, it had tens of thousands of members and was the peak sect in the province. Although the Heavenly Talisman sect was highly accomplished in the Tao of talismans, their cultivation techniques were rather ordinary, and talismans could only accomplish so much. Several generations after their rise, they experienced a massive decline. Over the passage of time, they only barely managed to continue existing by passing down a few of their secret talisman techniques. Apart from a few other cultivators from small sects, there were rarely high-grade cultivators that have visited. As such, the disciples on guard duty would often find themselves idle, and would rather chat with one another than to cultivate. One day, 2 qi condensation cultivators on guard duty both let out a depressing sigh. A male disciple in his late teens muttered, "Senior Marshal Brotherly, is the market truly going to close? Although I've only entered the sect recently, I still know that the 3 Essence market is where nearly half of our income comes from. Without those spirit stones, how can our sect continue to exist?" A youth in his mid-20s of a plump stature helplessly said, "What can we do? Several days ago, the Spirit Wind sect gave our sect master the last notice that either our market will merge with theirs or they will close it in 3 months. They're bullying us with their strength." Merge markets? That sounds possible. The youngster disciple wore an astonished expression. Humph. Possible. I heard a martial uncle say that after we merge we're not allowed to interfere with any of the businesses there. The Spirit Wind sect will simply give us 1,000 spirit stones every year. That's less than a third of what we currently make, and isn't anywhere near enough. The older youth said with an indignant tone. The younger disciple blinked in disbelief and puzzlingly said, "The Spirit Wind sect might be a larger sect, but how could Gold Mist Mountain, Bright Sun Valley, or our own sect agree to such a small amount? The 3 Essence market is something that our sects had created. If we were to join hands, we have nothing to fear from them. The older youth snorted and explained, if it was only the Spirit Wind sect, then our sect would have nothing to fear. But I heard that Young Fiend's sect has a hand in this matter. A genuine mid-grade sect like theirs isn't something that a small sect like ours can resist. Today, the sect master had invited the masters of our allied sects to discuss a plan of action. They aren't in a better position than us and will not easily give up on the market. The Young Fiend sect. That is something that our Heavenly Talisman sect can't provoke. It seems it will be difficult for our sect to make it past this trial. The younger disciple was dejected when he heard that sect's name. If their sect received fewer spirit stones, then so would the disciples as well. The older youth sighed and said, "Leave the matter be. This isn't something that low-grade disciples like us can deal with. Let's just guard the mountain the best we can. If we keep on talking about this and a martial uncle finds out, we won't just lose spirit stones, we'll What's that?" Suddenly, he looked to the sky and shouted out in astonishment. When the younger disciple heard this, he looked to the sky as well and saw a light shine from a distance. Afterwards, a 10-meter-long azure streak shot towards their direction. As the azure streak approached them with incredible speed, the younger disciple shouted out in alarm, "It seems a senior is coming to visit us, but who is that?" Although he wasn't acquainted in the cultivation world for long, he understood that the streak of light wasn't something that a foundation establishment cultivator could produce and felt greatly uneasy. The older youth was at a loss and muttered, "I don't know. Perhaps he's come to pay a visit to the martial ancestor." The words only served to console himself. Soon, the azure streak arrived above them. As if catching sight of the two disciples, the streak of light dropped to the ground and faded away to reveal an azure-robed youth in his early 20s with his hands held behind his back. Despite his ordinary appearance, he possessed an impressive bearing. When the two met his gaze, they could feel the pressure of a mountain weighing down upon them. It had already been 4 months since Hanli had left the underground trade fair and fled from the Elder Devil. He indifferently asked, "Is this the 100 Bamboo Mountains Heavenly Talisman sect?" Sensing Hanli's immeasurable cultivation, they soon determined that this cultivator was a senior of at least core formation cultivation. After exchanging a glance, the older youth deeply bowed and said, "Yes, senior. Is there anything I may help you with?" Hanli nodded and said, "It seems I've found the right place. I am carrying something deeply related to your esteemed sect and wish to see your sect master." "Go and make the report." "Yes. Please wait a moment, senior." The older youth flusteredly took out a sound transmission talisman and whispered a few words before tossing it into the air. The talisman then flew into the mountain's restrictions in a streak of fiery light. Hanli had already swept past the small mountain with his spiritual sense while he calmly stood. Although there was a layer of restrictions present, he was able to sense the general circumstances of the mountain. He frowned as a result. He already knew that the Heavenly Talisman sect wasn't large before he arrived, but the sect only had 100 members and he could only sense the faint aura of an early core formation cultivator. It was exactly as Old Man Yun in the Umbra realm had told him, the sect was on the verge of death. Of course, Hanli hadn't come here solely to return the spirit subjugation talisman's refinement method. There were also rumors of several venomous flood dragons appearing in the Huayuan province. Soon, a flicker of yellow light appeared behind the two gatekeepers along with a 30-meter-tall gate, followed by 3 cultivators walking side by side. They moved past the 2 gatekeeping disciples and were shocked upon seeing Hanli. A yellow-robed old man quickly stepped forward and deeply bowed towards him, respectfully saying, "We are honored by your presence. This junior is Yuzhen, the Heavenly Talisman sect master. I hope you don't take offense that I wasn't able to greet you from a distance." Although he wasn't able to see through Hanli's true cultivation, he had much experience as the sect master and had met many nascent soul cultivators and now sensed an equally powerful presence. He couldn't help but feel fear. Such a powerful cultivator could kill a small sect like theirs with ease. It was difficult to tell whether this occurrence would result in disaster or happiness. From the sound transmission talisman, he originally believed that it was a core formation cultivator. As such, he called on the sect's soul core formation elder to come to the gate, but now he saw that was a meaningless action. When Hanli saw their fearful appearance, he couldn't help but chuckle. There is no need to be alarmed, as I have no malicious intentions. I have come here to return something I was entrusted with. Yuzhen felt his heart relax when he heard him and excitedly said, "This junior is a bit confused, but let's not talk here. Please come in and have a seat. We can have the discussion there." After pondering for a moment, Hanli nodded. "Yes, that's fine. This matter isn't something that a few words can clearly explain." "Then I welcome you, senior." Yuzhen rejoiced and he hastily stood to the side, respectfully having him enter first. Hanli didn't refuse and stepped past the gate. With a solemn expression, the other cultivators obediently followed. The 100-bamboo forest wasn't very large, so they quickly arrived at the sect buildings on top of the mountain. Hanli and the sect master then entered the main hall. To his surprise, there were two middle-aged cultivators already sitting in the hall. They frightfully stood up after sensing Hanli's cultivation and hastily bowed. Hanli waved his hand for them to sit back down, but they didn't dare and only stood at the side. Yuzhen apologetically said, "Fellow Taoists, this is a guest of the sect. We'll have to talk about this matter another time." "Hee, we are honored by your presence, senior. Please go ahead." "That's right, we'll be taking our leave." The two cultivators quickly came to an understanding and wore an expression of admiration before bowing once more and departing from the hall. Then, white light flashed from the outside and a colorless streak shot in, revealing a white-robed old man. When Yuzhen and the others saw him, they hastily saluted with a smile and paid their respects. "Greetings, Martial Uncle Wen." The old man looked at Hanli and his cheek twitched. Then with a hurried salute, he said, "Senior had said that there is an expert visiting our sect, but I didn't expect that it would be a nascent soul cultivator. It was truly disrespectful of me to not personally welcome you." When Yuzhen heard Old Man Wen, he was greatly shocked. With the last traces of doubt in his mind disappeared, he looked at Hanli with awe. Nascent soul cultivators were an unapproachable existence to the current Heavenly Talisman sect. "I was entrusted with something and I'm here to deliver it. There is no need to be reserved." Hanli then paused before continuing, "This item has been entrusted to me for some time and since I've found myself in the Huayuan province, I thought I'd take the opportunity to return it. However, it was mentioned that I was only to give this item to the sect master." With that said, he slapped his storage pouch and placed a square bone case onto the table. Old Man Wen was alarmed to hear this and tactfully said, "Martial nephew, you heard him. Why don't you go ahead and look at the item he's brought?" "Yes, Martial Uncle," Yuzhen respectfully replied. Then, he took the bone case into his hands and curiously opened it, revealing several pieces of bone with tiny characters carved into them. He picked up a piece and asked, "What's this?" Hanli simply smiled as he waited. Then after Yuzhen looked through them, he excitedly shouted, "The Spirit Subjugation Talisman. This is the refinement method for the Spirit Subjugation Talisman. The writing belongs to Martial Senior Yun. Senior Martial Brother Yun. Are you sure?" Old Man Wen's expression turned solemn. "Completely," Yuzhen instantly replied, "the sect master's study is filled with personal writings of Martial Senior Yun. How could I be mistaken?" The other two cultivators in the room wore an expression of shock. Hanli indifferently added, "That's right, this is something that fellow Daoist Yun had given to me. The Spirit Subjugation Talisman should be one of your sect's 3 secret talismans." "Of course, but when did you see Senior Martial Brother Yun?" Before I condensed a golden core, Senior Marshall brother had disappeared when he journeyed overseas. It has been tens of years since we've last heard of him. Is he all right? Old Man when asked with concern. He should be fine. But in truth, I only met him by chance decades ago, at the time. Hanli gave a vague explanation of the ghost mist and the Umbra realm. Of course, he left out mention of the Umbra beast gems and other sensitive matters. Old Man when felt his heart run cold after hearing of this land. So there was such a dangerous place in this world. That is truly hard to imagine. It is no wonder there would be cultivators that occasionally disappear along the coast. It was due to that ghost mist. Han Li's eyes stirred and he smiled, saying, "That's right, I had to expend quite a bit of strength in order to escape. The box was something fellow Daoist Yun had entrusted me to give back to his sect if I had the opportunity. However, I am quite interested in the Tao of talismans and have done a bit of research on the spirit subjugation talisman. I hope you won't take offense at this." Old Man Wen said with a respectful expression, "It is already an enormous kindness of Senior to personally return the spirit subjugation talisman to the sect. How could we have such poor judgment over this matter? Although the spirit subjugation talisman is one of our sect's secrets, it would have been lost to us forever if you hadn't returned it. Naturally, we will not take offense." Yuzhen agreed as well. Han Li nodded with satisfaction and then promptly stood up. "I am grateful at how open-minded you are, but now that I've brought this back to you, I must take my leave. I have an important matter to attend to." Although Old Man Wen was perfectly happy with receiving the spirit subjugation talisman previously lost to them, he wasn't about to ignore the expert that had suddenly appeared before them. He quickly said, "Senior, we've yet to repay you for bringing this back to us. Wouldn't it be better to stay at the sect for a few days and have us as a host?" So long as they were able to befriend a nascent soul cultivator, the Heavenly Talisman sect's position as a small sect would massively rise. Even the great problem raised by their rival sect would be easily resolved. "Then I'll stay for a moment more," Han Li said, wearing a mysterious smile. Yuzhen blinked and then added, "Isn't Senior Han interested in the Tao of talismans? Our sect may lack in other areas, but we do have a bit of knowledge in that regard. Our predecessors have collected various records relating to talismans. If Senior would like, he may take a look at them and perhaps provide us with a bit of guidance in passing." Records of talisman refinement. Han Li felt his heart stir in surprise. Old Man Wen was stunned for a moment and nodded. Ever since Han Li learned the spirit subjugation talisman, he was greatly interested in the other secret talismans of the sect. As such, he eventually nodded and said, "All right, as I am interested in talisman refinement, I will remain at your sect for a few days." Old Man Wen rejoiced and said, "That is great. Our sect is honored to have you, Senior. Would you like to first take a rest?" "There is no need. Go ahead and lead me to your records hole." Han Li shook his head. At his current cultivation, it would only take a moment's time for him to restore the magic power he used when traveling. Old Man Wen smiled and pointed to the middle-aged man at the corner. "Good. Marshal Nephew Yen will guide you to our records hole." He then looked at the man and said, "If Senior has any commands, follow them to the best of your ability." "As you bid, Marshal Uncle Wen." "Senior Han, please follow me." The middle-aged cultivator respectfully accepted his orders and guided Han Li out. Old Man Wen waited a long while after Han Li left the hall before letting out a sigh. "I didn't expect that Senior Marshal Brother Yun was actually trapped in such a cursed land. It is no wonder he disappeared. It is quite fortunate that we were able to reacquire the spirit subjugation talisman though." One of the other cultivators in the room slowly said, "But if we have the opportunity to befriend this Senior Han, the problem with the market will be easily solved, let alone anything else." Yuzhen wryly smiled and said, "With a nascent soul cultivator backing us, the spirit wind sect should withdraw. Even the Yang Fiend sect wouldn't provoke a nascent soul cultivator over a trifling market city. But from Senior Han's tone, it seemed that he only had an ordinary relationship with Senior Marshal Brother Yun. Given his identity, there is no reason for him to help us. Even if we tried to curry favor with him, there is nothing in the sect that be of interest to him, yet it would be too pitiful to waste this opportunity. This is somewhat troublesome. Old Man Yun said with a frown. The other cultivators in the hall glanced at each other with worry. At that moment, Hanli was following the middle-aged cultivator to an unremarkable building. That building was 3 stories tall and covered in a faint blue barrier. When they went inside, Hanli saw an old man inside, sitting cross-legged on a mat. He had a jade slip in his hands and appeared to be reading through it. The middle-aged man glanced at the man and immediately commanded, "Marshal Nephew Li, come greet Senior Han." He then turned to Hanli and said, "This is Marshal Nephew Li. He is responsible for taking care of this place and should know much about the records it contains." At that moment, the old man was awakened by the middle-aged man's voice and hastily put away the jade slip before quickly standing up. He had a wrinkly face and thin eyes that appeared quite sly. So it was Marshal Senior Yang. "I hope you'll forgive me for not coming out to welcome you. And this must be Senior Han." After smiling at the middle-aged man, he looked at Hanli and his expression froze. "Marshal Nephew Li." Hanli looked at the old man's face with a strange expression and widely opened eyes. "Does Senior recognize this disciple?" the middle-aged cultivator asked in surprise. Hanli quickly regained his composure and faintly smiled, saying, "It's nothing, just that this fellow Taoist looks similar to an old friend of mine. But after a closer look, I found myself to be mistaken." The middle-aged cultivator didn't believe him, but he didn't dare to question him. He simply chuckled and said, "So that's the case. Marshal Nephew Li, come with me. This senior will be staying here. You won't be needed." "Yes, I." Hanli smiled and then he took a deep look at the old man. "There is no need. Since this fellow Taoist Li understands much about the records in this building, I may have use of him. Let's have him accompany me over the next few days." Although the middle-aged man appeared puzzled, he was somewhat envious that this Marshal Nephew Li was able to stay together with this nascent soul cultivator over the next few days. With hardly any effort, Hanli could provide vast benefits to any low-grade cultivator. He sighed and said, "Since that is what Senior wants, I will naturally comply. Marshal Nephew Li, you have quite a bit of luck. You must follow Senior's orders." However, Hanli's words clearly stated that he wouldn't be staying here for long. After giving the old man a few orders, the middle-aged cultivator took his leave. Hanli watched him depart from the building and then looked at the old man with a deep smile. After Hanli carefully examined the old man, his expression shifted and said, "Would you prefer me to address you as Senior Marshal Brother Xiang, or Senior Marshal Brother Li?" The old man blinked and his previously odd look had completely disappeared. Then with a smile, he said, "I don't quite understand what Senior Han is saying. Could it be that I resemble an old acquaintance of yours?" Hanli frowned and narrowed his eyes. "There is no point in trying to conceal yourself. As you well know, cultivators have vast and accurate memories. In the trial of Fire and Blood, we were among the few Yellow Maple Valley disciples that managed to survive. How could I have forgotten you after so many years?" During the time of the trial by Blood and Fire, this was the old man who had proposed to form a group with Hanli. At the time, he was named Xiang Zhili and possessed cultivation at the 10th layer of qi condensation. It had been greatly surprising that he managed to emerge alive, but Hanli's amazing accomplishments had caused the others to overlook him. His survival in the trial and careful nature faintly gave Hanli an impression that he was hiding a secret. After Hanli achieved foundation establishment, he became a disciple of Li Huayuan, a core formation elder of Yellow Maple Valley. With no further contact with Old Man Xiang, Han Li gradually ceased to think about him, and after the Devil Dao's invasion of the state of Yu, the old man's survival was unknown. In the past, he was already old, and despite the hundreds of years that had passed, he was still a qi condensation cultivator and appeared completely the same. Even a foundation establishment cultivator would have long perished from age. It was completely unthinkable that he would rediscover him so many years later at a small sect in a foreign country. At the very least, during the trial of blood and fire, he was certain to be a character of hidden power. It was unknown what his intentions had been at the time. Han Li stared at the old man as various thoughts flashed through his mind. The old man spoke with a steady tone. There are countless mysteries in this world, and it appears that there is someone who looks exactly like me. But I can assure you, my surname is Li, not Xiang. If I truly was this person, why would I deny it? A trace of astonishment appeared as Han Li's face sank. After a moment of silence, his expression relaxed. Perhaps I am mistaken, so let's leave it be then. How about fellow Daoist point me to a few records on talisman refinement? The old man chuckled and said, as per our namesake, we do have quite a few records on hand. However, the more profound accounts are on the second story. Please follow me, senior. He then led Han Li to the second story as expected of an ordinary low-grade disciple. The first two stories were similarly arranged and filled with many shelves. As Han Li glanced around, the old man had already begun to quickly move through the halls with a swiftness that was unexpected of his age. A short moment later, he picked out a pile of jade slips with great skill and panted as he held them in his hands. With a fawning tone, he said, "Senior, here are the floor's talisman refinement records. There are a few on the third floor as well. I'll go ahead and save you the trouble of finding them." Han Li stroked his chin and wore a friendly smile. "There is no need, these jade slips are already enough to last me 2 days. I'll personally look for those records should I have the time. You may go ahead and attend to your duties. Then I won't further bother your studies. If Senior has any commands, please call out to me. I will be staying downstairs." The old man widely smiled and then placed the jade slips on a nearby table before carefully walking down the stairs. After Han Li watched him descend, his smile slowly faded away to a heavy expression. Is Senior Soul Divergence able to see through his cultivation? I already swept my spiritual sense past his body, and although I was able to break through a layer of his illusions, I still wasn't able to determine his true cultivation. It was as if his entire body is composed of illusions. It is the same with me. Even with my superior spiritual sense, I couldn't see past him, Monarch's Soul Divergence replied. Could it be this person's spiritual sense is far beyond that of both mine and Senior's? Han Li said with some disturbance. Very unlikely, even if a cultivator were to possess spiritual sense stronger than ours, it wouldn't be by such a great amount that they would be able to completely evade our detection. Under these circumstances, this person either cultivated an extraordinary secret technique, possesses a grand treasure, or even. Monarch's Soul Divergence then trailed off. Even what? Han Li asked. Monarch's Soul Divergence hesitantly said, there is one other possibility. This person has already entered deity transformation stage. He would be able to scatter the entirety of his spiritual power from his meridians into his physical body, and would also be able to phase away his nascent soul for a short while so that no one would be able to detect it. Despite Han Li's steady disposition, he couldn't help but betray shock. Senior must be joking. A deity transformation cultivator? Monarch's Soul Divergence calmly said, although I wasn't able to enter deity transformation stage, I have done a bit of research on the topic. These are the most basic abilities that they can perform. Han Li let out a deep breath and said, I didn't question their abilities, but whether they'd stay in this world. Shouldn't deity transformation cultivators be capable of ascending to the spiritual realm? With a perplexed tone, Monarch's soul divergence answered, "While I had roamed the world in the past and have yet to discover one, I'm certain they still lingered in this world, and in no small number either. The ability to ascend to the spirit realm and whether they have the power to are two different things. I'm not too sure of the details, but after they enter deity transformation stage, they can't often show themselves like ordinary cultivators or disaster will afflict them. So it was like that." "Senior, how come you've never mentioned this to me?" Monarch's soul divergence annoyedly snorted. "What would be the point? You haven't even reached late nascent soul stage yet. I'm sure you'd come to realize this once you were able to advance past that. Why else would deity transformation stage cultivators all agree to disappear from the cultivation world?" Hanli wryly smiled and said, "Then the cultivator downstairs has a chance of being a deity transformation stage cultivator." "Yes, but even if he isn't a deity transformation cultivator, he still gives me a sense of fear. You'd best avoid provoking him." After some thought, Hanli said, "So you also had the same sensation?" Hanli stayed in the Heavenly Talisman Sect's record hall for 3 days and read through the jade slips related to talisman refinement. There were quite a few secret techniques, and he nonchalantly duplicated some of their contents so he could further research them at a later time. Shockingly, a few records had even elaborated a bit on the other 2 secret talismans of the Heavenly Talisman Sect. The spirit form talisman was peculiar in that it entered one's body. It would then be tempered inside the dantian and could be used endlessly. If one nurtured it to a stage, not only will it become limitlessly sharp, but one would be able to use Devil Dao techniques like cataclysmic graft without the sacrifice of a limb. Chapter 573. During Han Li's battle with the disciple of Archsaint Six Paths in the Scattered Star Seas, the disciple used a technique called cataclysmic graft. It allowed him to sacrifice a limb and some vitality in order to completely avoid the damage of an otherwise lethal attack. The other talisman was the Six-Peak Armor Talisman. It condenses the nearby spiritual chi into a 6-layered shield. If given an endless source, the 6-layered shield would endlessly reform itself. It was one of the few incredible techniques that could control worldly spiritual chi that didn't involve deity transformation cultivation. Of the sect's 3 secret talismans, the spirit form talisman was the easiest to grasp. After a cultivator entered core formation stage, they would be able to nurture it in their dantian. He reckoned that successive cultivators of the sect used this ability. However, the might of the talisman not only depended on the cultivation of the user and the time it was nurtured, but also the quality of the materials used to refine it, very much like a magic treasure. The Six-Peak Armor Talisman was different. So long as it was refined, anyone could use it. The might of this talisman depended on the concentration of worldly spiritual chi in its surroundings. Under ideal circumstances, it would display astonishing might. According to the records of a past sect elder, the Six-Peak Armor Talisman refinement method was lost when Master Heaven Talisman passed away. Back when the Heavenly Talisman sect was at its peak, they were alarmed by this disappearance and made its recovery the sect's top priority for many generations after. Unfortunately, they weren't able to find the slightest clue of its whereabouts and the search came to an end. As for the Soul Subjugation Talisman, it hadn't been refined ever since the founding of the sect. As a result, only the Spirit Form Talisman truly had any practical use. Han Li was greatly interested in the other 2 talismans. The Spirit Form Talisman in particular was an optimal life-saving measure as it would allow him to use sacrificial techniques. 3 days later, Han Li read through the last talisman of interest to him and had finally stood up. He swept his spiritual sense down below and found that old man Xiang was still there. He frowned and mulled with worry. In these past few days, the old man had remained in peaceful cultivation and hadn't taken a step outside of the building. As for the circumstances outside, Han Li had found it to be quite laughable. Fearing that he would depart without warning, the sect's foundation establishment cultivators had taken turns waiting outside. After some further thought, he descended to the ground floor. "Senior, are you finished reading?" When the old man saw Hanley appear, he immediately put away the jade slip in his hand and grinned. Hanley smiled and said, "Yes, I've seen everything I wanted to. You may do as you please." Afterwards, he made his way out. A bright glint flashed from the old man's eyes as he watched Hanley depart, but his expression soon returned to normal. When he left the building, he caught sight of the middle-aged man who brought him here. "Not at all," old man Wen hastily explained. "In fact, not long ago they managed to kill a flood dragon in an ambush. But the flood dragons fiercely retaliated and killed many cultivators in return. There was even a nascent soul cultivator that was gravely injured." "How was the nascent soul cultivator injured?" Hanley asked with surprise. Old man Wen answered, "A transformed grade 8 blue flood dragon had appeared amongst them. The cultivators who lied in ambush had suffered heavy losses since they hadn't expected it. While the South Seas sect had dispatched many elders, they were only able to repel the group of flood dragons. The flood dragons had made their way to the many islands by the shore and hid there, frequently attacking lone cultivators and mortal ships in the vicinity. If nascent soul cultivators grouped and attacked them together, the flood dragons would immediately flee deep into the ocean using ace evasion techniques. Their attacks have become increasingly vicious recently and far more troublesome. I heard that the South Seas sect have already invited many high-grade cultivators to gather at Jade Blossom Island in preparation of a hunt, as grade 8 flood dragons are rarely ever seen." "A grade 8 flood dragon," Hanley muttered to himself with a calm expression. He was reminded of the grade 8 venomous flood dragon he had killed in the past. Although the demon beast was only grade 8, they had a true strength that was beyond that of a mid-nascent soul cultivator. On top of this, it was particularly difficult to deal with when it was at sea. However, Hanley had no interest in the blue flood dragon. He then asked, "I recall that there was a red fire attribute flood dragon among them, a scarlet flame flood dragon in particular. Is this true?" Cultivator Chang seemed to know much about the matter and quickly answered, "There does seem to be a red flood dragon among them, but I'm not too sure if it is a scarlet flame flood dragon." "That will do." Hanley nodded with satisfaction. When the others in the hall saw that Hanley's face had relaxed, they all sighed with relief. At that moment, old man Wen and the other two exchanged a glance. Then he probingly asked, "Senior Han's cultivation is quite vast. Surely you must be an elder of a great sect." Hanley glanced at the three and wore a mysterious smile. "Hee, I came from a rather remote region. I am not the elder of any sect in the Great Gene." Hanley's sharp gaze had startled the group, but upon hearing his words, they couldn't help but rejoice. After a moment of hesitation, old man Wen then cautiously asked, "Since Senior has already researched the spirit subjugation talisman, what does he think of it? Is it worthy of your notice?" Hanley sighed and bluntly said, "If you have anything to say, state it. There is no point in beating around the bush. Could it be you wish to have me enter your sect?" After hearing Hanley's unhappy tone, old man Wen was alarmed and quickly explained, "Please don't misunderstand, Senior. I wouldn't dare to have such an extravagant request. I only wish to ask if Senior is willing to become a joint guest elder of our 3 sections." "A guest elder?" Hanley soon narrowed his eyes. Small and mid-grade sects in the Great Gene would often have a sect position for high-grade vagrant cultivators. Although the position sounded the same as an ordinary elder, in truth there were quite a few differences. To small sects, guest elders were only that in name. Guest elders couldn't be restricted by the sect and wouldn't be bound to their orders either. Typically, they would only find the need to take action when their sects were subjected to mishaps. However, even this assistance wasn't mandatory and depended on the mood of the elder. Guest elders were even paid appropriately of their position and sometimes were paid even more than ordinary elders. The reason why the position of guest elder was widespread in the Great Gene was due to the vast number of small sects and lacking number of nascent soul cultivators in comparison. Let alone small sets, even mid-grade sects would find themselves lacking a nascent soul cultivator at times. Under such circumstances, it would only be natural for them to strive their hardest for the support of a vagrant nascent soul cultivator. But usually vagrant high-grade cultivators found it disdainful to enter the restrictions of a sect, but were tempted by the compensation. As a result, the position of guest elder came to be. When Hanli heard the Heavenly Talisman sect elder carefully mention this proposal, his cheek twitched before he faintly smiled. How did you think I would respond to your request of becoming the guest elder of your 3 sects? Old Man Wen's apprehension calmed after seeing that Hanli wasn't angry, and he hastily explained, "We understand that small sects like ours do not have the qualifications for senior to enter our employment, so we only need you to settle a dispute of ours and allow us to use your name as protection. We wouldn't dare to trouble any further." Hanli blinked and said, "You mean to say that I'll only have to act once and I'll have no need to look after you in the future?" "That's right. Of course, we won't have senior act for nothing. Since you are interested in talisman refinement techniques, our Heavenly Talisman sect is willing to bestow the Spirit Form Talisman technique to you. The Gold Mist Mountain and Bright Yang sect will also hand over their legacy techniques to you. Additionally, we've prepared tens of thousands of spirit stones. We hope senior will accept them." Old Man Wen knew that he would only anger Hanli if he tried to be clever, so he spoke with a direct tone instead. "Tens of thousands of spirit stones?" Hanli asked with a smile. "It is truly too few spirit stones, but we'll be able to continue offering a sum of spirit stones every year. Additionally, we are willing to bestow the Spirit Form Talisman that our founder had originally refined over to you. Senior should have the ability to refine such an item." Old Man Wen spoke with gritted teeth as if it was the final condition he could offer. "Your founder? Do you mean Daoist Heaven Talisman?" Han Li's expression began to stir. Sect Master Yuzhen then took the initiative to say, "That's right. I must tell Senior that although the sect founder was able to display its great, it was a pity that the later generations of our sect weren't capable enough to refine the item. As such, our sect passed the talisman down for countless years and witnessed the treasure's spiritual nature gradually fade over time, but we were helpless to do anything. If Senior is able to make use of it, it will solve this problem as well. Your sect still possessed such a treasure. I want to take a look," Han Li said with a trace of excitement. Old Man Wen rejoiced at seeing Han Li's interest and hastily commanded, "Martial nephew you, take out the talisman and let Senior look at it." Although he possessed the highest cultivation in the Heavenly Talisman sect, the founder's original spirit form talisman was something that was only kept by the sect masters. "Yes, martial uncle." Yuzhen immediately slapped his storage pouch and summoned a yellow wood case, then presenting it over to Han Li with both hands. Han Li simply waved his hand when he saw this and summoned the case into his hand. Then, he lowered his gaze and examined it. The wooden box was unremarkable and rather plain apart from the shining golden talisman sealing it. Han Li raised his brow and brushed his hand against the box, causing the talisman to float off in a flash of light. The 3 core formation elders were particularly alarmed, but the other cultivators seemed unfazed. Being able to use spiritual power to take off a sealing talisman wasn't something that ordinary cultivators could do. Not only did their cultivation have to be immense, but their control of magic power must reach an unfathomable stage. They had only heard of this ability from hearsay, but now that they saw Han Li calmly display this, they viewed him with even greater respect. The box opened to release a cloud of sparkling azure light composed of pure wood attribute spiritual qi. Han Li was deeply shocked. According to what Old Man Wen said, this talisman had been losing its spiritual nature for many years, but it was still clearly very powerful. But what made him even happier was that this spirit-form talisman was actually a wood attribute talisman, something that would greatly complement his cultivation technique. It would make it much easier to nurture. With that in mind, Hanli began to examine the glowing talisman. The talisman was the size of a hand and was emerald green, but golden and silver characters faintly surrounded it in a mysterious display. However, what attracted Han Li's attention was a small ball of faint purple light faintly revolving around the center. Han Li covered his hand in a layer of azure light and reached out for the talisman. Then in a flash of light, the talisman trembled and streaked out from the box. Han Li's expression sank upon seeing that it escaped. He then formed a fist and an illusory hand grabbed the talisman mid-air. Before the other cultivators could show their surprise, the hand of light had disappeared and the talisman was in Han Li's grasp. Han Li stared at the squirming talisman in his hand and chuckled. So this is the spirit form talisman. It is quite impressive. I heard that Daoist Heaven Talisman was a late nascent soul stage cultivator. Given the cultivation that was used to nurture this talisman, it wouldn't be easy for ordinary cultivators to refine it. And even if it is fully refined, its might will greatly decrease and will require further nurturing. This isn't something that can be done in a few short decades. If done improperly, it could take over 100 years. Old Man Wen and the other exchanged a glance when they heard this. With a sullen heart, he asked, "Does Senior think this talisman?" That would be what an early nascent soul cultivator would say. Since I'm at mid-stage with a wood attribute cultivation art, I would have an easier time refining this talisman. Han Li spoke indifferently, but in truth, there were quite a few things Han Li didn't say. Although it would take quite a while for him to hone the talisman, with further tempering the talisman would certainly surpass its original strength. So Senior agrees? Old Man Wen happily asked. The other cultivators in the hall looked at Han Li with hopeful faces. Not yet. First, tell me about this problem you want me to resolve. I could accept if it isn't too troublesome, Han Li said. Then with a shake of his hand, the talisman returned to the wooden box and was sealed once more. Old Man Wen was overjoyed to hear that Han Li would consider the matter and quickly began to explain, of course. In truth, the matter should be only a trivial effort for you. This matter is related to a market that we share. Over the past few days. Han Li calmly listened to him and a quarter-hour later, he flew out from the sect and headed north. Several days had passed and an affair of moderate importance in the Huayuan province had occurred. The Heavenly Talisman sect's guest elder Han suddenly arrived at the Devil Dao's Yang Fiend sect. Given his vast abilities and cultivation, he was able to easily defeat the sole nascent soul elder of the Yang Fiend sect and quickly departed afterwards. The next day, the Spirit Wind sect who previously had the backing of the Yang Fiend sect suddenly relocated their market to a faraway region. Not only this but the other small and mid-sized sects were alarmed by what they heard and they all abandoned the nearby region, giving the Heavenly Talisman sect and their allies complete control. For the time being, the three sects felt triumph. The three elders in particular felt that their investment had paid off. With the name of the mid-nascent soul guest elder protecting them, they reckoned they'd be able to surge in strength over the next 100 years. At that moment, the Huayuan province's top sect, the South Sea sect, had called together the Flood Dragon Extermination Hunt. Over a few short days, they managed to gather over 200 core formation cultivators and 10 nascent soul cultivators. Afterwards, they split into different squads to sweep various areas of the nearby sea for the hidden flood dragons. They would occasionally find a few low-grade demon beasts and exterminate them. Eventually, the human cultivators surged in momentum and planned to complete the hunt in a single move. However, the flood dragons were quite cunning and when they saw that something was amiss, they hid deep in the sea for several months. With no further trace of them, a portion of the cultivators lost their patience and abandoned the hunt. As further months passed by, there were now only about 100 cultivators in the hunt. As for the nascent soul cultivators, their numbers were now 7. With these amount of cultivators, they were no longer able to act in great force, and the flood dragons saw an opportunity. They immediately began to move. Not only did they begin to attack lone cultivators, but the Great 8 Blue Flood Dragon began to occasionally launch attacks on the squads of cultivators. Although these squads would have nascent soul cultivators leading them, the Great 8 Flood Dragon possessed great abilities, and its ice evasion techniques have reached perfection. After each attack, it would immediately escape any further conflict. As a result, it was able to devour many core formation cultivators without injury. The remaining cultivators were thoroughly struck with fear, and the South Sea sect found themselves between a rock and a hard place. They could only continue to gather more cultivators so that they may resume the hunt. One day, a group of a dozen core formation cultivators being led by a nascent soul cultivator was slowly flying across the sea. They had carefully released their spiritual sense around them, taking extra care to look into the sea below them. Among these cultivators was Hanli, who was disguised as a pale middle-aged man. He was flying at the back of the group with a calm expression, contrary to the irritation he felt. When the flood dragon extermination was called, Hanli entered their ranks as a core formation cultivator, hoping to take advantage of the situation. But he didn't expect that he wouldn't make any gains during this time. Ever since the flood dragons had resurfaced, all squads that went out on patrols were ambushed once or twice. The squad he joined was the only one that hadn't encountered a single one. This caused Hanli to be speechless. He truly didn't know if his luck was amazing or utterly terrible. But wasn't it asking for too much for only 2 of them to fight against the Great 8 Flood Dragon? Even if it were only to stall for time, ordinary cultivators couldn't last for long. If 2 won't do, then let's have 3. Their leader anxiously spoke. Not long after, thunder sounded out and an astonishing scene had occurred. An unremarkable cultivator from their group suddenly took to the skies with overbearing momentum, turning into a streak of blinding azure light as it flew towards the crimson cloud. A nascent soul cultivator, at mid-nascent soul stage. Those present shouted out in both surprise and delight. Their leader also rejoiced. Could it be the South Sea sect felt that something was amiss and hid a nascent soul cultivator in my group? With that thought, he turned his sights on the incoming sapphire cloud and charged towards it without another thought. Seeing that the 2 biggest threats were being blocked by nascent soul cultivators, the squad's morale rose and they flew off in different directions to obstruct the other approaching demon clouds. Soon, lights began to shine in every direction, followed by the sounds of distant explosions. But unlike the others, the cloud in front of Hanli remained motionless as a sea of scarlet inferno burned around him. He was protected by a layer of faint purple flames, and it would only let out the crackle of an occasional singe, a sound that was nothing in comparison to the thunderous booms echoing from the other battles. 100 meters in front of him, there was a transformed half-human demon beast. He was surrounded by a pillar of flames and was coldly glaring at Hanli. Although the demon appeared to be mostly human, his body was covered in sparkling fist-sized scarlet scales and variously sized threads of flame were streaming out from his body. Hanli widely smiled and said, "So it was actually a scarlet flame flood dragon, I was right in coming. Your scales will prove much more effective than a grade 7 one. You're going to fight me." The transformed scarlet flood dragon blankly stared at Hanli before widely grinning, revealing snow-white fangs. Then with a green glint from his eyes, the flame pillar surrounding him surged with an astonishing pressure. Despite the flood dragon's fierce display, he truly felt anxious. The cultivator who charged towards him was not only at mid-nascent soul stage, but his purple ice attribute flames were profoundly lethal. These weird flames restrained his own diligently cultivated demon flames, and that will greatly restrict his own abilities. Furthermore, Hanli's calm attitude had caused his heart to tremble for some unknown reason. The flood dragon faintly felt that disaster would soon befall him, and became even more uneasy. Hanli chuckled and indifferently said, "The reason why I came here was because I heard that there were great 7 flood dragons. Now that you're here, I no longer have any interest in those minor prizes." If his demon core could block the true strike, his life would be guaranteed. But if he missed, he could temporarily block it with his claws, as they were even harder than his tail, and use his demon core in the meantime to destroy him. Just as these thoughts appeared in his mind, a deafening impact sounded out. The demon core had clashed against the golden sword streak in a flash of red light and was pushed 10 meters back. So it was the middle sword, the flood dragon happily thought. However, the 2 other sword streaks brilliantly flashed beside him and he felt an unbearable pain afflict his claws as they cleanly cut through and continued towards his body. The flood dragon let out a fierce scream and his body flared with light as he attempted to dodge. However, purple flame quickly surged from beneath him in the shape of a lotus, enveloping him in a layer of frost. In that moment of delay, the 2 golden sword streaks burned with brilliant light before circling around the flood dragon's head. Swoosh! The flood dragon's head fell from his body. The dense scales on his neck hadn't offered the slightest resistance. With this, the other 2 clones had disappeared in a flicker of azure light. Before the final strike, Hanli had formed an incantation gesture inside of his sleeve, channeling most of his body's spiritual power into the 2 flying swords. As a result, the fearsome might of the infused auric essence had been fully displayed, and the swords carried forward with unyielding force. Just as the flood dragon's head tumbled off, Hanli pointed once more at the 2 sword streaks. With a crack of thunder, 2 dense bolts of lightning shot out from the swords, layering the flood dragon's corpse in a net. A red light suddenly appeared from the stump of its neck, revealing a miniature flood dragon that flew out in a panic, but it was caught by the net of lightning. Just as it thought to change the direction of its escape, the net quickly closed in and captured it. The flood dragon's soul was struck with terror and it spat out strands of scarlet flame at the net with all its might in an attempt to break free. Hanli coldly snorted when he saw this. The net soon shrunk to an area of 3 meters. Unlike with nascent souls, he didn't plan on destroying the soul. He summoned a small jade bottle into his hand and beckoned to the lightning net. Countless strands began to unravel towards the center of the net, and despite its greatest attempts, the flood dragon's soul had nowhere to run. Soon, a fist-sized golden ball was weaved around it, completely restraining it. He then pointed the bottle in his hand to the golden ball, and a mist of white light flew out before drawing the golden ball inside. Hanli's expression finally relaxed. Although I only have some skill in the spirit apparition technique, it seems quite effective in a fight. It is no wonder Gold Mist Mountain carries it as their legacy technique, Hanli muttered. He reached out to the still blazing flood dragon corpse and recalled the golden sword stuck in its tail. Afterwards, he kept the head and the rest in the corpse in a storage pouch he specially prepared. As for the masterless Grade 8 demon core, Hanli had carefully put it away in a jade box before turning his attention to the sea of flame and demon clouds surrounding him. Without the flood dragon's magic power to sustain it, it was gradually scattering away. He took advantage of this opportunity to look at how the other battles were going and he unconsciously frowned. The core formation cultivators were doing well enough since they had a numbers advantage against the Great 7 flood dragons. However, their nascent soul stage leader was at a great disadvantage and appeared to be on the verge of defeat. An icy glint flashed from his eyes and he muttered, "Grade 8 demon beasts are rarely encountered. I may as well take the second one." Hanli's body began to spark with azure light, intending to interfere with the battle. Monarch's soul divergence hurriedly sent a voice transmission, "Youngster Han, don't get carried away by greed. I've already sensed others on their way. If you delay, you won't be able to escape." The South Sea sect had spent an enormous amount of resources to slay these flood dragons. They won't easily let you go with the Grade 8 flood dragon in your possession. In his surprise, Hanli quickly verified this with his spiritual sense and sullenly said, "The South Sea sect have already arrived. They act quickly. What a pity, let's go then." Before the final traces of the demon cloud faded away, Hanli could no longer be seen. When the blue Grade 8 flood dragon sensed the fall of the scarlet flame flood dragon, it had thrown itself into the battle with reckless abandon, putting the already pressured party leader into an immediate crisis. The large man inwardly cursed and was about to flee. But then, two flashes of light lit up from the horizon, followed by two squads of cultivators. They were flying in their direction with their utmost speed. When the blue flood dragon saw this, it knew that matters had turned for the worse and immediately suppressed the fury in its heart. It let out a fierce scream before delving into the sea below. When the other flood dragons heard this, they also attempted to escape. However, the cultivators weren't about to allow them to easily escape and they tangled with them further, preventing their retreat. For a time, the battle became even more fierce and violent. Hanli had no interest in what happened and simply flew deep into the ocean. He wanted to find an uninhabited spirit island so that he could begin to refine Monarch Soul Divergence's puppet. Hanli had already bought a map of the sea in advance. He followed a path that cultivators rarely traveled and found a small uninhabited island a month later. The island was only 20 square kilometers and had a small, unremarkable spirit vein that spanned 4 kilometers. If the spirit vein was closer to the mainland, it would be certainly occupied by a small clan, but no small clan would dare to move into the sea where demon beasts roamed with the vein's current location. As for the higher-grade cultivators from larger clans, they would find the spirit vein to be of little interest. Additionally, the island wasn't near any traveled sea route and was far from any human contact. Hanli found the island to be quite satisfactory and immediately flew to a small mountain at the center, releasing his flying swords to cut a flat surface before summoning his hidden fortune mansion on top of it. In just a moment, it expanded into a small exquisite immortal abode. For the sake of carefulness, Hanli placed a concealment formation not only around the residence, but he also placed one around the small mountain, summoning a white mist 5 kilometers surrounding it. With these preparations done, he then placed his medicinal plants and spirit beasts inside their appropriate rooms. He also put the armored earth dragon under a restriction before placing it into one of the beast rooms. As for the large number of materials he carried, he put them all in his hidden chamber. After Hanli entered, he took off the bamboo tube from his back and placed it in front of him, calmly saying, "These materials are only enough for one attempt. If there are any errors during the refinement process, there won't be enough time to find a substitution. I also have no grasp on the chances of success." Monarch Soul Divergence replied, "I am well aware. Before you refine it, I will give you a detailed explanation of the refinement process and repeatedly test your understanding after. Only once you've truly grasped the process will I have you start. Before we start, you should take a look at this jade slip. It has some general information about my puppet." A white jade slip flew out from the bamboo tube with a slight bang and into Hanli's grasp. "Since Senior has thought much over the matter, I am relieved." Hanli nodded and then promptly sat down before immersing his spiritual sense into the jade slip. As time slowly passed by, Hanli's expression continued to change from amazement to excitement and finally, complete shock. After an unknown amount of time, Hanli let out a long sigh and withdrew his spiritual sense from the jade slip, even though he continued to sit in place as his mind wandered. After a quarter hour, he finally opened his eyes and muttered, "Not bad. If I succeed in refining this puppet, its might will be unrivaled. Provided enough spirit stones, it will be able to rival a late nascent soul cultivator. However, there is something I'm unsure of." Monarch Soul Divergence promptly said, since I've already given the puppet formula to you, there is no point in being reserved. Go ahead and ask. Hanli frowned and solemnly said, in that case, I'll be blunt. According to the puppet formulas I've learned in the past, the higher the grade of the puppet, the stronger the soul that is needed to fuse with it. But I feel that a demon beast's soul isn't suitable for a puppet of this strength. Even the grade 8 Scarlet Flood Dragon's soul won't be enough to use it. And I'm left somewhat confused since Senior never mentioned the matter of a soul before. Could it be that you have something else in mind? Monarch's Soul Divergence chuckled and said, so it was that. I also had this problem when I was researching it. I was already planning on giving you an explanation on this, or you wouldn't be able to refine the puppet with confidence. Hanli let out a dry laugh and casually said, Senior must be joking. To display the true might of this puppet, it will require the soul of a grade 9 demon beast. I truly doubt Senior has a way to resolve this. With this question still in mind, Hanli grew vigilant. He wasn't about to abandon his ever-cautious attitude because of his relationship with Monarch's Soul Divergence as both student and friend. With a deep voice, Monarch's Soul Divergence nonchalantly said, there is no need for any demon beast soul. When the time comes, just use my soul to refine the puppet. Use Senior's soul. Hanli spoke with a tone of complete shock. Monarch's Soul Divergence indifferently said, what? Do you think my soul is inferior to that of a grade 9 demon beast? Of course not, Hanli hesitantly said. Senior originally had the cultivation of late nascent soul stage and cultivated the great development techniques as well. Your spiritual sense would rival even that of a deity transformation cultivator. But, do you have no intention of reincarnating? Once your soul is fused with the puppet, you'll lose your sense of self. Monarch's Soul Divergence chuckled and boldly answered, of course I plan on reincarnating, but there is no guarantee I'll set foot on the path of cultivation once more. What do you mean? If I understand correctly, Senior plans to fuse his soul with the puppet but is unwilling to lose his chance at reincarnating. Could it be that Senior has a technique that can accomplish this? Monarch's Soul Divergence clearly explained, Youngster Han, that is exactly right. Because I used the soul attachment technique to a puppet, I was trapped for thousands of years and had little else to do but research a method that would be able to use a soul's power to control a puppet rather than magic power. That research had resulted in failure, but I had discovered a technique to divide one's soul in the process. This soul division technique is quite different from ordinary soul splitting techniques. This is genuine division of one's soul. When the time comes, I will split my soul into two. One of the halves will carry a majority of my soul's power and will be fused into the puppet. The other half will carry my memories and emotions, allowing me to enter the cycle of reincarnation once it disperses. When Hanli heard this, he astonishedly said, but will that method be appropriate? Dividing one's soul can't be easy. Don't worry, Monarch's Soul Divergence reassured, I will only be dividing the power of my soul. It won't obstruct the cycle of reincarnation. The strength of my soul would dissipate regardless if I were to simply die from age. So it was like that. Then I am relieved. After some thought, Hanli had no further questions and nodded with reassurance. Good. Now that there are no problems, I will begin to explain the various refinement process of each of the parts and areas you should take particular note of. I will first explain the puppet's body. It consists of a dozen core parts and their required materials are Monarch's Soul Divergence's voice eventually broke the silence and he deeply said, have you ever heard of divine flow clay? Hanli looked at the stone with surprise, of course I have. It's also known as illusory paste, a rare material used to refine complicated magic tools, and is said to be able to create any artifact. It also has the unique property of restoring any damage that it suffers. Could this unremarkable thing be it? I've heard that divine flow clay was white and as smooth as jade. Youngster Han, don't be alarmed. This is truly divine flow clay. However, ancient cultivators had mixed it with something else, and had peculiarly refined it into something known to them as flexile spirit jade. Those that can recognize this material can't number more than a dozen. I had found some information regarding this in an ancient cultivator residence and have long forgotten it. Have I not been reminded of something similar to it, I wouldn't have remembered. Hanli pensively asked, flexile spirit jade. What's the difference between that and divine flow clay? Hadn't you already discovered it? Not only will this material recover from deformation, but it can absorb the magic power of a cultivator's strike. If an attack condensed with spiritual power were to damage it, it will decrease more than half the injury. The sole weak point is that the clay doesn't offer any additional defensive power against direct attacks. But even so, its value is still no lesser than auric essence. Hanli smiled when he heard this and asked, so it was like that. Senior plans on weaving the divine flow clay into the puppet's body. Isn't it obvious? When the puppet's body is fused with tailstar silver and divine flow clay, it will require no defensive treasures. There will be hardly anyone in this world that will be able to easily destroy it. Monarch's Soul Divergence proudly said. Then let's do it. Hanli spoke without the slightest hesitation. Yes, but for now, let's set it aside and refine the other puppet parts first. I reckon that we'll be finished with all the parts in a year. All right, Hanli agreed. With a wave of his sleeve, he swept away all the items in a mist of azure light. Afterwards, he slapped his storage pouch and took out 8 jade boxes storing different materials before starting to refine another puppet part. In the eyes of a cultivator, a year was merely a moment. Apart from Hanli refining the puppet parts during this time, his 6-winged frost centipedes had suddenly evolved after consistently taking a snow soul pill every month. After they molted, their bodies grew several times larger, and developed yet another pair of wings. Not only did their speed greatly increase, but they were far more nimble as well. But after they evolved, the pills were no longer effective. It appeared their next evolution was still far away. One day, Hanli was inside the hidden chamber with closed eyes and a sparkling silver puppet floated in the air in front of him. His fingers continuously shifted, each of them connected to a different part of the puppet by a golden thread. Slowly revolving a foot above the silver puppet's head was a bamboo tube that faintly glowed with green light. After an unknown amount of time, his expression stirred and fingers came to a stop before eventually opening his eyes. It appears there are no problems. The puppet has been fused to perfection. It is very surprising that I was able to so smoothly join it together. Hanli stared at the puppet in front of him and revealed a trace of joy. Monarch's Soul Divergence's voice sounded out from the tube. That puppet is something that I had researched, and with my instructions, there isn't a single possibility of a mistake. Now that everything else is finished, we can begin the soul fusion. Will Senior reconsider? This is the first time you're using this soul division technique. It could greatly influence the possibility of your reincarnation if it goes awry, and will your soul be able to persist after you split it? Monarch's Soul Divergence softly chuckled and casually said, I've spent most of my life dedicated to the art of puppets. I am perfectly willing for my soul to become one. And even if I don't use this soul-splitting technique, the end of my lifespan will soon approach. I've also already given you the remaining layers of the Great Development Technique. I hope you will succeed it and pass it on to a new generation. When Hanli heard this, he tensely frowned and let out a long sigh. Since Senior has resolved himself, I won't say any more. I hope for your success. Monarch's Soul Divergence now heartily laughed, and a green light suddenly emerged from the bamboo tube, splitting it in half to reveal a small silhouette glowing with golden light. This small silhouette was a puppet that was several inches tall. It was intricately detailed and made of a material that was neither wood nor gold, modeled after a middle-aged man with a refined appearance. Green light shined from the eyes of this miniature man, and then it sat down cross-legged. As soon as it muttered an incantation, a speck of green light flew out of its mouth and expanded to the size of a fist, then floating back onto the miniature man. When Hanli saw this, his lips opened but no sound came out. Monarch's soul divergence began to utter the spell with greater speed, and the green light grew ever brighter. Hanli squinted at the sight and was forced to use his bright sight spirit eyes. Then, Monarch's soul divergence let out a scream of agony, causing the hidden chamber to tremble. As Hanli watched with amazement, the light split in two. The larger ball of light flew towards the silver puppet and the smaller one flickered before flying into the miniature man's mouth. With the green light faded away, the miniature man returned into view, but this time, it had a slumped head and the eyes shined ever dimmer. Hanli didn't dare to delay. He flicked his fingers at the puppet, had its mouth open, and drew in the ball of green light with silver threads. Afterwards, the puppet glowed with silver light and its body began to tremble. His face sank and he spat out a stream of purple flame, striking at the puppet. With a loud crackle, a dense layer of ice spread across and firmly sealed it in place. He had now sighed with relief, but worry appeared on his face as he raised his head to look at the miniature man in the air. So this is what it feels like to divide one's soul. How incredible. I suspect I am the only cultivator in the entire world to experience this feeling. Monarch's soul divergence's wild cackle suddenly sounded out from the small puppet, but his voice sounded quite weak as if he were extremely ill. Hanli couldn't help but ask, "Senior, are you all right?" "Don't worry," Monarch's soul divergence reassured him with an excited tone, "although I won't last long, I'll still be able to persist for half a month. Quickly now, fuse the soul to the puppet and allow me to witness its true might before I pass." Hanli raised his brow and said, "Of course, but before that, I'll use a soul-concentrating talisman to help stabilize Senior's remaining soul." Then with a wave of his sleeve, he released a crimson talisman. A soul-concentrating talisman, how rare. It is a bit of a waste to use it on someone who is about to perish. With a tremble of his wrist, the crimson talisman glowed with light and struck the small puppet. A red mist suddenly burst out and was quickly drawn into it. Hanli then calmly said, "This is something I've acquired from the storage pouch of a nascent soul cultivator I killed. Precious as it may be, I didn't spend any effort to acquire it and may as well make use of it." With a stronger voice, Monarch's soul divergence said in an awed tone, "Not bad. I feel quite better, but don't expect me to repay you. I am only repaying the help you gave me in the past." Monarch's soul divergence snorted several times and then beckoned to the two halves of the bamboo tube. With a rustle of air, they shot towards him and closed around him once more. Afterwards, it floated back to Hanli's side. Hanli didn't say anything further and beckoned to the large chunk of ice. Purple light flashed from it and the frost covering the puppet began to thaw. He sat again on the ground cross-legged and slapped the top of his head. In a flash of azure light, a nascent soul emerged and flew over to the puppet. 3 months later, Hanli emerged from the desolate island and streaked across the air in azure light. Bitter Bamboo Island was a small obscure isle in the nearby seas of the Great Gene, and was surrounded in blue mist all year long. The island's master was Old Man Bitter Bamboo. Although he wasn't widely famous in the mainland's cultivation world, a few mid and late nascent soul eccentrics on the continent held him in fear. To those overseas, he was particularly famous. Although he was only a mid-nascent soul cultivator, he had over 365 glacial bitter bamboo swords created from the divine mulberry tree on the island, and was held at the same level as the 3 great overseas cultivators. On Bitter Bamboo Island, the divine mulberry tree served as the center of a grand formation that consisted of over 10,000 trees. The formation itself was quite wondrous and its reputation widespread amongst overseas cultivators for tens of thousands of years as one of the many fantastical ancient formations that still existed. Even if a late nascent soul cultivator was to intrude, their abilities would be greatly weakened. One day, however, an uninvited guest appeared near the island. Light flashed in the distant sky, followed by a streak of azure tearing through the sky like a bolt of lightning, arriving 50 kilometers away from an island covered in mist. The light faded away to reveal a youth wearing Confucian robes and carrying a bamboo tube on his back. Hanli looked down at the mist, but his vision was completely concealed. He raised his brow and tried once more with blue light flashing from his eyes. A moment later, his expression became sullen. He muttered, "The Grand Myriad Tree Formation is worthy of its reputation. Even with the use of my bright sight spirit eyes, I can't see through their restrictions. Of course. This trip will make a great target to test the puppet's strength. Not only is Old Man Bitter Bamboo an optimal opponent, but you also need the tail feathers of their black phoenix for the Triflame fan." Monarch Soul Divergence's weak voice sounded out from the bamboo tube. Ever since he had performed the soul division, his strength had been on the decline. Hanli worriedly asked, "Exactly, but will you be able to persist?" Monarch Soul Divergence softly chuckled, "Don't worry, with the aid of the soul concentrating talisman, I won't easily pass away from this world before seeing the true might of this puppet." Hanli nodded and looked down once again. He narrowed his eyes and slapped a storage pouch at his waist. Then in the glow of azure light, a pale middle-aged cultivator with a stature similar to Hanli appeared. The cultivator wore yellow robes and had impeccably smooth skin. Under closer inspection, it had a clear resemblance to the miniature puppet that Monarch Soul Divergence housed himself in, but the eyes glinted with cold light and its expression was void of emotion. Although Hanli had seen this puppet many times before, he couldn't help but take another look. The flexile spirit jade was truly miraculous and created the appearance of a lifelike person. Under Monarch Soul Divergence's refinement instructions, the gray stone had turned into the color of flesh and was fused with Tailstar silver to become the puppet's outer shell. Because flexile spirit jade could change shape, one could place a thread of spiritual sense inside and control the puppet to speak and change appearance. However, there was one glaring problem with using the puppet. Full use of its abilities for repeated attacks could only be sustained with high-grade spirit stones for a puppet as grand as this, but they were incredibly rare. Though they are all in high demand in every market, Hanli was able to gather a few of them. He reckoned that if it were to attack in full force, it would consume one high-grade spirit stone in a quarter hour. "Let's begin," Hanli calmly said. Since the puppet had been refined, it needed to be tested. The puppet raised its hands and spread out its fingers, immediately gathering mists of blue light around each palm. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into huge blinding spheres that carried an astonishing pressure. With a flick of its wrists, the light spheres shot forward in a line and disappeared deep into the mist. Hanli expressionlessly glanced down in silence. Shortly after, a world-shaking eruption burst out and the calm mist now wildly surged. Two broad pillars of wind erupted into the sky and wildly wreaked havoc, scattering 300 meters of the mist around them like a storm. The surrounding winds howled furiously in rage as they blew. Hanli took advantage of the chaos and looked again, faintly catching sight of a large island. A barrier of green light appeared above it and seemed to cover most of it. A dozen streaks of various colored light then flew directly towards them without restraint. It was clear that the attack had alarmed the cultivators on the island. Hanli examined them and saw that there was a large disparity of power among them. They ranged from foundation establishment to core formation stage and were being led by a late core formation cultivator. "Who are you two? Why have you, May I ask why you two seniors have paid our island a visit?" When the old man arrived, he originally thought to rebuke and interrogate them, but when their leader swept his spiritual sense past Hanli, he discovered he possessed mid-nascent soul cultivation, much like his master. When he wasn't able to see through the other's cultivation especially, he felt his heart drop and his tone quickly changed. Hanli blinked and smiled, saying, "I've long heard of fellow Daoist Bamboo's famous reputation, and decided to pay him a visit. Could you make a report?" The old man in charge was surprised and then also smiled. "That is unfortunate. The master had entered seclusion several years prior and cannot meet with guests. If you two seniors have any important requests, can you first mention them to me? The matters of Bitter Bamboo Island have been left in my charge." Hanli calmly said, "Fellow Daoist Bitter Bamboo is in seclusion. What a pity, but it'll be fine since you can handle it. I heard that your esteemed island was nurturing a black phoenix, is this true?" The old man felt his heart tremble. "What does senior mean?" With an unchanged expression, Hanli calmly said, "It's nothing much. I just want to refine a treasure that will require 3 of its tail feathers. I am willing to trade a grade 7 and 3 grade 6 demon cores. Are you willing to agree?" After that, he summoned 4 jade boxes in front of him with a sweep of his sleeve. He casually pointed to each of them, and they opened to reveal 4 various colored demon cores with one of them slightly larger than the others. "Exchange these for phoenix feathers?" the old man asked with confusion. As Hanli's request was beyond his expectations, he couldn't help but feel at a loss. Hanli's smile faded to reveal a solemn expression. "That's right. Your black phoenix should be a grade 7 demon beast. It should be a fair trade with this many demon cores and show that my intentions are sincere." The old man's expression wavered for a long while before eventually shaking his head. These demon cores would be more than enough for the trade. However, this isn't something that I can decide. When Hanli heard this, his face turned cold as he silently glared at the old man. When he saw that Hanli appeared angered, his heart sank and hastily explained, "Please don't misunderstand, senior. I don't mean you any disrespect, but the Black Phoenix is undergoing a crucial point in its cultivation. We cannot do anything that would harm it. So it was like that, but I cannot give up on those feathers. How about this? I'll add another grade 7 demon core to compensate you for your loss." Hanli frowned and then took out another jade box. The Bitter Bamboo Island cultivators then looked at each other in dismay. "What, are you still unwilling to accept?" Hanli gloomily sighed and then looked at those present with an icy expression. The old man trembled under Hanli's frigid gaze. After taking another glance at the unknown cultivator at Hanli's side, he eventually gritted his teeth and said, "Since this matter is so incredibly important, I truly cannot make the decision. Please wait a moment, I will take upon the risk of offending the master and send him a message. Let us wait for his reply. If he handled this improperly or ended up provoking a powerful enemy, he would be punished regardless." "Good, I'll wait." Hanli nodded and his face relaxed. As a result, the old man made certain of the details and then released the voice transmission talisman back to the island. Knowing the vast cultivation of the 2 cultivators, he had no other choice but to disturb his master. Hanli didn't wait for long. As he examined the restrictions on the island, he heard an aged voice echo out. "So it was a nascent soul stage fellow Daoish that has paid a visit. I hope you'll forgive me for not coming out personally to greet you." With that said, Old Man Bamboo then commanded his disciples, "Bring them to the Phoenix Pavilion." "I'll come shortly." The old man hastily bowed in salute and respectfully replied, "As you command, master." Then, he turned and smiled, "Seniors, please follow me. The master has agreed to meet you." Hanli glanced around and said with an unchanged tone, "Good, I was interested in taking a look at this well-renowned island." Afterwards, he descended with the puppet in tow. With the assistance of the late nascent soul stage puppet, Hanley reckoned they wouldn't be able to restrain him even if they activated the myriad tree formation. In the blink of an eye, the party flew into the island through an opening in the barrier. As soon as Hanley entered, he suddenly felt a wave of spiritual chi immerse his senses. He looked down below at the large verdant trees, seeing them grow up to heights of over 100 meters. There were a large variety, including those that were rarely ever seen. Among them, there were a dozen that were clearly larger than the others, mulberry trees that were a bizarre purple. They were strangely arranged throughout the island, presumably in accordance with Taoist principles. Hanley frowned and suddenly asked the old man, "These are your island's divine mulberry trees, wasn't there only said to be one? How can there be a dozen?" The old man stole a few glances at the unknown cultivator and silently thought, why has he never spoken or face moved? Could he possess a peculiar character? Three days later, Hanley appeared at a nameless island. He stood on a huge boulder on the shore and solemnly watched Monarch's Soul Divergence's small puppet body. Hanley slowly asked, "Does Senior truly wish to pass away of his own accord? I still have methods that can allow your soul to persist for another month or two." The miniature puppet shook its head and said, "What does a few more days matter to me? I don't want to trouble you in this matter. In that case, I won't say anything else. I hope you'll be able to reincarnate and have the opportunity to cultivate in your next life. How could the path of reincarnation be so easily tread? Even if I reincarnate, I might not take the body of a human." "Ah yes, youngster Han, do you remember that you'd agree to one request since I researched the refinement process for the Triflame fan?" "Of course I remember. Do you think I'd forget if you hadn't mentioned it?" Hanley said with a wry smile. Monarch's Soul Divergent snorted. "In that case, I will make good use of it. My request is quite simple. If it is possible, I hope you will reclaim the 1,000 Bamboo School in the far west, take in a disciple on my behalf, and continue my legacy. Do not allow my teachings to die out. The current head of the school is not someone that had stemmed from my own personal disciples. I feel ill at ease over the matter." "It is no problem," Hanley quickly replied. "When the time comes, I will take in a talented disciple and teach them all of your puppet techniques. Later, I will have them become the 1,000 Bamboo sect master." Monarch's Soul Divergence bellowed with laughter. "Your words have put my heart at ease. I've collected all my techniques, life's experiences, and knowledge into a set of jade slips I call the Great Development Treasure Scriptures. I've left them all in my Heaven Fortune cask. Learn as much of it as you can, and teach them to the succeeding disciples of the 1,000 Bamboo School. Only then will my legacy be truly passed on." A fist-sized ball of green light then shot out from the puppet body and soared to the skies. As a series of cryptic incantations sounded out from it, the light suddenly surged, quickly turning into a blinding 3-meter-wide wheel 100 meters in the air, forcing Hanley to squint his eyes at the sight. Then, the incantations came to a sudden halt and the area became silent. A quarter-hour later, the wheel shrank and loudly ruptured, filling half of the sky with specks of green light in a marvelous display. Hanley sadly watched this funeral unfold. With this, the sect-establishing Grandmaster known as the Monarch of Soul Divergence had passed away. He quietly peered upon sky for a long while and drew a deep breath before lowering his gaze to find a lifeless small puppet floating in midair. After putting it away in a wind of azure light, he slapped the bamboo tube on his back and summoned several jade slips out from it. Hanley swept his spiritual sense through the jade slips and read that they did indeed contain the experiences of Monarch's Soul Divergence's life, including many secret techniques as well as many strange secrets of the cultivation world. After a while, he put away the jade slips in his storage pouch and muttered to himself as he sank into thought. Now that the grand puppet was complete, the next step was to refine the triflame fan. Then, he should have enough strength to face the elder devil. However, the fan would be somewhat troublesome to create. He would need the assistance of the true flames of earth, heaven, and man. During his time at the 100 Possibilities Pavilion, he grew quite interested in their vein of earth-long fire. In truth, he had wanted to use the flames to assist him in refining the materials, but now that he was in the Great Gene, the matter was impossible. If he wanted to refine the materials that required earth fire, he'd have to find another pure reservoir. There were many in the Great Gene and quite a few famous ones that didn't belong to any sect. Rather, these areas were easy to find, but they were desolate lands that lacked spiritual chi. As for flames of man, a true fire of any cultivator would do, including his nascent flame. The sole problem was finding the flames of heaven. According to the jade slip, the so-called heaven fire was the flames produced from heavenly lightning. It would require a violent storm as he would be using the naturally occurring lightning in the refinement process. Even if he were to use a heavenly lightning bead, something that was refined from worldly lightning, it wouldn't require lightning but that power turned into flame. So long as the conditions were fulfilled, he'd be able to refine all the materials in about 3 months. Then, the completion of the triflame fan would only be a matter of time. Additionally, he still had enough time to meet with the 9 Serenities Sect's Elder Wei at the Empire's south border. Although Hanli had agreed to his request with ulterior motives and didn't regard it with importance, there was a volcano at the southern border named Silver Snake Mountain. It erupted year-long and was a famous fire vein in the Great Gene. Many cultivators would go there to refine their magic tools and treasures, allowing him to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He was also quite interested in the matter, given how seriously Elder Wei treated the request. To tell the truth, he had completed about half of his objectives in the Great Gene. All that was left was for him to acquire the removal incantation for the Soul Seal Curse from the Yin Sifting Sect and seize back the 2 flying swords from the Elder Devil. Before then, he would have to refine another set of his flying swords with the new auric essence. After thinking about this for a long while, he settled on a plan of action, but there were still 2 matters he had to handle first. He promptly flew towards a small mountain range on the island and released his hidden fortune mansion on top of one. After placing down a few concealment formations, he entered his hidden chambers. 6 days later, he had taken in the spirit form talisman that he acquired into his body. With that done, he sat down cross-legged and flung a spirit beast pouch from his waist into the air. The bag opened and white mist spilled out to reveal a meter-long yellow demon beast that resembled a pangolin. It was the armored earth dragon he acquired several years prior. The beast had various colored restriction talismans stuck all around its body, and its limbs were pierced with several sparkling golden needles, leaving it motionlessly lying on the floor. When Hanli released it, its eyes anxiously wandered and it looked at Hanli with a miserable appearance. It appeared that these few years had greatly weakened the beast's unruliness. Hanli eerily said, "There is no need to play the fool, demon beast. You will agree to pay allegiance to me, release your spiritual senses of your own accord, and allow me to subject you to a soul restraint. Otherwise, I'll simply kill you. Your demon core and scales should fetch me a good price." When the armored earth dragon heard this, its body trembled and fear betrayed in its eyes. But then, it resentfully glared at him. Hanli looked at the beast and bluntly said, "I won't have you become an inherited spirit beast. You will only be under control during my lifetime. During this, if I perish or ascend to the next realm, you'll be freed. Since your lives are far longer than ours, this will only be a moment of your time." The dragon's gaze wavered and appeared to show hesitation. Hanli mysteriously smiled and slapped his storage pouch, summoning a small green bottle into his hand. "Fush! Purple flames ignited, enveloping the bottle and releasing its lid into the air. Then, a glacial mist quickly shot out and rapidly dropped the temperature in the room. When the dragon felt this glacial chi, its entire body began to tremble and astonishment appeared in its eyes. Hanli flicked his wrist and a drop of silver liquid flew out from the bottle and quickly condensed into a pearl. Its eyes grew dull and its nose began to twitch towards the pearl. Suddenly, bestial snarls began to leave its mouth as if in a show of excitement. Good, you recognize it. If you agree to become my spirit beast, I'll give you 2 drops of glacial quintessence, allowing you an opportunity to survive ascension tribulation. Now choose, Hanli coldly said. Though the dragon was tempted by the pearl, its face still twitched with hesitance. After a long while, the demon beast still didn't make any clear signs. Hanli snorted and then put the bottle away. Then, purple flames flickered from his hand and slowly condensed into the form of a sword. When the armored earth dragon sensed the sword's fearsome spiritual power, its expression shifted. Hanli then released the sword, causing the demon beast to scream out in terror and yelp out in submission. 1. The 100 Possibilities Pavilion is a sect allied to the Drifting Clouds sect and share the Dream Cloud Mountains with them alongside the Ancient Sword sect in the Heavenly South. Hanli visited it when he fought against the Ancient Sword sect's eccentric Jean in Chapter 869. They were running with pointed feet and were sweeping across the ground in a clear display of body lightning techniques. One of the women in the group caused Hanli to suddenly yelp in surprise when he saw her. Soon after, he swept his sleeve and an azure mist spread out, clearing the miasma in the area, clearing an area of 100 meters. The group came to a sudden stop when they entered the clearing. Before they could react, Hanli pointed to the area behind them and made a fist. A hand of azure light appeared and captured something black in its grasp. Then, it flew in a circle and returned to Hanli. The hand held a foot-long scorpion with a shiny jet-black shell, its half-foot-long tail was barbed and glowed with a purple light. This was the iron-tail scorpion variant that was pursuing these low-grade cultivators. The scorpion was only a grade 2 spirit beast, and was firmly confined by the hand of light, only capable of snarling in its capture. These cultivators were all dumbstruck when they saw Hanli in the air and were at a complete loss. The light around him scattered and he asked one of the women, "I didn't think I'd see fellow Daoist Wang here after I left the Jin capital. Is young Miss Chow doing well?" "It's fellow D no, Senior Han. Junior Marshal Sister Chow is still in the Jin capital. I've only come here with a few comrades in search of spirit medicines." Lady Wang hurriedly took the initiative to respectfully salute him. Ever since Hanli took off after he was attracted by the sword cry, she had come to realize Hanli's identity as a high-grade cultivator and didn't dare to act casually with him. When the others saw that Lady Wang recognized this great cultivator, they felt relieved and all stepped forward and saluted Hanli in thanks. However, they all believed Hanli to be at core formation stage as nascent soul cultivators were far beyond the possibility of contact. Hanli nodded in acknowledgement and then turned to look at the confined scorpion with a frown. "As the niece of the South Pillar General, you shouldn't need to brave the risk of looking for spiritual herbs." Lady Wang's expression blanked and then she wryly smiled. "Although my clan is rich and has provided me with a few spirit stones, my aptitude is only average. How could they possibly afford so many spirit stones on me?" In truth, your aptitude is quite good, foundation establishment stage isn't out of reach for you. Since we had the fate to meet again, I'll hand this over to you. I have business to attend to soon, take care of yourselves." After that was said, Hanli casually pointed to the hand of light. With a soft bang, the hand scattered into specks of light and the large scorpion trembled before falling to the ground, completely immobile. "Senior, Just as Lady Wang was about to utter words of thanks, Hanli disappeared in a flash and her words came to a sudden stop. The other cultivators looked at the large scorpion variant with envy. However, since the scorpion was something a high-grade cultivator had given her, none of them dared to rob her. They could only watch as the woman stuck several talismans on it and happily placed it in her spirit beast pouch. Moments later, an explosion sounded out and the miasma covering the sky began to coil. Then, a furious wind scattered some of the miasma to reveal a black storm cloud floating in the air. At that moment, Hanli glanced at the black mountain in the distance and muttered, "The time has finally come." He then flew towards the mountain in a streak. Rolls of thunder sounded out and heavy rain pelted the surrounding miasma, causing it to shrink down to several meters off the ground. On the mountain in the distance, a storm began to reveal itself. Hanli descended onto a large boulder on the mountaintop, remaining dry with the aid of a barrier of light surrounding him. However, there were 8 cultivators already gathered, 2 at Foundation Establishment and the rest at Qi Condensation. The group all had their hair wrapped in a bun and wore native outfits. When they saw Hanli appear, they all looked at each other in dismay. Hanli swept his gaze at the cultivators and released a flood of astonishing spiritual qi. After waving his arm at the cultivators, he coldly shouted, "Get lost," as wind wildly blew around him, a mist of azure mist surged. In their alarm, a few of the cultivators released protective barriers and hastily flew off on their magic tools. However, all of them were engulfed by azure mist and flung 100 meters away. This made for a sorry sight as they wore faces of terror. At that moment, they wordlessly rushed off the mountain now that they knew Hanli was a high-grade cultivator. As Hanli watched them disappear from the mountaintop, he expressionlessly turned his gaze to the sky. Lightning roared and danced in the black clouds above him. The green-robed woman Hanli spoke to was Chao Mingrong's senior martial sister Wang, who he had earlier met on his way to the Jin capital. Then after striking it with several spell seals, it formed an azure barrier around him, blocking the storm from disturbing him. Then, he took a seat with his eyes closed. Of course, he couldn't refine any of the Triflame fan's materials in this woman's presence. Soon, only the sounds of thunder and wind could be heard. After an entire day, the rain finally began to slowly go away and the scorching sun appeared in the sky. The weather immediately became hot and humid as miasma slowly restored its domain, enveloping the entire range once more. In addition, the many insects that had taken refuge had again emerged from the ground. With great calm, Hanli slowly released his spiritual sense to a 10-kilometer range. Able to sense everything from the trees to the smallest insect all clearly in his mind, he sank into tranquil meditation. Whenever low-grade cultivators made their way up the mountain, they would immediately flee with terror after discovering the astonishing cultivation of the 2 nascent soul cultivators. As for Hanli and the palace-robed woman, they remained seated for 3 entire days. On the morning of the 4th day, another high-grade cultivator eventually arrived on the main mountain. This time, it was a man with a towering stature. He had a grotesque appearance and dark, shiny skin. From the result of some unknown technique, he left behind an evil wind in his tracks as he flew here on a large tortoise shell. When this large man saw them both, he heartily laughed and found another boulder to sit on. However, he had no intention of meditating. Instead, he took out a sparkling golden book and began to read it. His scholarly actions made for a drastic contrast with his appearance. Although they had turned a blind eye to his actions, Hanli was in truth inwardly frowning. This towering man was also at mid-nascent soul stage. It appeared that Old Man Fu's objective would be unordinary to gather so many cultivators at their level. Following the new arrival, the three cultivators each tended to their own matters, not bothering to strike up any conversation. It wasn't until half a month later, when the miasma had mostly retreated, that two more striking lights flew towards the mountain with practiced coordination. The two streaks circled above and dropped down in the middle of the three to reveal the 9 Serenities sect Elder Wei and a beautiful black-clothed woman with thick eyebrows and a solemn face. While she remained silent and emotionless, Elder Wei looked at the three with a happy bearing and said, "You three have honored me with your timely arrival. I was originally making preparations in case any of you were missing, but it seems it wasn't necessary." The large man coldly smiled and bluntly said, "Although I have come, I am currently in a crucial point in overcoming my bottleneck. If Brother Fu's affairs disinterest me, I will immediately leave. Don't worry, Brother Yuan. You should know that I speak truly, since I've requested fellow Taoists Han and Bai to come as well. But before that, an introduction is due. This is my junior martial sister Chang Jifang, the 9 Serenities sect's internal affairs elder. Since you've stemmed from the Nanjiang's sacred poison sect, we'll especially need the assistance of a native like yourself, Brother Yuan. As for fellow Taoist Han, he possesses astonishing abilities and is a vagrant cultivator from overseas. Fellow Taoist Bai is." Old Man Fu then proceeded to give a quick introduction of one another. When the others heard Old Man Fu mention that Han Li possessed astonishing abilities, Cultivator Yuan and Bai Yaoi both looked at him with a trace of surprise. Han Li frowned when he heard this and said, "Fellow Taoist Fu is overpraising me. My cultivation is rather average. Where have you heard of my said astonishing abilities?" With a deep tone, Old Man Fu deeply said, "There is no need to hide it. Not only have you killed the old man Shao in the Jin capital, but after the trade meet, did you not also kill the illustrious monk Wicked Fire? Given your vast cultivation, what is there to say? Monk Wicked Fire was killed by fellow Taoist Han." Cultivator Yuan suddenly looked at Han Li with a vastly changed expression. Bai Yaoi also revealed shock. Only the black-clothed woman appeared indifferent, as if she already knew beforehand. Han Li bitterly chuckled and said with a helpless tone, "Brother Fu must be mistaken. While I did kill an unknown early nascent soul cultivator in the Jin capital, the one who killed this monk Wicked Fire was another cultivator. Do you believe that a vagrant like myself could possess such heaven-defying abilities?" Another cultivator. "I heard that there were 2 similar-faced cultivators that fought against monk Wicked Fire. Could it be that it truly wasn't you?" Old Man Fu's expression relaxed, but he spoke with a tone of doubt. Han Li rubbed his chin and said, "Brother Fu truly overestimates me. If I have the power to kill a mid-nascent soul cultivator in an instant, why would I need to avoid the Yin-sifting sect? I could boldly leave and none would dare to block me." Regardless, that old man Shao was exceptionally cunning and was skilled in several evasion techniques. Being able to kill him already displays exceptional abilities. In any case, do you recognize the cultivator that killed monk Wicked Fire? TCH, the sudden appearance of a late nascent soul cultivator can surely only mean that they come from overseas. Old Man Fu asked with a greatly interested tone. Han Li shook his head and calmly said, "The cultivator who killed monk Wicked Fire only had the same face as me. We don't have the slightest relationship. What a pity. If we were able to find him, our odds of success would be even greater." With that said, Old Man Fu dryly laughed and dropped the topic. Cultivator Yuan then asked, "I also heard that a 2-headed and 4-armed devil appeared near the underground trade meet on the last day. It devoured several early nascent soul cultivators. Was it not for the great cultivator overseeing the trade meeting, the entire group would have been eliminated. Does Brother Han know of this matter?" Han Li answered, "I don't, I was already far away when it happened." Cultivator Yuan wore a doubtful expression when he heard this. At that moment, Bai Yaoi asked, "Fellow Taoist Fu, how about you tell us about this appointment? I wouldn't have come to such a faraway place if it weren't for that small favor I owed you. Of course. However, since this matter is of great importance, it'd be best that we take necessary precautions. Then, Old Man Fu flicked his fingers all around him and released a dozen streaks of green fire. They ruptured into bursts of dark flame and faded away into mists of green light. Han Li swept his spiritual sense past them and found the faint fluctuations of the restriction. Although he didn't know what kind he employed, the ease at which he set it up had caused his heart to tremble. He couldn't help but think higher of the old man. Both Bai Yaoi and Cultivator Yuan swept their spiritual sense past the restriction as well, and they couldn't help but feel a trace of excitement at how seriously the old man was acting. Old Man Fu let out a deep breath and solemnly said, "In truth, I've been preparing for this for over the last 30 years, and now a true opportunity has appeared. Have you fellow Taoists ever heard of an ancient medicine known as the nascent cultivating pill?" The nascent cultivating pill. Bai Yaoi and Cultivator Yuan both appeared at a loss, but when Han Li heard this name, his expression stirred. When Cultivator Yuan saw this, he asked, "Does fellow Taoist Han know of the medicine pill?" After a moment of thought, Han Li elaborated, "Yes, a little bit." The nascent cultivating pill was an ancient sect signature spiritual medicine, and can be considered of divine quality. It was said that when the pill was taken, it would provide immense benefits to the nascent soul, allowing them to easily break through bottlenecks. However, the sect wasn't able to endure the passage of time and the medicine pill formula was lost. Now, there are only a sparse few that know of its existence. Were it not for the fact that Han Li was well researched in pill refinement and had read through many relevant ancient records, he would have no knowledge on this. Both Cultivator Yuan and Bai Yaoi showed delight. With much eager, Cultivator Yuan asked, "Brother Wei, you mean to say you know the whereabouts of this pill?" It stands to mention that after a cultivator entered nascent soul stage, the number of medicines and methods to break through bottlenecks, even from those of ancient times, were reduced to nearly nothing. And if someone came into possession of one, they wouldn't dare to mention it even to their kin. After so many years, such items from antiquity had mostly disappeared. Apart from the few heaven-defying items of legend, most nascent soul cultivators had to rely on cultivation advancement medicines to break through their bottlenecks. As a result, those present couldn't help but stir in excitement when they heard of the pill's effects. Old Man Fu chuckled with a proud expression. "It surprises me that Han Li actually knows of the pill." "That's right though, I acquired the refinement formula for this pill over 100 years ago. Fellow Taoist actually has such a treasure." Cultivator Yuan knitted his hands together and his overwhelming excitement was betrayed from the slight red light blossoming over his dark face. Both Han Li and Bao Yaoi exchanged a similar glance of happiness. Old Man Fu nodded. "I am also proficient in pill refinement techniques. So long as I have all the materials, the refinement shouldn't prove to be a problem." Han Li furrowed his brow and asked, "From your tone, it seems you are lacking said materials." "Brother Han is quite sharp. Were it not for the fact that I was missing one of its main ingredients, I would have refined it years ago. It is for this reason that I wish for you to lend me your strength." Bai Yaoi frowned and said, "Since you weren't able to acquire it after so many years despite your position as a Nine Serenities sect elder, this item should be truly difficult to find." "Hard to find." Old Man Fu bitterly chuckled, "This material should be extinct from this world. At the time, I believed the pill formula to be useless, but I didn't think I'd find traces of it. As such, this caused me to write up plans." Cultivator Yuan impatiently said, "All right, Brother Fu, please don't speak in circles. Quickly now, properly tell us what you require." Old Man Fu calmly stated, "The flesh of an Umbraine horse." In his alarm, Han Li narrowed his eyes and asked, "An Umbraine horse? Where did fellow Taoist find such a thing?" When Bai Yaoi and Cultivator Yuan heard this, they exchanged looks of dismay. The old man chuckled and deeply said, I happened to found traces of it 30 years ago right here in Nanjiang. Bai Yaoi moved a strand of hair from her face and calmly asked, since Brother Fu has already made such preparations, why did you seek us out? If you wanted mid-nascent soul cultivators, it shouldn't be hard to find them in your Nine Serenities sect. When the other two heard this, their expressions stirred. Cultivator Yuan in particular closely stared at Old Man Fu's face. A fierce look appeared on the old man's face and he angrily said, this might be true for others but not to me. Because of grievances in the past, I've become hostile with most similar grade cultivators in my sect. Apart from my junior martial sister Chang, the rest are looking forward to the day I die. Even if they agreed to help, I fear they would be waiting for opportunity to betray me. Han Li was stunned by how empty these words were. Who could tell if they were true? However, since he said this, it would be difficult to further pursue the matter and they could only remain silent. Bai Yaoi lowered her head in thought. Then, she raised her head and said, given how dangerous it is to enter the Yin-Yang cave, I must properly think about it. Can you give me 3 days to come to a decision? Of course. We won't even begin until half a year regardless. We must first wait for the 20-year cycle when the yin winds are weakest in the cave, and you should also prepare treasures to deal with the ghosts beforehand. But before we depart today, I will require you all to sign this Underworld River page with your blood essence, swearing a venomous oath that you cannot mention this to any other. I am a coward first and foremost and a gentleman later. I don't want this matter attracting any attention down the line. Old Man Fu smiled and with a wave of his sleeve, a piece of yellow paper appeared in a flourish of black flames. An Underworld River page. Cultivator Yuan cried out in alarm, the wicked tool used to befall calamity on those who break their oaths. Hadn't it disappeared several hundred years ago? When Han Li heard this, he felt shocked. Old Man Fu indifferently replied, I had to spend quite a sum in the underground market to acquire this. While it isn't nearly as outrageous as legends swear, it can at least keep you quiet for a short time. Fellow Taoist Han might not know of the death of the Heavenly Devil sect's Feng Tianqing, but fellow Taoists Bai and Yuan should know. Feng Tianqing was a mid-nascent soul cultivator like us and I hope that none of you would wish to test its effectiveness. Cultivator Yuan's expression wavered for a long while, and then he decisively said, fine, I won't let something as valuable as a nascent cultivating pill pass me by. In half a year, I will arrive on schedule. Afterwards, he summoned the flaming black page a meter in front of him with a wave of his hand. He then spat out a cloud of blood essence next to it. He dipped his finger in the blood essence and quickly wrote a few ancient characters on the page. Shortly after, a malevolent ghost face emerged from the black flames and wickedly smiled at the large man. Then, it sucked the bloody characters on the page into its mouth before disappearing into smoke. The strange scene caused Han Li's heart to thump. Old Man Fu recalled the page and examined it for a moment before revealing a satisfied expression. Then, he turned his gaze to Bai Yaoi. The woman shortly hesitated before resigning herself and summoned the page towards her. Following the same events, the ghost head also made a strange and abrupt appearance. When Old Man Fu turned his sights on Han Li, he inwardly sighed. Although he felt a trace of fear towards this item, it appeared he didn't have a choice over the matter. He expressionlessly pointed at the page and summoned it. After staring at it, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a cloud of blood essence. He quickly wrote down that he swore not to divulge the details of the day's meeting and in a flash of crimson light, the ghost face appeared once more from the black flames. It sinisterly smiled and when it opened its mouth, but something suddenly stirred inside of Han Li and it let out a strange cry. Although the sound wasn't loud, all the nearby cultivators could clearly hear it. While the others didn't react when they heard this, the ghost face suddenly warped and it let out a howl before disappearing in a panic. Old Man Fu and the others were all dumbstruck by the sight. Han Li wore an odd look on his face and sighed. He swept away the page and said, "There is no need for me to consider anything, and will arrive as scheduled. But it appears that there is something about me that is able to restrain this page, so I am incapable of writing down an oath. However, I am only a vagrant cultivator and won't be departing from Nanjiang in the coming 6 months, nor will I tell anybody else of this matter." Han Li had swept back the page to Old Man Fu in a wave of azure light. He grabbed the page, still wearing an astonished expression, and appeared to be at a loss. Apart from the Underworld River page, he had no other method of keeping Han Li quiet on the matter. Then, the black-clothed woman finally broke her silence. "Senior Marshal Brother Fu, I feel that fellow Daoist Han's words are reasonable. I'll trust him to keep quiet." The woman's voice was somewhat hoarse, but it invoked an indescribable attraction. With a flutter of her bright eyes, it felt like she could bewitch someone with her beauty. When Old Man Fu heard his junior marshal sister, he hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded after some thought. "Since the Underworld River page has no effect on fellow Daoist Han, I won't force the matter. But I will have to place a marker on your body. It will disappear of its own accord in half a year if you remain in Nanjiang, and I hope fellow Daoist Han won't force me to take action." Han Li smiled and immediately replied, "Go ahead, fellow Daoist Fu. I don't care to hide my whereabouts." With that, Old Man Fu grasped one of his hands in a gesture and released a blue light after an incantation was muttered. Han Li attentively watched him and saw that he was only using a common imprinting spell seal. As such, he raised his hand and allowed the blue light to strike him before disappearing without a trace. Old Man Fu appeared satisfied and put away the Underworld River page. Then he said, "I've already finished telling you all about the affair. Since fellow Daoist Bai still needs 3 days to consider the matter, my junior marshal sister and I will remain here in the meantime. Brother Yuan and fellow Daoist Han may depart and begin their preparations. Although the entrance to the Yin-Yang cave is covered in many poisonous plants that shouldn't pose too much of a threat to us, I hope that fellow Daoist Yuan will bring poison-warding treasures with him. It'd be best that we don't waste any magic power before we enter. Only that much." Cultivator Yuan chuckled. "To those of us at the Sacred Poison Sect, warding poison is an extremely easy matter. Please leave it to me. Now then, I'll be departing first." He cupped his hands in a salute and slapped his storage pouch to release a huge tortoise. Then, he took to the skies, leaving a trail of smoke in his wake. Han Li followed suit and bid farewell before streaking through the sky in azure light. Half a year was a bit short, but he might have just enough time to complete the Triflame fan. As for preparing any ghost-warding treasures, there was no point as he already had the Divine Devilbane Lightning and the Weeping Soul Beast. Of course, he wanted to quickly refine the fan in case they encountered any unforeseen danger. With both the fan and the human-like puppet in his possession, he would be free of worries. With that in mind, Han Li flew off towards the Silver Serpent Mountains at the center of Nanjiang. 10 days later, Han Li appeared above a peculiar mountain range. The mountains only spanned for a couple 100 kilometers, but it was rather slender and winding like a huge serpent. The mountains were filled with verdant trees with many strange ones that grew faintly silver leaves. It appeared the name of these mountains were well deserved. Han Li quickly passed by the other areas and directly flew towards the top of the Silver Serpent Mountains. Before he grew closer, he could already feel waves of hot wind strike his face along with the pungent scent of sulfur. Soon, several flaming and malformed volcanoes appeared before him. They would occasionally rumble and release gray ash into the air, creating a fear-invoking scene to a lesser existence. Even with this activity, there were streaks of various colored light passing nearby. Several tens of cultivators were darting in between these volcanoes. Most of them were at foundation establishment with a few core formation ones mixed among them. This was to be expected. Core formation cultivators usually used their own core flames to temper their own magic treasure and had little other reason to come to a place like this, even more so with regards to a nascent soul cultivator. Hanli stopped in the sky and looked down below. As blue light flashed from his eyes, he looked down at the fire veins and swept his spiritual sense through the ground. Shortly after, Hanli found the area with the strongest fire vein and arrived between two of the volcanoes in a streak of light. He came to a stop when he was 3 meters above the area. Then, he flung his sleeve and released 8 small golden swords. As they circled around him, he formed an incantation gesture and shortly shouted, invoking a ring from the swords. Brightly glowing with light, they fiercely cut down into the ground as 10-meter-long streaks. Suddenly, a series of eruptions sounded out from below as blinding golden light flared. The sword lights returned from their attack and circled back around him. He had created a 60-meter-wide crevice deep into the earth. The cultivators refining magic tools in the nearby areas naturally took notice of Han Li's alarming actions. There were even a few of them who flew over in curiosity. Han Li grew sullen at this turn of events and released the immense aura of his cultivation, sweeping his surroundings with a suffocating spiritual pressure. All of the cultivators in the nearby 10 kilometers who felt this were alarmed, and those who originally thought to investigate the commotion hastily withdrew. A few of the nearby cultivators that were busying themselves with tool refinement had now scattered, afraid of unintentionally angering this great senior and bringing about their own destruction. When Han Li saw that the nearby cultivators had tacitly departed, he was greatly satisfied and turned his attention to the crevice down below. Soon, the cultivators that came to Silver Serpent Mountain to refine their magic tools had all scurried off, knowing that there was a nascent soul-grade cultivator nearby, turning a 5-kilometer area around Han Li into a temporary restricted area. As time passed by, the crevice was silent with no activity, but after a month, the sounds of thunderous explosions would occasionally call out. These explosions grew more sparse after another month passed by, but they were instead replaced with a series of clear rings similar to a phoenix's cry. Soon after, all that was left was silence. While Han Li was busying himself with creating the Triflame fan, there were a dozen variously dressed cultivators gathered together in a side chamber of the Great Jin's imperial palace, including those dressed in Taoist, Buddhist, and Confucian attire. These cultivators all possessed nascent soul cultivation. 2 in particular possessed mid-nascent soul cultivation, a square-faced cultivator and an old Taoist nun holding a golden cane. The old man with a black hat was amongst them as well. These dozen people were all sitting in the hall, but none had uttered a word. They would only impatiently look at the hall's door. The square-faced cultivator turned to a white-haired Taoist priest and asked with a trace of apprehension, 11th brother, are you sure it is him? 300 years ago, I personally saw our 7th uncle perish. Given how unique 7th uncle's appearance is, how could I have mistaken him or his magic treasure, the glacial moon blade? The old Taoist nun gloomily asked, 2nd brother, there is no need to be nervous. It will only be a moment before we know for certain. What is there to fear now that we've all gathered? If he is truly our 7th uncle, then he will be of tremendous help to our Yi clan. If he is fake, then he won't be setting foot outside of this hall even if he were a late nascent soul cultivator. That's true, but we may as well be careful. The square-faced cultivator felt that her words were reasonable and sighed, speaking no further. After 2 hours had passed, the sounds of bell rings sounded from a distance. A lanky silhouette then appeared at the hall's entrance. He took a step forward in the air before strangely arriving at the center of the hall. His appearance was clear to see. He had fine eyes and withering eyebrows, but more notably his head that was far larger than what was considered ordinary and his swaying neck that appeared to be on the verge of snapping at any moment. When the cultivators all saw this peculiar appearance, they all stood up in shock. The square-faced cultivator took a deep breath and carefully asked, "Are you truly our seventh uncle?" The eccentric chuckled and tossed a green jade slip towards him. "Second nephew, have you already forgotten me after a few hundred years? However, this is not surprising. My return from death is sure to raise doubts. I have third nephew's sound transmission slip here. Take a look." The eccentric chuckled. The square-faced cultivator caught the jade slip with an alarmed expression and quickly sank his spiritual sense into it. After a long while, his expression fluctuated several times before withdrawing his spiritual sense. Then with an expression of joy, he deeply saluted the eccentric and said, "So seventh uncle's death was something that our grand elder had orchestrated. Forgive me, I have been lacking in manners." The uncle waved his hand and said, "I am happy that you acted with such care. How could I blame you?" The other cultivators then began to look through the jade slip and soon, all of them called out to him with delight and paid their respects. "It truly is seventh uncle. I pay my respects to my third great uncle." The eccentric waved his hand with a chuckle and took the main seat in the hall. "You may stop." The old Taoist nun respectfully replied, "Third brother stated that 200 years ago, seventh uncle had entered late nascent soul stage. Is this true?" "That is correct. In the past, those great sects were secretly plotting to strike me down, feeling that it was possible for me to enter it. As per the clan's arrangements, I fled after escaping calamity and managed to somehow live up to my expectations and ascended to this stage of cultivation. The last generation of Yi clan elders had schemed for me to make an appearance when our clan was on the verge of death. But third nephew, who was the only one who knew of my existence, suddenly came to find me, and told me about your plans. As the grand elder of the current generation, he asked me to assist in this matter. I considered it for a while and felt that it was important enough for me to break my concealment." The eccentric's face turned serious. The square-faced cultivator happily said, "With seventh uncle and third brother, we will have two great powers assisting us in acquiring the treasure. And with all of our clan's internal disciples and the external cultivators we've hired, we will be able to contest against the 10 great sects of the righteous and devilish Tao. Our expedition to Nanjiang will have great hopes for success." The eccentric slowly said, "I'll only be lending my strength and nothing more. Whether or not the Yi clan will be able to escape the control of the righteous and devilish Tao will be up to you lot." The square-faced man and the old Taoist nun both rejoiced upon hearing this and uttered humble words. Afterwards, the elders of the greatest clan in the Jin Empire schemed for half a day more before departing from the hall. In a hidden room in the chambers of the imperial city, the huge figure of a two-headed four-armed devil was shrouded in pitch-black devilish qi with purple-black light twinkling from his eyes. After an unknown amount of time, the devil eventually shouted, and the qi surrounding him coiled as it rushed into his body like streams to the ocean. His body crackled in great succession as he held his arms in an incantation gesture, and his body assumed the form of an ordinary youth with a face that resembled Hanli. This was the elder devil that had concealed itself inside the Yi clan. The devil spoke with a sneer, "Not bad, I've mostly recovered from my injuries. So long as I don't encounter any of those ancient eccentrics, none will be able to cope against me in the Great Jin. Those Yi clan members should soon take action, and with my familiarity with ancient matters, they will certainly bring me along. When I'm there, hee. In the Yin sifting sect's secret cave outside the Jin capital, Gu Tianhao said to the Endless Sky Saintess, "I've already acquired information that the Nine Serenities sect's Fu Qing has appeared in Nanjiang. Were it not for a tip we received, we wouldn't have known that he had joined the underground trade meet with that wretch surnamed Han. It is possible that he is accompanying Fu Qing." Since our sect's Grand Elder has matters to attend to in the area, he will be making a trip in passing and will personally deal with this Han fellow if he manages to discover him. Is fellow Daoist Lin interested in going? Fu Qing. The Endless Sky Saintess Lin Yinping shook her head. His appearance doesn't mean that Han fellow is also there. I've also received news that a squadron led by Grand Immortal Su has been sent into the Great Gene and will soon meet me at the Gene capital. I will have to stay behind for a while. If we still haven't found any concrete information, I'll bring the group to Nanjiang. Gu Tianhao paused with surprise and then happily said, fellow Daoist Su has also come. This is great news. The Grand Elder will be happy to hear this. Then how about I wait with you and meet with them together? After all, the Grand Elder had instructed me to accompany you at all times. The Endless Sky Saintess nodded with a smile. Then, something came to mind and she frowned. Hasn't that Han fellow appeared on the coast where 3 small sects had taken him in as a guest elder? Have you spies acquired any information on the matter? We've found nothing. That person is truly cunning. Apart from helping them with a single affair, he hadn't made an appearance ever since. While I've heard this person has a relationship with the Heavenly Talisman sect, it was merely a passing friendship. I'd reckon he wouldn't bat an eye if the 3 sects were destroyed. That's true. How could he care about the survival of those sects given that he originated from the Heavenly South? In any case, before I arrived in the Great Gene, I've already sent spies to find out this person's true identity. There should be information on him now that so much time had passed. We can ask about it when Grand Immortal Su arrives, so we'll be better prepared the next time we deal with him. With a moved voice, Gu Tianhao said, if you can truly acquire information on him and his techniques, he will be far easier to deal with. Do you know specifically when Immortal Su will arrive? Recalling the matter of the sacred beast, she resentfully said, around 2 to 3 months. With both Immortal Su and your sect's Grand Elder, he won't be able to run this time. Gu Tianhao's heart stirred when he heard this. Although the woman said that they were pursuing Hanli because he killed many soaring tribes cultivators, this person had the abilities that could match a late nascent soul cultivator. The Endless Sky Saintess couldn't possibly spend so many resources solely for the sake of revenge. After all, people who were dead do not come back, neither was it wise to continue provoking a fearsome existence as this cultivator Sunamed Han. She was certain to have another reason why she remained the Great Gene for so many years. It appeared he would have to find out what their secret was. As Gu Tianhao schemed, he betrayed none of this on his face. The Endless Sky Saintess wasn't nearly as calm as her appearance had suggested as well. She didn't know how much longer she could conceal the disappearance of the Holy Beast's incarnation. During these years, she hadn't taken the initiative to contact the higher realms even once. Fortunately, as the Holy Beast's incarnation was only restrained, its true body had remained ignorant of what had happened, but she would have to rescue it before this went on any longer. When they moved to recover it, she could only hope to exploit the Yin-sifting sect cultivators as much as she could and prevent heavier losses towards her own. With that in mind, she resolved herself. In an area bordering Nanjiang and another province, there was a smiling old man that was traveling using body lightning techniques. He was eloquently speaking to his younger Qi condensation sect members that had journeyed out for the first time and was thoroughly entertaining them. If Han Li was there and saw the sly look on the old man's face, he would feel his heart jump. He was Xiang Zhili, who he suspected of being a deity transformation cultivator. After Han Li left the Heavenly Talisman sect, the old man had made an inexplicable disappearance before the upper echelon of the sect could investigate it. This had actually startled the Heavenly Talisman sect and caused them to suspect it was Han Li's doing. Afterwards, the sect erased Xiang Zhili's existence from the records and any mention of him was forbidden. It was rather mysterious that he would appear now after so many years had passed. The Heavenly Talisman sect weren't the only ones on edge though. There were countless significant powers in the great gene that felt there were storms brewing underneath the peaceful appearance of the cultivation world. A few particularly powerful sects even looked into the great Jin's imperial Yi clan, but they weren't able to find anything concrete. They only found that their upper echelon had started to frequently gather, yet they didn't know what they were planning. Several months later, a cheerful whistle was let loose from the Silver Serpent Mountains, echoing far beyond the sky. A blinding azure streak flew out from underground and blazed through the air before disappearing off into the horizon. The cultivators who saw the astonishing scene from a distance were shocked silent. A week later, the azure streak flew west, passing through the largest forest in the region and 1,000-kilometer mountain ranges. Soon, it arrived above a huge basin and dropped down to the side of a mist of toxic yellow miasma that had reached several kilometers in the air. Just as Hanli landed, an old man stood up from the group of nearby sitting cultivators and smiled. "Fellow Daoist Han, you're a bit late. Fellow Taoists Bai and Yuan have already arrived several days ago." Hanli saluted them and said, "I was refining a magic tool and had just completed it a few days ago. I hope you won't take offense." Bai Yui examined Hanli and softly said, "It is no matter. The yin winds will be weakened over a period of 3 months. A few days won't matter much. Since fellow Daoist Han has hurried over here after refining his magic tool, how about he take a couple days to rest and recover his magic power?" Old man Fu grunted and said, "Fellow Daoist Bai is correct. Since we're to enter the yin-yang cave, we need to preserve enough magic power before entering." The towering man surnamed Yuan and old man Fu's junior martial sister Chang hadn't spoken, but they both appeared to silently agree. "Very well, it seems that it would be rude of me to refuse. We'll enter the valley after a few days of rest." Hanli nodded and glanced at the yellow miasma a few hundred meters away from them. It faintly concealed the black entrance to the valley. With a flip of his hand, he summoned a twinkling green mid-grade wood spirit stone. Then, he sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes. Although the others were full of magic power, they rested as well, honing their spirits to an optimal state. After 2 days quickly passed, Hanli stirred and old man Fu promptly shouted, "We set off." The group then stood up and surrounded themselves in barriers of light. "With my poison-warding scepter, the myriad poison valley will be easily traversed. However, be careful of the small venomous insects in the mists. Do not allow them to cut through your protective light. If it weren't for the unknown restrictions that were placed on the valley during ancient times, it would have been safer to fly in." With that said, cultivator Yuan summoned a jade scepter glowing in silver light before heading into the poisonous miasma. The others followed suit. Cultivator Yuan pointed his scepter at the edge of the mist and uttered an incantation. Then a silver wave shot out towards the mist, pushing it away and greatly thinning it out. The large man then used a body lightning technique before rushing in, with the others employing their own techniques to charge into the valley. Half a day later in the depths of Myriad Poison Valley, silver light flashes lit the air, followed by the explosions of huge fireballs. With each rupture, dozens of roasted venomous insects fell from the air. Following a massive rise in temperature, a small sea of flames instantly rose from the ground and turned the insects to ash. Bai Yui clicked her tongue and said, "Fellow Daoist Han's control over magic techniques have reached perfection. If you said you were fire attributed, none would dare to question it." "It is only a result of practice," Hanli indifferently replied. "When I possessed lesser cultivation, I had a preference for using fireballs." Then, silver light illuminated the area, and the group of nascent soul cultivators became visible as they walked through the sea of fading flames. Hanli swept his gaze into the distance and came to a sudden stop with a frown. While the sea of flames was thinning the poisonous mist, it faintly revealed something in the distance. Before he could release his spiritual sense, Cultivator Yuan pointed his scepter and had it blaze with silver light, fully illuminating the area in front of them. When Han Li clearly saw into the mist, he felt his breath turn cold. 100 meters in front of them, there was a giant ravine at least 300 meters wide with no end to it in sight. There would also be black yin winds that occasionally blew out and scattered the nearby poisonous mist. Apart from Han Li and Bai Yaoi, everyone else had been there before. The group of cultivators didn't appear particularly surprised that the yin winds still appeared incredibly violent. This is the entrance to the yin-yang cave. Everyone, let's take a look. Following the old man's words, they walked towards the side of the ravine and leaned over. The ravine was unfathomably deep and contained a fluctuating vortex of pitch-black yin winds. Ghostly howls and wails could be heard from within. Han Li's gaze then turned to the walls and saw that they were as sparkling crystals, appearing to be a dense layer of ice. After Old Man Fu looked at the huge ravine, let out a long breath and said, "These are only ordinary yin winds, but once we reach a kilometer deep, the soul-shaking yin winds will begin to appear. Unprepared, even we won't be able to last long against them, but that is why I brought the dark violet pearl. They will greatly reduce their level of threat against us. However, the number of soul-shaking yin winds will greatly differ depending on your location in the cave. Given our experience, you all should already know to be careful." After he waved his hand, he took out a purple ball the size of a fist. Han Li carefully looked at it as soon as it appeared, but when he touched it with his spiritual sense, his vision suddenly blurred and he felt it dazed as if his soul was about to fly out from his body. He was greatly frightened, but his body began to circulate the great development art of its own accord. A cool sensation then filled his mind, bringing his senses back to normal. Han Li's expression remained calm, but his heart was deeply alarmed. As expected of a Devil Dao sect signature treasure, it was truly bizarre. As that thought passed his mind, he turned to look at cultivators Yuan and Bai Yaoi. They were continuously shifting their eyes and their faces had turned unsightly. It was unknown what they had used to escape the pearl's bewitching effects. Ignoring the aftermath of the three's prying, Old Man Fu raised the pearl in his hand and began to mutter an incantation. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed and a ring of indistinct light emerged, covering an area of 100 meters around it. Under the effects of the purple light, Han Li and the other four suddenly felt the vicious power of the yin winds decreased by over half. Cultivator Yuan put away his jade scepter and said, "The dark violet pearl is certainly worthy of its reputation." With the pearl being held in one hand, he summoned a purple-red mist of light in the other. "There is no point in praising it now. It won't be until further deeper that you will better know its abilities. Let's go." Then, green light flashed from his body and he dropped into the ravine. The rest of the group followed after him and released their own protective treasures while still keeping inside the purple ring of light. Cultivator Yuan released a dark jade tablet, Bai Yaoi summoned a crystalline saber, the black-robed woman took out a pitch-black shield, and Han Li spat out several golden swords. Then, the party glowed luminescent and descended into the ravine. They were soon engulfed by the pitch-black vortex and their surroundings returned to normal. There were 8 cultivators above a small lake in Nanjiang, all wearing a different style of clothing and listening to a black-clothed figure in front of them. These fellows were the Yi clan leaders that had gathered at the imperial palace several months prior. The eccentric with the large head was standing with a swaying figure among them. At his side stood the square-faced middle-aged cultivator, and behind him was the elder devil in the guise of Han Li's face. He was currently listening to the black-clothed cultivator with a calm expression. As the black-clothed cultivator possessed far lesser cultivation, he treated his nascent soul-stage elders with the utmost respect. 400 years ago, our Yi clan found a destroyed stone tablet from antiquity. From that, we found the approximate whereabouts of Kunwu Mountain. This is where our plans had begun to take shape. The mountain is known as the Holy Land of Cultivators during ancient times, but for some unknown reason, they used their grand abilities to sink it into the ground. Let alone the many ancient cultivator dwellings on the mountain, the ancients had sealed 2 divine spirit treasures alongside it. If our Yi clan is able to acquire these treasures, our strength will multiply and we will be able to stand against the great sects of the righteous and devilish Tao. Over the last 100 years, we've dispatched many of our clan disciples over the majority of the Great Gene before finally discovering the area recorded in the ruined fragment beneath this lake. We have already called forth our clan's formation grandmasters to dissolve the restrictions. Because this matter was of such grave importance, it was under direct supervision of the Grand Elder. And only a few others were informed. The black-clothed cultivator paused. This ancient restriction was far more profound than we had imagined, with each layer spread across an area of 50 kilometers. A dozen formation grandmasters had spent over 100 years before finally researching a method to dissolve the seal. By using the power of heaven and earth, we will attempt to turn the sealing restrictions against themselves and clear everything. However, the process of destroying the restrictions has been a huge undertaking. It had already consumed an enormous amount of materials, and required a great number of spell formations to be placed down, but most importantly, the process also required incredibly rare materials. These materials were slowly acquired with care and our actions had been incredibly stealthy. After all, if we allowed this matter to become known, the opportunity would have been seized from us. Over time, the restriction-breaking spell formations had been gradually established, and now the project is on the verge of completion. The clan spell formation grandmasters will only need another month before the final formation is placed. When the time comes, we will create a grand-scale concealment formation and fully suppress the thunderous aftermath of breaking the restrictions. Then, the elders will be able to enter Kunwa Mountain and seize the treasures. After he finished, the black-clothed cultivator stood off to the side and remained silent. Kunwa Mountain, that was our objective. Inconceivable. I originally believed it was an ancient cultivator residence. TCH, so only something as mystical as Kunwa Mountain would have divine spirit treasures. For a time, the cultivators couldn't help but mutter among themselves with unconcealed excitement, the exception being the eccentric with a large head, the square-faced middle-aged cultivator, and the elder devil. With a sullen expression, the square-faced cultivator's expression sank and he snorted, "Don't be so excited just yet. Breaking the formation is only the first step in acquiring the treasure. If it were so simple, why would our 3rd brother have us gather here and have our 7th uncle lend his assistance? Furthermore, our 3rd brother will be delayed for about a month before joining together with us. He has to dodge those spies after all." The Yi clan elder in Daoist robes couldn't help but ask, from 2nd brother's words, "Do you mean to say that there is something amiss with Kunwa Mountain?" The square-faced cultivator replied, "More than just amiss, it is possible that we will not return." "How can that be?" An elder dressed in Confucian robes yelled, "7th uncle and 3rd brother are both grand cultivators. Even the more formidable restrictions shouldn't be able to harm them." "If only it were so simple," the square-faced cultivator grimly said, "think about it. Kunwa Mountain was the holy land for ancient cultivators. Why would they seal it along with 2 divine spirit treasures? Who knows what astonishing secrets and dangers lurk within?" When the others heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. The eccentric chuckled and said, "Enough of that for now. Those are only the worst possibilities. Perhaps there were some other reasons they were forced to. You don't need to be worried, but you will have to be careful when the time comes. And if anything happens, I won't leave it be." With that said, the anxiousness on the cultivators' faces had disappeared. Then, the square-faced cultivator turned to look at the disguised elder devil behind him and said, "Elder Han, you are proficient in many ancient records. We will very much require your assistance when we enter. Be at ease, we have already found 2 devilish artifacts. After this matter is done, we will hand them over to you. Fun fact, the name of Kunwu is famous for various different reasons. It was a famous name belonging to a god, a famous pottery inventor, and even a treasure sword in the Song dynasty. Also, apologies, there was a slight error in continuity. The black-robed Yi clan elder was actually the square-faced, middle-aged Yi clan elder that was mentioned earlier. The elder devil calmly nodded. I will strive my hardest for those devilish artifacts. Good, then let he matters proceed. Everyone, follow me to the bottom of the lake. Although this area is remote, we should be careful in case a passing cultivator spots us and save any potential trouble. With that said, the square-faced man shined with light and dived in. One after another, the others followed suit. In the blink of an eye, they had disappeared, leaving behind only ripples in the lake and a calm breeze. Thousands of kilometers away, Han Li and company had encountered a bit of trouble. Under Han Li's mental command, a ball of yellow radiance shot out from his body and easily crushed an incoming Horndean ghost. Then, golden light flared around him and cut through two other nearby wraiths, scattering their bodies into smoke. He turned his gaze to Old Man Fu and the others. They were currently using their magic treasures to strike down other specters. Although these ghosts were small and slender, they were relentless and fierce. Han Li appeared unhappy at the sight of this. After Cultivator Yuan tore through a ghost with a flick of green flame, he said, Brother Fu, we've been traveling for several days now, but we still haven't found any trace of the Umbraine horse. And while these low-grade ghosts are weak and feral, they impede our progress dealing with them. Han Li shared these same sentiments. Old Man Fu replied, There is no need to be so anxious, Brother Yuan. The cave is large and the horse is very skilled in concealment. As for these ghosts, they are destroyed with little effort. So long as you occasionally replenish your magic power with spirit stones, we'll be able to last for quite a while. Bai Yoi glanced around her and sighed. While that is true, blocking the soul-shaking Yin winds already consumes a significant amount of magic power. With our current cultivation, we'll be able only to hold out for 2 months more. They were currently in a huge passage that was 100 meters tall. The walls twinkled with freezing inky ice, and black winds far denser than at the entrance continuously spun nearby. Their wails were enough to inspire trepidation. But when the winds entered the range of the dark violet pearl's ring of light, they greatly weakened. Even so, Han Li and company maintained a blinding light all over their bodies, not daring to allow the winds to make the slightest contact. Hordes of small ghosts unceasingly manifest from the accumulated Yin Qi and charge towards them like moths to the flame. In a glint of cold light, the last of the current wave of ghosts was cleaved through by Yaoi's flying saber, clearing the way for the time being. Then, their magic treasures were recalled to their side as they floated forward. The storm of Yin winds inside the cave prevented their spiritual sense from looking afar, and without sight, they didn't dare to make haste. Otherwise, they would have been able to search through the cave in only a matter of days. After the time it took to finish a meal, the Yin winds ahead of them suddenly turned violent as they appeared at a fork in the road, one large passage and 2 smaller ones. A cold glint flashed from Han Li's eyes and he said, Another one. This will not do. If we have to travel through multiple paths, we won't be able to search through all the caverns in 2 months. We have to split up. Cultivator Yuan looked at the pearl in the old man's hand and shook his head. There is only one dark violet pearl. Without its protection, blocking the soul-shaking Yin winds will take up too much magic power. The amount of time we will be able to stay in the caves will be greatly reduced. Unfazed, Old Man Fu said, If it's a matter of the pearl, I can consume a bit of blood essence to give you the protection of the pearl temporarily. So long as the strength of the Yin winds remain constant, the protection should be able to last about a week. That should be enough for us to look deep into each of the passages, but we'll need to wait to find you again after the dark violet pearl's light disappears. We'll have to leave behind marks of magic power on all of us so that we'll be able to find each other. Bai Yaoi then frowned and asked, although it isn't very likely, what will we do if one of us encounters a high-grade ghost? Cultivator Yuan snorted and said, if it's a ghost that a mid-nascent soul cultivator can't deal with, it would have to be a ghost monarch. But this isn't a true Yin underworld. How can a bit of Yin cheat possibly produce something on that level? There will only be a few stronger ghosts in the cave depths. The rumored one here is only a legend. No one had personally seen it. Additionally, we'll have to take the risk regardless. Once the period of weakened Yin winds come to an end, we'll no longer be able to remain here. When Old Man Fu and the black-robed woman heard this, they exchanged a glance and revealed a trace of hesitation. Originally, they hadn't thought to separate in order to maintain their safety, but there were far more passages in the Yin-Yang cave than they originally anticipated. If they didn't split up, it was very possible they would return empty-handed. Bai Yaoi pondered for a moment and raised no opposition. It appeared she found his words acceptable. Old Man Fu eventually came to a decision and said, all right, we'll follow your suggestion. But everyone will have to take care. Do not travel out of a 3-day range from me, or you won't be able to replenish the protective light on time. Han Li looked at the center passage and said, don't worry, this tunnel is sure to be the main passage down, and the forking tunnels shouldn't be too long. 3 days should be more than enough for us to search through them. Old Man Fu then spat out a mist of blood essence onto the dark violet pearl, causing it to surge. He then struck it with a series of spell seals and reached out to the pearl with his free hand, summoning a ball of dazzling purple light. With the light in hand, he swept his eyes across the party members and tossed it towards his junior martial sister. With a flash, the ball of light disappeared into her body and a small ring of purple radiance surrounded her. When the others saw that the technique was effective, they felt at ease and had the old man do the same to them. Then after they placed markers of the magic power upon one another, they split up into 3. Old Man Fu naturally paired with his junior martial sister and they rushed down the center passageway. As for Cultivator Yuan and Han Li, they decided to take the left and right branching paths respectively. Bai Yaoi was the last to decide and hesitated for a moment before following after Han Li. When Han Li sensed her following after him, he slowed down to let her catch up, then traveled together side by side. Along the way, she asked, does Brother Han feel that the Yin-Yang cave doesn't live up to its reputation? They say that after entering, one will find themselves in extreme peril, but we didn't encounter anything that was a problem, apart from those soul-shaking Yin winds. Could the rumors be exaggerated? Han Li was somewhat surprised by the question and replied with a smile, although I don't know much about this place, I'm sure that it deserves its title as one of the 7 most dangerous places in the Great Jin. Fellow Daoist Bai, don't forget that these soul-shaking winds are so harsh that if a cultivator under nascent soul stage were to enter, that alone would be sure to tear them to pieces even with a protective treasure. And it also stands to mention that we're only safe because of the dark violet pearl's protective light, not to mention that we've only encountered the lowest grade of Yin ghosts over the past few days. As we enter deeper, the Yin Qi will be far denser and will produce even harsher ghosts. Brother Han's words are reasonable. However, I still feel a bit doubtful. Yin ghosts are coming. As Bai Yaoi talked with Han Li, 8 Yin ghosts suddenly appeared from a nearby winds and fiercely changed towards them. In flashes of blue and golden light, the Yin ghosts were cleanly executed. Then, the 2 slowly tread forward, but after half a day of searching, they hadn't found anything. Just as the 2 were about to head back, a fierce Yin wind suddenly blew past them with a frigid, piercing whistle. What's this? Bai Yaoi said with a start. Han Li blinked and replied, that sounds like a refined corpse. It should have come from a high-grade ghost. A refined corpse, what are the chances? Bai Yaoi said with a raised brow. The two then approached the source of the sound without any fear. After they turned a corner, they found themselves at the entrance to a cavern that was 10 meters tall. It howled incessantly with exceptionally violent winds, and the faint sounds of a ghostly whistle could be heard within. What's that? Bai Yaoi glanced inside and saw something that was sealed in the glistening ice. She raised her hand and struck it with a fist-sized fireball. With a sudden bang, the scarlet flames melted the ice to reveal the object's true form. It was a blue flying sword that was stuck halfway into the wall. But in the instant the ice melted, the lively flying sword began to shine with a dim light and let out a clear ring. Then it began to tremble as if attempting to shake itself free. Bai Yaoi was astounded by the sight and with a wave of her sleeve, released a rope of crimson flame. With embers flickering in the air, it wrapped around the sword and pulled it into her hand. Bai Yaoi's eyes swept across the sword and waved it with a single hand, producing several foot-long sword lights that chopped at the wall of ice, leaving deep markings behind. Han Li's expression stirred when he saw this. She turned the sword several times in examination and revealed a trace of doubt after finding no markings of significant value. After so many years, the spiritual nature hadn't faded away. Its master must have spent quite an effort in creating this. From its might, it should have belonged to a late core formation cultivator. But that in itself is strange, someone of that level shouldn't have been able to reach this place. Can I have a look at it? Han Li asked. There is no need to be polite, go ahead. Bai Yaoi sweetly smiled and then sent the flying sword over to Han Li with a flick of her finger. He reached out to the sword and had it fly into his hand. After examining it for a while, he frowned. Has Brother Han discovered something? Bai Yaoi curiously inquired. The sword's body is refined purely from blue essence crystal. That isn't a wise decision at all. If it were mixed with other materials, its might would be even greater. However, these refinement methods weren't widely known tens of thousands of years ago, and the decorative talisman markings on the sword are rather old. While the master of the sword wasn't an ancient cultivator, they still come from an age long gone. Brother Han's deep knowledge in tool refinement has truly come as a shock. Bai Yaoi exclaimed. It isn't much, I've only read through a few sword refinement archives by chance. He turned to look into the cavern and calmly said, how about we go inside and see if there is anything to gain? Yes, let's go. Bai Yaoi nodded after only some thought and released a sparkling white umbrella. Then, she walked into the cavern and led the way. Han Li smiled and pointed to the several flying swords above him, having them transform into a barrier of golden light before he followed after her. The cavern was pitch black, and only the sounds of wind and a faint whistle from deep within could be heard. The ghost seemed to have discovered the two as the sounds of the whistle grew deafening. Since this place isn't too large, it should be easy to deal with, Han Li muttered. He raised his hand and summoned a sparkling white moonlight stone. After he struck it with a spell seal, the stone brightly shined with light and illuminated their surroundings. Because of the blocking yin winds, the distant areas were dim and unclear. When they were 200 meters deeper into the cavern, they spotted another entrance that faintly released a green glow. Han Li and Bai Yaoi gave each other a strange glance. All the caverns they had passed until now were exhausted or mines without a single exception. While the two grew somewhat more vigilant, they did possess great cultivation and weren't about to shy away from this. With the umbrella in front of her, Bai Yaoi approached the entrance, but after she glanced inside, her complexion turned pale. Han Li soon appeared at her side and looked in. There was a 100-meter-wide cave filled with stalactites, and a faint green glow shining from the walls and the top. There was a 10-meter-tall stone pillar at the very center. Although it was crude and unremarkable, there was a dried corpse that was tightly bound around it in chains. Its head lifelessly hung with long gray hair cover it, and its abdomen gored with all organs spilled. Let alone by Yowie, this grotesque scene had made for a startling sight to Hanli as well. He pursed his lips and thought to say something when the blue sword in his hand let out unceasing long cries, followed by wild shaking. With some understanding, he tossed the sword into the air. It shot towards the stone pillar in a blue streak and turned into its original half-foot-long form before revolving around the dried corpse and letting out another cry. This husk was the sword's master. It appeared that their golden core was seized and life forfeit. Bai Yaoi let out a long sigh and wore a slightly disturbed expression. Hanli coldly said, he hadn't died a normal death. This person was used as a live sacrifice for a wicked technique. A live sacrifice. In her alarm, she finally took notice of a 40-meter-wide spell formation in the cave. She hadn't immediately noticed it due to the dust that had gathered on top of it. Hanli nodded, I don't know which sacrifice formation this is. I'll have to take a closer look to find out. That's easy, leave it to me. Bai Yaoi smiled and spat out a miniature crystalline fan. In a flash of icy light, the fan expanded to a foot in length and waved itself across the cave. A yellow wind swept up the dust into the air, obstructing the sight of the entire cavern. But with that light surrounding their bodies, Hanli and Bai Yaoi ignored the dust and examined the formation on the ground as if it hadn't affected them in the slightest. At that moment, over 40 meters away behind them, a dark light weakly shined from the ground, followed by the emergence of a black silhouette. It remained motionless in a crouched position. When the black silhouette noticed that the two hadn't reacted, a crimson light glinted from its eyes and its body darted forward. Along the way, it tilted its head and screeched, releasing a black streak towards Bai Yaoi. The silhouette intended on simultaneously dealing with both of them. Hanli suddenly flipped his hand and summoned a hand of azure light in midair. It accurately grabbed a hold of the black silhouette and held it in place. As for the streak heading towards Bai Yaoi, she gracefully swept her umbrella behind her. The umbrella released a flash of white light upon contact with the black streak and deflected the attack with ease, leaving an inch-deep hole in the stone wall. Bai Yaoi smiled as she looked at the silhouette captured by the hand of light. It had the body of a black-scaled serpent that spanned 15 meters long, the face of an ape, and two grotesque arms that each held a foot-long bone spike. Although the monster was firmly grasped, it was violently struggling with all its might and resentfully glared at the two with its crimson eyes. A calamity ape. They actually exist in this world. Bai Yaoi felt alarmed upon seeing the monster. Hanli glanced at the ghost and casually said, I heard this ghost is something that is condensed from human resentment in an area of heavy yin. It is extremely vicious, fond of killing, and enjoys eating the brains of live humans. In addition, it is able to mimic any ghostly sound. It appeared the refined corpse's whistle from before was his doing. TCH, I've looked through quite a few records, but this is the first time I encountered a ghost like this. However, it isn't particularly strong and is courting death to dare attack us. Bai Yaoi snorted and looked at the calamity ape with disgust. What point is there in keeping this monstrosity alive? It'd be better to kill it. She then pointed at it, releasing a streak of blue light to coil around the ghost and seal in a layer of ice. Hanli silently smiled and commanded the hand of light to exert force, crushing the frozen monster into tiny pieces. By then, the dust swept up into the air had fallen back on the ground, but they had already clearly seen the spell formation. Hanli narrowed his eyes and calmly walked over to examine it further. As for Bai Yaoi, she appeared disinterested and instead turned her attention to the cavern walls. After a long while, Hanli eventually said, this spell formation is for refining ghosts and is an ancient one at that. Also, Bai Yui turned her attention back at the spell formation and puzzlingly asked, also what? Also, the year engraved on the spell formation appears far older than the dried corpse. It should have placed down since ancient times. Hanli said with a tone of certainty. Bai Yui stared at Hanli in astonishment, so it was like that. How was Brother Han able to determine this? Hanli chuckled and said, this is only something that I concluded from my own experience. Bai Yui paused for a moment before letting out a chuckle and dropping the subject. The mysteries behind this area have nothing to do with us. Since there are no other things here, let's leave. She raised her hand and took the blue flying sword into it before placing it in her storage pouch. Hanli nodded and the two began to leave. But just as they approached the entrance, Hanli suddenly felt a strange, uneasy sensation. He couldn't help but stop and turn to look at the chain-dried corpse. What, is there something amiss? Bai Yui asked with a trace of confusion. Hanli didn't immediately reply. Instead, his gaze flickered and he pointed in the distance. A muffled sound of thunder rang out and golden light flashed from his fingertips, striking the dried corpse on the stone pillar with an arc of thin lightning. As Bai Yui watched with surprise, golden lightning suddenly struck the grey corpse, turning it into a pile of white ash in a flare. Hanli frowned in silence for a spell before calmly saying, let's go. It seems I was being too paranoid. He then strode off with large steps. Bai Yui followed him with an unconcerned smile. Shortly after, the two continued on their way through another passage. When the two were far away, a purple light overwhelmed the black winds blowing nearby, producing an inky silhouette from underneath the stone pillar in the cavern. The silhouette was jet black and had vague features as if it were completely made from shadow. All it presented was a pair of glowing green eyes. It glanced at the remnants of the Calamity Ape at the entrance and turned to look at the ashes of the dried corpse before pouncing off the ground and producing an astonishing scene. It blurred and summoned every speck of the corpse's ash into its body, to then let out a soft cry and releasing black qi that completely wrapped around its body. The qi coiled and blew away to reveal an exact imitation of the corpse that had been destroyed. It didn't remain still or lifeless. Instead, it approached the entrance of the cavern and blew out a wind to sweep up the remains of the ape. In the black wind, the ice thawed at a visible rate, and the remains fused together to form an intact Calamity Ape. The beast snarled before immediately lying down at the dried corpse's feet, resembling the behavior of a dog. The corpse then extended its black claws and stroked the beast's head before staring into the passage out of the cavern, as if lost in thought. Thunderous explosions and screams of agony echoed from a manor on the top of a giant mountain in Nanjiang. There were nearly 100 black-robed cultivators attacking a faint yellow barrier with their magic treasures and tools. The barrier of light covered most of the manor and protected a dozen yellow-robed cultivators, each waving various colored spell flags with their utmost effort in an attempt to strengthen their only defense. Because their numbers were so few, the barrier still swayed before their terror-struck eyes. A kilometer in the sky above, there was a middle-aged cultivator with an imposing appearance. He wore yellow robes and his complexion was completely pale. There were 5 white smoke-like figures that surrounded him in a circle. Sect brother, will you not release the He clan? I have met the ghost sect master several times. So long as you agree to stay your hand, I am willing to have the clan withdraw from the cultivation world and never to appear again. Furthermore, this is Nanjiang. If you act too imprudently, you will provoke trouble. Although the middle-aged cultivator knew that matters were bad, he still held on to a trace of hope. A mysterious voice intermittently sounded out from every direction, your He clan has already agreed to submit to our sifting sect, but when the time came, you betrayed us. Do you think we're a joke? Don't think that we wouldn't be able to find you just because you moved to Nanjiang. For our sect's reputation, we will have to make your clan disappear. And your severed head will be useful in properly bringing our other subordinates into line. Will you end yourself, or have me personally settle this? If I use my unbroken sink devils, there won't even be a skeleton left behind." When he heard this, the yellow-robed cultivator's heart sank. Then, a world-shaking explosion sounded out from below, and the yellow-robed cultivator quickly looked down in great alarm. He saw that the barrier protecting the manor had shattered into fading specks of light. The last of the color on his face had completely disappeared. The yin-sifting sect cultivators surrounding the manor began to cheer, and a glow filled the air, fully suppressing those inside. "You dare!" Without another thought, the yellow-robed cultivator slapped his storage pouch and released a 10-meter-long yellow python down towards the ground. "There is no need for you to interfere with our junior's affairs. How about you show me the power of your heaven-mixed brick instead?" After this mysterious voice spoke, one of the white silhouettes surrounding the yellow-robed cultivator began to stir and quickly pursued the python with near-instantaneous speed. An ominous glint flashed from the yellow python's eyes, and it widely opened its mouth, moving to swallow the white silhouette. The figure silently trembled and transformed into a pure white, 3-meter-tall skull. In the python's alarm, it attempted to stop, but it was already too late. The skull cackled in cacophony and shot out a thread from its mouth, quickly and firmly restraining the python's head. Terror-struck, it struggled with all its might and swung its tail like a mace, quickly smashing it against the skull, but it hadn't done the slightest damage. In response, gray light flashed from the skull's mouth and traveled along the thread. An inconceivable event followed. The gray light spread across the python's body and turned its body dim and shriveled. In the blink of an eye, the python's flesh had completely disappeared, leaving only bone behind. However, the skull didn't stop there. It shook the white thread and took the remains of the python into its mouth before chewing in a crunchy galore. After seeing the death of the python he nurtured for so many years, a trace of resentment was betrayed from his face. He then looked at the white silhouettes that still surrounded him and slapped the back of his head, spitting out a sparkling yellow brick that was several inches large. He formed an incantation gesture and pointed to the brick with heavy bearing. The brick flew a circle in the air and massively increased in size as it glowed. In the time of a single breath, it grew to the size of 30 meters above his head. It shined with dazzling light and had talisman characters wandering across its surface, releasing a truly astonishing pressure. The concealed cultivator sighed and asked, "This is the heaven-mixed brick. I am somewhat disappointed, it doesn't live up to its reputation. It seems I'll just simply have my sink devils deal with you." Just after this was said, the 5 figures stirred and slowly floated towards the yellow-robed cultivator. The man paid no heed to the disdainful words and swept his gaze past the silhouettes before letting out a resounding roar, causing the brick above him to spin in the air. With the brick's mass, it created a tornado in an instant, concealing the cultivator within it. However, the white silhouettes ignored this and shot into the tornado without another thought. "You're courting death." Countless streaks of yellow light shot out from the wind, revealing themselves to be foot-long bricks. In sounds of rolling booms, the white silhouettes were pelted by the lights. During this display, a yellow streak shot out from the tornado and rushed across the sky, traveling over 60 meters in an instant. Then, a bone-chilling snort sounded out followed by several pops. The 4 white silhouettes shot after him before later disappearing in a blur. A fluctuation suddenly appeared in front of the yellow cultivator, and the 4 white silhouettes appeared in a flash of silver light. They then silently charged towards the cultivator. Greatly alarmed, he came to a sudden stop and hastily formed an incantation, suddenly commanding a 10-meter large brick to smash them, but the silhouettes blurred and phased through the brick as if it weren't there, arriving in front of him in the blink of an eye. The lone cultivator was thrown into a panic, and he hastily waved his hand, releasing a shining blue pendant that he had prepared beforehand. The trinket blurred and discharged a glowing blue mist, stopping all of the white silhouettes in their tracks. However, the man wasn't relieved in the slightest as the white silhouettes began to roar in strange laughter, dispersing a blue mist around them. He inwardly cursed when he saw this and hastily covered himself in light as he prepared to flee. But before he could take off, white chi phased in front of him and the white silhouettes passed through his protective light without resistance and disappeared into his body. Without the time to react, he suddenly felt his nascent soul tense and his body grow hot as if his blood was boiling. This was the last sensation he would feel in this world. Had any others been nearby, they would have seen the flesh of the yellow-robed cultivator quickly shrivel away into a dry husk. As for the nascent soul, it had been cleanly devoured by the white silhouettes when they entered his body. They soon flew out and turned into skulls, ferociously crunching portions of his body as a meal. The other white silhouette had eventually flown back and 5 figures were standing side by side. The manor down below was completely silent and a black-robed old man flew up. He arrived in front of the white silhouettes and respectfully saluted them. "I pay my respects to the great elder. The He clan's 72 cultivators are all dead. They leave behind 300 mortals. I await your decision." "Kill them all," a voice curtly spoke. "It will be done," the old man then quickly withdrew. The mysterious voice sullenly commanded, "Wait." Elder Gu had previously mentioned that the cultivator who killed our sect's 4th elder and seized the ghost-sifting banner is possibly in Nanjiang. Since this matter is dealt with, all cultivators are to investigate this person's whereabouts. I will be keeping watch here for a year. If there are any traces of him, I will set off. How could I allow our sect's signature treasure to fall into an outsider's hand?" The old man's expression froze and then he respectfully replied, "Yes, Marshal Nephew will carry out your orders." Afterwards, he flew down in a black streak. Since he was able to kill my 4th junior marshal brother who wielded the ghost-sifting flag and escape pursuit of the Endless Sky Temple, he should prove more difficult than exterminating the meager He clan. The voice muttered to themselves with a trace of interest. He initially had little interest in exploring it as the Ombre horse they were looking for shouldn't be able to survive in a place with fierce winds. In addition, the frequent winds in the cave would force him to consume even greater amounts of magic, even with the protection of the dark violet pearl's light. As such, it would prove quite difficult of him to tread deeper inside, but after he discovered the first black crystal, he became interested in exploring deeper. With the divine Devilbane lightning protecting him and the myriad spirit milk to replenish his magic power, he also had little to fear. Hanli hadn't seen these black crystals before in any records. Although they resembled Devil Essence diamonds at first glance, they were completely different. They weren't nearly as hard as Devil Essence diamonds and didn't contain devilish essence either. They appeared to be strange wind attribute gems that were condensed inside these caverns for countless years, but they also contained large quantities of yin qi. When Han Li searched through tens of wind caverns, he only managed to find 3 of them. The first 2 he found were the size of a fist, but the third and most recent one he found was the size of a skull and could produce ghosts. After examining the gem for a long while and finding that it hadn't made the slightest reaction, he stuck several restriction talismans on it before placing it in a large jade box and into his storage pouch. After a cursory search through the large wind cavern to make sure he hadn't missed anything, he withdrew to the passage where he came. He traveled another kilometer and was searching through another small cavern, eventually finding that the tunnel became increasingly narrow. In the end, he was met with a wall of ice. Han Li sighed but still continued forward. He raised his hand and released a streak of azure light, sinking deep into the icy wall. He didn't stop there, and pressed his hand against it and swept his spiritual sense through. After finding no mechanisms or restrictions, he turned around and moved back without another thought. He was several times faster on the way back than when he was exploring forward. Although he didn't know the exact shape of the Yin-Yang cave, they should be close to the heart of the cave given the variety of ghosts they've encountered. However, none of them had yet to discover any trace of the Umbra-Yin horse, much to Han Li's impatience. Since he had hurried to refine the Tri-Flame fan in preparation for this trip, he didn't want to return empty-handed. It was an extremely difficult affair for a nascent soul cultivator to break through to a later stage. All cultivators who ascended to mid-nascent soul stage in the heavenly south were blessed geniuses, and of these talents, only 3 were able to break through to late nascent soul stage. And although there were more late nascent soul cultivators in the Great Gene, they were still rarely seen. As a result, Han Li had considered using the copulation essence arts with Mu Peeling to break through the bottleneck to late nascent soul stage, but it wasn't a guarantee. Now that the nascent cultivating pill appeared before him, he couldn't allow the opportunity to pass him by. If they truly couldn't find the Umbra-Yin horse, he would have to see if he could acquire the medical formula of the nascent cultivating pill from Old Man Fu. Although his chances were slim, if he could acquire the formula, he could try looking the Umbra-Yin horse elsewhere. After all, there were many places in the world where Yin Qi naturally gathered. Han Li's mind mulled over this matter as he flew through the tunnel. But suddenly, his expression stirred and his attention turned to his front. A flicker of green light flashed in front of him and was flying in his direction. He instantly waved his sleeve in response, releasing a mist of azure in front of him. The green light was captured by the mist and dragged in front of him, revealing a gleaming sword that had a red jade slip attached to it. Han Li pursed his lips and raised his hand, taking the slip into his hand before tossing the sword back into the air. The green sword let out a ring, circling in the air before flying through Yin winds without a trace. Han Li ignored it and instead sank his spiritual sense into the jade slip. They found traces of the Umbra-Yin horse. A short moment later, Han Li withdrew from the jade slip with a smile. Then with a flip of his hand, he summoned a white formation plate. He tapped it and in a flash of azure light, it became as glossy as a mirror. 4 differently colored lights appeared on different places of the plate. He looked at the positions of the light and immediately put it away before flying forward at greater speed. Half a day later, Han Li arrived at a 4-way intersection, finding Cultivator Yuan and Old Man Fu meditating there. The dark violet pearl was floating motionlessly above the old man's head. After Han Li arrived, he asked, "Fellow Taoist Yuan, you found it?" "That's right," Cultivator Yuan chuckled and his face wore a trace of excitement. "The Umbra-Yin horse is in this passageway, but it is extremely cunning. I wasn't able to capture it, and could only block the way out and wait for you all to arrive." "Good," Han Li nodded with a smile. "So long as we know of its whereabouts, it will only be a matter of time." Old Man Fu happily said, "Junior Marshal Sister Chang and fellow Taoist Bai are still quite far away. Let's wait. When we're all present, the capture will be easier." When Han Li heard this, he felt relieved and also took a seat. Several hours later, the black-robed woman and Bai Yaoi rushed over. After they heard the news, they were also overjoyed. With several simple spell formations placed down at the passage entrance, they promptly set off inside. Not long after, a dark light suddenly flashed from the ground underneath, followed by the emergence of 3 pitch-black dried corpses. The chests of the corpses were all hollow and their bodies lacked any flesh, but their eyes shined with a chilling green light as they stared in the direction of Han Li's party without the slightest emotion. The party of Cultivator moved east down the passage, and looked through all the caverns they encountered. In order to be careful, 3 of them would search while 2 of them would remain behind and guard the tunnel, preventing the Umbra-Yin horse from escaping. Not long after, the party arrived where Cultivator Yuan discovered the horse, an unremarkable small cavern. This time, the black-robed woman and Bai Yaoi were guarding the tunnel as the others went inside. When they entered, they discovered something strange. Not only were the yin winds extremely weak, but they even felt comfortably warm. There was also some soft sand and a pile of rare warm jade in the corner. There was also a faint fragrance lingering in the air that resembled a mix of sandalwood and medicine. Upon closer inspection, they also found imprints on the ground that resembled that of a horse hoof but several times smaller. This is truly it, the Umbraine horse. With the hoof prints and the fragrance, Old Man Fu rubbed his hands together in excitement. With a trace of red light shining from his face, Cultivator Yuan said, "Since Brother Fu said this, it must be true. Let's pursue it, the passage forward isn't very wide. Although there may be further forks in the tunnel, so long as we slowly track it, we'll eventually force it to appear." Old Man Fu nodded, "Yes, that's reasonable. We'll." Suddenly, he was interrupted by the sounds of an explosion, and the earth beneath them became unsteady as the cave quaked with ferocious roars. In the three's alarm, their bodies glowed as they shot off in the direction of the noise. In the blink of an eye, they trailed back the way they came. The two women were looking ahead of them with shock as the thunderous footsteps shook the ground, each step more brutal as if the source was growing closer. An astonishing roar then sounded out. The five cultivators all exchanged a glance and each took out their magic treasures, awaiting what was to come with readied stances. Although the black yin winds prevented them from seeing very far, blue light flashed from Han Li's eyes, allowing him to view the ghost that was 300 meters away. He couldn't help but gasp cold air at the sight. It was a huge wolf that was covered in green fur. It was 10 meters tall with a head the size of a small building, and huge crimson eyes. Its 4 claws were as sharp as blades, cutting into the ground with each step. But what was most alarming to Han Li was the green corpse flames that would spew out from its mouth each time it opened. Whenever the green flames touched the ice walls, it would leave deep and uneven grooves glowing with green light. A corpse wolf. The name suddenly lit up in Han Li's mind, but a common corpse wolf should only be a common ghost, even larger corpse wolves shouldn't be this gigantic. The sheer size of this monster was far beyond the scope that was recorded and possessed a cripplingly intimidating aura. Just as he was about to warn the other 4, his eyes suddenly caught sight of something burrowed in the huge wolf's head. "That's the Umbraine horse. What does Brother Han mean?" Astounded, Old Man Fu turned to look at Han Li. "The formidable ghost ahead of us and the horse are together," Han Li briefly replied. "The Umbraine horse." The others revealed joy when they heard this. They could faintly see the giant wolf through the yin winds then. Although they couldn't grasp its true form, the magnitude of the monster caused their hearts to tremble, and the joy on their faces quickly vanished. The black-robed woman sullenly flicked her fingers, releasing over 10 spheres of white light. The spheres didn't strike the huge wolf but flew upward instead, and burst high in the air. Dazzling white light lit the tunnel and allowed them to see the wolf's sinister form. Their faces unconsciously changed. Given their vast experience, they could all tell how formidable this enemy was. But in that instance, they also saw something white lying down on the wolf's head. Although it was half submerged in fur, it appeared to be a white horse head with green eyes. "Everyone, be careful. We cannot allow the Umbraine horse to escape. This corpse wolf should be a variant beast. Although it will prove troublesome, it should be an easy task for the 5 of us to slay it. Fellow Daoist Bai, you are in charge of capturing the Umbraine horse." With that said, Old Man Fu slapped his storage pouch and released chains that shined with black light. It flew forward and wrapped around the giant wolf like a snake. The others were quick to take action as well. The black-robed woman released 3 scarlet flying swords. Cultivator Yuan took out a jade pendant, producing several winged scorpions, and Han Li spat out several flying swords that swept forward in a wave of light. During this time, Bai Yaoi flipped her hand and summoned a translucent net. In a glimmer of ice, the net transformed into white mist, and enveloped the Umbraine horse on the wolf's head. Although this was the first time they had acted together, the sheer amount of power their treasures displayed was overwhelming. The Umbraine horse quickly reacted. As soon as it saw the incoming attacks, it leapt off the wolf's head to conceal itself once more. As for the corpse wolf, a glint flashed from its eyes, and its howls came to a halt. It gaped its mouth, releasing an unfathomable stream of dark green inferno to meet the oncoming magic treasures. For a time, the flames had restrained the treasures and prevented any of them from coming any closer to the corpse. It was too late for the winged scorpions to dodge, and they were turned into ash after just a moment. The white net released to capture the Umbraine horse was also restrained by the green flames. When Bai Yaoi saw this, she let out a cold snort. As the North Night Palace was a place of eternal snow, all of her techniques and treasures were ice attributed, and she held these flames in utter contempt. Before any of the others had taken further action, Bai Yaoi held her hands in an incantation gesture and the light around her body flared, releasing a wave of white qi. The gorgeous, glittering light made her appear like a goddess of ice afloat in a blizzard. As temperatures suddenly plummeted, the black-robed woman and cultivator Yuan couldn't help but tremble. The huge wolf seemed to sense that matters had turned for the worse and took a deep breath before spitting out even greater flames. At nearly the same time, Bai Yaoi spat out a crystalline fan, circling once around her before dropping into her hand, empowering the cold light surrounding her. Then with a wave, the air shrieked as the glacial wind swept forth, carrying countless shards of penetrating ice. Green and white power clashed, drowning out the magic treasures in the flare of their collision. The explosions that resulted caused the cave to tremble. The corpse wolf's flames were truly formidable, capable of evenly contending against its natural nemesis. When Bai Yaoi saw this, her face flushed red with rage. She waved her fan once more and rose winds of even greater power. As the battle unfolded, the others didn't simply remain idle. The old man promptly pointed at the chains he had summoned. With a bang, black flames coiled across them and they blurred, transforming into several tens of indistinguishable copies, instantly forming a huge net above the wolf. As for the black-robed woman, she muttered a spell and released 3 red flying daggers. They shook before merging together into a single 3-meter-long sword and cleaved forward in a sword streak. Cultivator Yuan withdrew the jade pendant in his hand and replaced it with a blue gourd. It spat out a dense purple mist that slowly spread towards the wolf. Having seen the others employ their great abilities, Hanli raised his brow and casually shook his sleeve. A red line flashed out before fading away from sight. With so many attacks suppressing it, the huge wolf wasn't able to endure. The black flaming chains and red sword streak gradually pushed back its corpse flames, making way for the dense purple mist to arrive. Although it wasn't very intelligent, it could feel that danger was approaching. Its body flickered with green light, and its figure suddenly shrunk as the fur on its back turned erect. Then with a roar, a dense barrage of green light launched from its coat, enveloping the 5 present. The cultivators had anticipated this, but none of them dared to underestimate the attack and had employed their own abilities to block it. In that moment of delay, the wolf turned tail and fled, leaving the cultivators in shock. As the corpse wolf moved to escape, a crimson light flashed near its side to reveal a red needle. It flickered and pierced through the green flames, protecting the wolf's body in a crimson line, cutting through with incredible sharpness. In the huge wolf's alarm, it attempted to turn its head and avoid the attack, but the needle had already pierced through its neck. A deafening painful howl followed, and the black qi that gathered around its legs disappeared into the nearby winds. When the group saw this, they rejoiced. "Pursue it!" someone yelled. The party then began to glow, intending to quickly fly after it. However, a cry sounded out from a pouch at Han Li's waist. Although it was soft, Han Li's expression vastly changed and he flicked his hand, shooting several azure sword streaks at an area over 30 meters away. As the attack drew closer, a dark light shined from the ground to reveal several jet-black figures. One of them had easily repelled the sword streaks with a flick of their finger. Afterwards, yin winds began to erupt with great strength and the three figures were partially concealed. These three were the same dried corpses that had appeared at the intersection that the cultivators had passed. It was unknown what they conspired or how they evaded the spell formations that had been placed, but they managed to tail them with profound concealment. Just as Han Li and company were about to give chase, one of the dried corpses had revealed a trace of its aura in a moment of carelessness, allowing Han Li's weeping soul beast to detect it. These dried corpses were entirely shriveled, and were of differing heights. Han Li even recalled having seen one before, as he had struck it with lightning and turned it to dust. While Han Li betrayed shock from his face, the others all let out a cry of alarm. "How can that decayed corpse move?" The black-robed woman shouted out in astonishment. "When I discovered it, it was without life." Bai Yaoi was also particularly surprised as she had discovered one alongside Han Li as well. "You recognize these ghosts?" "We can't deal with them now. We must first give chase to the Umbra Yin horse." Fellow Daoist Han and junior martial sister Chang, deal with these ghosts for the time being. The rest of us will chase after the horse. If it conceals itself once more, it will be difficult to find again. Although Old Man Fu was greatly alarmed by the appearance of these three mysterious ghosts, he obviously prioritized the capture of the Umbra Yin horse. From his point of view, Han Li and his junior martial sister shouldn't have a problem dealing with these three strange refined corpses, neither would his three have any problem with the corpse wolf. None of the other party members had raised an objection as well. After the black-clothed woman curtly agreed and Han Li nodded, Old Man Fu and the others flew in the direction of the corpse wolf without further hesitation. Han Li then put away his flying needle and stood beside the black-robed woman, both of them coldly glaring at the dried corpses. Although Ghost Dao techniques were abnormally sly by nature, he found it incomprehensible that one of them was able to survive a strike from divine devil-bane lightning. Nevertheless, he still maintained a calm appearance, despite the increased vigilance in his heart. As for the black-robed woman, she was an elder of the Nine Serenities sect and possessed much understanding of both devilish and ghost techniques. Not daring to underestimate these corpses either, she had her giant red sword revolve above her in a display of dazzling glamour, protecting her rather than attacking. The three corpses facing them were the first to move. The taller of the lot took 2 large steps forward and opened its mouth to spit out a gray thread towards the woman. "You're courting death," she snorted with a sullen appearance. With a flick of her sleeve, over 10 fireballs shot out in succession. Soon after, she pointed to the huge sword above her head and it sliced through the air, releasing a crimson sword streak. She believed that this unremarkable thread was simply condensed corpse flames and that fire techniques should be able to restrain it. But then, the thread passed through both the fireballs and the red sword streak without resistance, thoroughly absorbing their entire being with just a touch, and continued to rush forward without any sign of slowing down. The black-robed woman swept her sleeve in alarm and produced a small green shield in front of her. It glowed with light and massively expanded. At nearly the same time, the huge sword above her head chopped down towards the gray thread. The black-robed woman believed that since the thread was able to absorb attacks of spiritual power, physical treasures should be able to block it. As predicted, the gray thread stopped upon being struck with the huge sword. The beautiful woman rejoiced and thought to activate the sword's abilities, but then the gray thread suddenly blurred and multiplied into 100 copies of itself, quickly moving to restrain the huge sword. Afterwards, a strange dark light glowed from the threads, fusing together with the sword's red light, slowly overwhelming it and turning it black as if it were being corrupted. The woman also felt her mental connection to the sword grow dull. Her heart sank and she slapped her storage pouch without another thought, summoning a dermic wheel into her hand. But before she could use it to free her sword, thunder rang out, followed by a bolt of dazzling lightning. The golden bolt struck the gray threads in rumbling wrath and freed the large red sword. "Many thanks, Brother Han," the woman hurriedly uttered before forming a hand gesture and recalling her sword into her sleeve after splitting into 3 red streaks. With her weapon freed, Han Li didn't pay any further attention. Rather, he was staring at the air with a tight frown. The gray threads he had scattered apart condensed back into its original form after only a short delay. As for the other 2 dried corpses, they hadn't yet taken any action. When the black-robed woman saw this, her expression turned unsightly, but she continued to look at the gray thread in the air. "This isn't ordinary corpse chi, but that of a baleful corpse chi. Could this be a ghost fiend thread?" she cried out with a deeply pale complexion. Baleful corpse chi. Han Li found the name familiar, and after a moment of thought, he recalled it being mentioned in the Great Development Treasure scriptures. His expression wavered for a time. This was a grand ability of the Ghost Dao that few cultivators ever could witness. As the name implied, baleful corpse chi was originally corpse chi, but fused with the lingering resentment of a fresh death, what was otherwise known as baleful chi. Baleful corpse chi was said to be extremely difficult to manufacture, at minimum requiring the corpses of core formation cultivators along with other unknown conditions. When it took form, it was said to be everlasting, and was capable of absorbing elemental chi and corrupting various magic treasures. As expected for one of the greatest abilities of the Ghost Dao, it was beyond difficult to deal with. However, he hadn't heard of a ghost fiend thread before, but given that it was created from baleful corpse chi, it was no wonder it was so troublesome. It seemed his divine devil-bane lightning was able to disperse it but not exterminate it entirely. As these thoughts flew through his mind, all 3 of the corpses simultaneously raised their hands and flicked their fingers, each releasing gray threads. The black-robed woman deeply gasped and unleashed the dermic wheel from her hand, chanting a series of evocations. The wheel whirled in the air and shined with a 7-colored light, covering both Han Li and her in a barrier. 7-colored light, a Buddhist treasure. Han Li had already raised his hand with arcs of lightning sparking between them, but when he saw her take action, he paused with a trace of surprise. The threads then struck the 7-colored barrier but were all completely repelled. Han Li wasn't astonished by the barrier's effectiveness. Since Buddhist techniques were specialized in restraining the Ghost Dao, even something as vicious as ghost fiend threads shouldn't be able to break through Buddhist light in an instant. But what surprised Han Li was the fact that a devilish sect elder even possessed a Buddhist treasure. The 3 hadn't stopped their attack after seeing that their threads were repelled. Instead, their fingers stirred and countless gray threads began to take form in the air and weave countless layers of threads on top of the 7-colored barrier, as if intending on thoroughly trapping the 2 within it. A cold glint flashed from Han Li's eyes and he slapped his hands together, raising them to release 2 dense arcs of golden lightning at the barrier of light protecting them. As loud crackles sounded out, a net of lightning appeared on the surface of the barrier and instantly dissolved the gray threads. The 3 corpses didn't seem to care when they saw this. They simply shot out more ghost fiend threads from their hands and restored the form of the gray chi that had been scattered. "Fellow Daoist Chang, open it up." With that said, thunder rang from Han Li's back, revealing a pair of silver wings. She thought to persuade him otherwise, but after seeing the wings, she immediately uttered an incantation and created a fine opening in the barrier. His wings flapped and he disappeared in a flash of silver light. The 3 corpses suddenly stopped when they saw this and began to look around. Then, the light flashed once more meters behind them to reveal Han Li. The corpses instantly flicked their fingers in response and shot dozens of gray threads at him. Hanli didn't remotely attempt to dodge, instead opening his mouth to spit out 3 golden streaks in the direction of each corpse. 1. 8-spoked wheel commonly associated with Buddhism. 2. Monarch's Soul Divergence's autobiography, and collection of techniques and secrets. He gave it to Hanli before he passed. It was clear that Hanli's golden light was far faster than the gray threads. In sharp gusts of wind, the 3 small golden swords pierced through the corpses' abdomens. At nearly that same moment, the ghost fiend threads had arrived in front of Hanli and were about to strike him. However, Hanli let out a shout and a ring of 7-colored light suddenly appeared around him. When the threads touched it, they became disconnected from the world. When the black-robed woman saw this 7-colored light, she was stunned. Hanli then expressionlessly pointed at the 3 dried corpses in the distance. 3 bolts of lightning escaped from the small swords, followed by loud pangs of thunder, each of them covering the 3 corpses in a net of lightning. Before the corpses could even let out a groan, the lightning turned them into clouds of black dust, continuing to tear at the dust clouds and prevent them from reforming, but it appeared that the corpses were undying in the face of the divine devil-bane lightning. Hanli frowned at the sight of this. The black-robed woman rejoiced upon seeing him restrain them and happily put away her light barrier. She flew over and proposed. These refined corpses had fused baleful corpse chi with their own bodies. I fear we won't be able to kill them. We'll have to use restrictions to seal them for the time being. There is no need to waste such effort. It is unknown what strange abilities these ghosts have. Common restrictions might not be able to seal them. Rather, let's just finish them off. Finish them off. The black-robed woman wore an odd expression, and before she realized what he meant, Hanli slapped his storage pouch and a streak of black light flew out, circling once around him before revealing itself to be a small monkey, the weeping soul beast. It was awakened by the smell of corpse chi and immediately reveled in excitement. It let out a snort with its large nose without any command, releasing a hazy light that easily absorbed the clouds of dust from within the net of lightning and brought it into its mouth. After a few eager gulps, it held its hands on its stomach with satisfaction and joy. The black-robed woman was dumbstruck by these events. There were only a few spirit beasts in this world that were capable of devouring ghosts, but she had never heard of a small monkey capable of consuming such powerful ghosts. The closest thing that came to mind was the jade-eyed ape, but its appearance didn't match in the slightest. As the black-robed woman mulled, Hanli was relieved to find that the weeping soul beast wasn't negatively affected by absorbing the 3 dried corpses. But rather than immediately withdrawing the beast, he beckoned to, promptly having it obediently jump on his shoulder. Hanli glanced at the black-robed woman and said, "Let's go, perhaps Brother Fu has already finished capturing the Umbraine horse." Suppressing her curiosity towards the monkey, she smiled, "Most likely, that corpse wolf has already been injured by you and shouldn't be able to run far." Hanli returned the smile, but before he could say anything, he felt his body tremble. The 2 of them exchanged bewildered glances, and each summoned a formation plate in their hands. Hanli took a deep breath and solemnly asked, "Fellow Daoist Yuan's marker is gone. Fellow Daoist Chang, do you know what's going on?" "My marker on fellow Daoist Yuan is also gone. How could something have happened after only a short time separated?" The black-robed woman spoke with disbelief. "I'm not sure," Hanli answered. "It is possible that the others encountered a formidable enemy, or that fellow Daoist Yuan was careless and became trapped in a restriction. In that case, we must hurry. Their markers show them to be nearby," the black-robed woman said with a trace of worry. Hanli indifferently nodded and the 2 set off in streaks of light. After flying for about 5 kilometers, they encountered a large spacious area filled with piles of refuse. The 2 then slowed down and carefully examined the area. After another 300 meters, the piles disappeared and opened into a large room. The place had a huge spell formation that nearly covered it all and a giant bamboo tree growing at its center, reaching all the way to the top of the cave. There were also a dozen giant stone pillars intermittently placed, each with a pitch-black dried corpse chained to it, exactly the same as the three Hanli had seen before. But what shocked Hanli was a silhouette covered in green hair next to the bamboo. It was sitting there absorbed in munching on a headless body. From its clothes, there was no doubt that was Cultivator Yuan's corpse. Next to the monster was a huge figure, the corpse wolf they fought from before. The wolf was gnawing at something underneath its claw, Cultivator Yuan's huge tortoise. It lacked an aura, clearly indicating its death. As for the Umbra'in horse, it was still perched on top of the corpse wolf's head, unmoving. The black-robed woman's face paled and she hurriedly glanced around before shouting in terror, "Senior Marshal Brother Fu." Hanli followed her gaze and saw two figures floating in midair, wrapped in cocoons spun from gray threads. It was clearly the ghost fiend threads they had seen previously. However, the density of the threads were far beyond what the dried corpses could produce. Thunderous explosions continuously sounded out from the two with traces of dazzling light occasionally escaping from within. It appeared that Old Man Fu and Bai Yaoi still lived. In only a short moment, one of three mid-nascent soul cultivators were killed with two of them trapped. Hanli managed to maintain a calm appearance in spite of this, but he was thoroughly aghast. As for the black-robed woman, she was worried for Old Man Fu, but knew this wasn't the time to save him. She shook her sleeve and summoned the dermic wheel into her hand before turning her attention elsewhere. Meanwhile, the green-furred monster hadn't paid any attention to them and was focused on eating with a lowered head. Strange cracking sounds came from the monster as it tore off the arm of Cultivator Yuan's corpse and quickly ravaged it. When Hanli caught sight of the mutilated body, he narrowed his eyes as blue light shined from them. Then the weeping soul beast on his shoulder let out a high-pitched cry, and the fur on its back stood straight. It glared at the green-furred monster, assuming a position to attack. But from the weeping soul pearl within his body, Hanli could sense that the monkey mostly felt fear as if it had encountered its nemesis. The monster heard the weeping soul beast scream and its feasting came to a sudden halt. It flung away the corpse in its hand and flew 60 meters towards the two cultivators before landing on the ground. Hanli's and the black-robed woman's face warped upon sensing its powerful aura. The green-furred monster simply stood in place as it watched them. At that moment, Hanli was finally able to clearly see the monster's appearance. Its face appeared very much like that of a monkey, with blood brimming in its mouth and razor fangs several inches long. Its eyes sparkled with sharp silver and lacked irises, making for a rather odd appearance. But what especially caught Hanli's eye were the two protrusions from its back wrapped with flesh. The green-furred monster swept its gaze past the cultivators with indifference and locked eyes on the weeping soul beast perched on Hanli's shoulder. Then its face revealed an odd expression resembling bewilderment. When the weeping soul beast met the green monster's gaze, it leaped 10 meters in front of Hanli and pounded its chest with all its might, causing black light to surge all around it. In the blink of an eye, it grew 30 meters tall to become a vicious ape that had the image of a malevolent crimson ghost on its back that appeared to move with life. The green-furred monster seemed to sense something from the weeping soul beast's transformation and hastily took several steps back. At that same time, the bags of flesh protruding his back trembled and tore apart, revealing two 3-meter-long wings that shined a dazzling silver. Silver-winged night fiend. The black-robed woman shouted out its name with a face full of terror and his complexion paled. In the mortal world, silver-winged night fiends were refined corpses that were capable of flight and were seconded only by gold-clad lunar corpses. They were a fearsome existence that were said to be superior to even late-nascent soul cultivators. Not only were they a natural prodigy of wind and earth-attributed movement techniques, it was nearly invulnerable, incredibly strong, and quite skilled in illusion and bewitchment. As these thoughts quickly flashed from Han Li's mind, he tightly pursed his lips. Light flashed from the beast's wings, and its fear of the weeping soul beast immediately disappeared. It loudly uttered, "I didn't expect more would come to find me. It's been quite some time since I've had fresh meat. You will all make quite a meal." These words were spoken as clearly as a human's voice. Han Li's mouth twitched upon hearing this, and he quietly raised his hands without another thought. Two small swords flashed forward and moved to strike the gray cocoons suspended in the air. Knowing that this monster would prove troublesome, he planned on freeing the other two to combine their strength and increase their odds of victory. The silver-winged night fiend simply sneered in the face of his efforts. Its argent eyes glowed, and a large gray hand appeared in front of the two cocoons and quickly detained the two golden swords before Han Li could react. Although he was alarmed, he still kept calm and commanded his swords to erupt with golden lightning. Thunder rang out and they broke free from the gray hand's confinement in a flash of golden light. However, a dense barrage of threads shot out from the cocoons, covering the swords once more, and the scattered portions of the large hand began to quickly reform. Han Li frowned and clenched his hands in a fist, released arcs of golden lightning from his body in a cataclysm of thunder. With a net of lightning dancing around him, he appeared like a god of lightning that had descended upon this world. When the weeping soul beast glanced at Han Li, it couldn't help but reveal amazement on its face. "How interesting," the silver-winged night fiend said with an emotionless tone, "to actually be able to break my ghost fiend threads. You must be the one who destroyed my doppelgangers." "Indeed, and you are unexpectedly capable of human speech. You must be quite intelligent, so you should know what's in your best interest." Han Li glanced at Cultivator Yuan's remains and then pointed at the Umbraine horse at the side before coldly stating, "If you hand over that Umbraine horse and release my two comrades, we will immediately depart." Then, the giant transformed weeping soul beast snarled and a piercing crimson light shined out from the malevolent ghost image on its back. Without the slightest hesitation, the night fiend answered, "You can have that little animal, and I might even consider allowing you and your comrades to leave. You'll truly agree?" When the black-robed woman heard this, joy lit on her face. At the moment, her dermic wheel was already summoned in the air and glowing with light. Han Li remained silent when he heard this. "I will agree to all these conditions, so long." The night fiend then pointed its fur-covered fingers at the weeping soul beast and said, "As you leave that spirit beast behind." The black-robed woman was greatly surprised to hear this. "In your dreams." Han Li coldly smiled. "Then you can forget about leaving. I will feast on your flesh." The night fiend's face warped with hostility and his fangs extended several times in size, followed by silver flaring from his eyes. "Be careful of its bewitchments." Old Man Fu's faint voice sounded out from one of the cocoons. However, his warning came too late. Although Han Li was using his bright sight spirit eyes, he unconsciously closed them in the face of the blinding light. The black-robed woman was dazed and was forced her to close hers too. Not good. In the instant his eyes closed, Han Li let out a cry of alarm. By the time the two opened their eyes, their surroundings had changed. All traces of the cavern had disappeared and were replaced by a gray haze. It was unknown where the silver-winged night fiend was lingering. "A high-grade bewitchment," Han Li muttered. "We'll only know after we test its strength," the black-robed woman said with a raised brow. Worried about Old Man Fu's weakened voice, she lost her patience and pointed to the dermic wheel floating above her head. It glowed with brilliant light and several beams of rainbow light shot out, disappearing into the haze without effect. She grew more sullen and flung a spirit beast pouch from her waist before clasping her hands in an incantation. The bag trembled and released a group of winged serpents in a mist of scarlet light. The serpents were each about a foot long, with a crest on their head. Their bodies were a slick and translucent red. As she muttered, she struck the serpents with several crimson spell seals. Suddenly, the serpents opened their mouths and wildly spouted out fire that condensed into a roiling sea of flames. Hanli hadn't moved to assist her, rather taking this opportunity to observe with his bright-sight spirit eyes. In the instant a 10-meter wave of flame took form, the gray haze above them suddenly rolled away like a gust of wind to be replaced with mist as black as pitch. Silver light flashed from the dark mist, followed by the appearance of two massive demonic eyes. They were 3 meters long and shined radiantly. It was unknown whether it was a transformation or illusion. A cacophonic cackle cleared, with the silver light bursting out from the huge eyes, striking the sea of flames. Both the raging inferno and the flying serpents had all disappeared upon contact as if they never existed. Hanli remained calm upon seeing this, but the black-robed woman released a red streak with an alarmed expression and repeatedly chopped at those piercing eyes in front of her. Then, she felt her heart sink. It was now clear that this technique was powerful far beyond her expectations, and hadn't the slightest hope of breaking it. The strange cackle continued to grind without end and with greater volume, now more thunder than laughter. In the time being, even more eyes began to appear, each one just as large as before. Soon, the demonic orbs filled the sky above the haze surrounding them. They suddenly began to light up and changed into bright crescent moons. Afterwards, footsteps emerged from the haze along with harsh wails, almost as if the night fiend would emerge at any moment. These overwhelming circumstances unnerved the black-robed woman and she asked, "Brother Han, do you have a method to dissolve this technique?" If this mysterious fellow Daoist Han wasn't able to dispel this technique, she had resolved herself to consume a large amount of blood essence to employ a secret technique. Instead of replying to her, Hanli raised his hand and released a dense bolt of golden lightning. In a clap of thunder, it struck one of the crescent moons in the haze. A resounding explosion sounded out as the golden lightning ruptured along with the crescent. At nearly the same time, the other eyes collapsed into endless streams of silver dust, filling their surroundings with blinding light. The black-robed woman suddenly felt her world spin around her and couldn't help but close her eyes once more. By the time her senses returned to normal, she discovered that she was in the cavern once more without a trace of mist or light to be found. She felt greatly relieved to be freed of the bewitchment and managed to collect herself. The silver-winged night fiend was now across from them, at the base of the bamboo stem and remained still. However, his wings were folded in front of him to block the dense bolt that Hanli had released. With crackles and light still sparking from the wings, he grimly looked in Hanli's direction. The black-robed woman now spotted a pitch-black mirror held in the night fiend's green hand. It wasn't large or remarkable, but glowed with a wicked inky light. If a person looked at it, they would sense their minds sinking in. "Now that's baffling. You were able to find me from within the illusion. With the assistance of the evil moon mirror, my silver-eye bewitchment should near twice in power. Even more formidable spiritual sense shouldn't be able to see past it. Could it be you've cultivated an exceptional spirit-eye technique?" After this was said, the night fiend waved its wing and limped the remnant lightning to the side. When Hanli heard this, he coldly smiled. In utter silence, he shook his sleeve and released several tens of golden flying swords around him with a clear ring, gathering to his front as a wave of gold. Meanwhile, thunder rang out from his back with the appearance of a pair of silver wings. Not stopping there, Hanli took a deep breath before spitting out a snow-white pearl covered in twirling purple flames. As soon as it appeared, the temperature in the cavern steeply dropped. The silver-winged night fiend was indifferent to the appearance of Hanli's flying swords and only slightly surprised at the appearance of his wings. The snow crystal pearl wrapped in purple apex flames, however, caused its face to grow solemn as it recognized the formidable threat. Then for a finishing touch, Hanli, slapped his storage pouch, filling the air with a swarm of golden beetles, clasped his hands in an incantation gesture, summoning a barrier of 7-colored light around him, and flipped his hand to summon a glowing purple mirror in the air. Apart from his greatest killing measures, he now displayed the full might of his long-gathered power. Now that he faced a fearsome enemy that was superior to even a late nascent soul cultivator, he couldn't afford to hold back. The black-robed woman's spirits were roused upon seeing Han Li control so many exceptional magic treasures. She raised her hand and summoned a small azure shield before slapping her storage pouch and summoning 2 butterfly-shaped magic treasures. They fluttered about as if they were alive. As a mid-nascent soul cultivator, she had even more treasures, but in battle, the more treasures summoned didn't necessarily translate to an advantage. Using magic treasures would restrict a certain amount of one's spiritual sense, and in battle, one needed to spiritual sense to utilize magic techniques as well. As for spiritual sense one needed to preserve, that depended on individual circumstances. If one had stronger treasures but weaker techniques, they would use more of their spiritual sense to summon treasures, and vice versa. In addition, the more formidable a treasure, the more spiritual sense that was required to control it. As such, there were few core formation cultivators capable of effectively controlling ancient treasures. Even those with more powerful spiritual senses can only select a few powerful treasures in battle. Han Li's simultaneous use of this many treasures clearly displayed just how powerful his spiritual sense was. But before they could launch an offensive, an ominous light shined from the silver-winged night fiend's face and an immense pressure burst from his body. Then, he shot forward and struck the ground with his palm. Before the 2 cultivators realized what had happened, an eruption sounded out from the cavern and the huge spell formation around them suddenly glowed with rainbow light. The dried corpses chained to the stone pillars in the area then began to stir. Not good. Han Li shouted in alarm. Without another thought, he flapped his wings, leaving only his gold-devouring beetles and weeping soul beast behind in a flash of silver. The silver-winged night fiend sinisterly smiled and black energy flared from his body. Then, he too, vanished. A blast sounded out at the edge of the formation. Silver and black streaks simultaneously weaved in and out of sight. Following an explosion, the light faded away to reveal 2 winged figures, Han Li and the silver-winged night fiend. In that short time, the chain-dried corpses released wisps of chi as dark beams of light shot out from the stone pillars, forming a huge barrier of light surrounding the area. They were now trapped with no way out. The black-robed woman was already making her way out of the area upon seeing what was happening, but she was still too late. The barrier appeared after she only flew 60 meters away. Seeing that she was trapped, her expression wavered. Vexed, Han Li looked at the night fiend with a gloomy expression. At that moment, the night fiend was glowing with black light and had flickering crimson rings flash around his neck and limbs. They were clearly restrictive magic tools. Han Li sighed and coldly said, "As expected, you can't leave the range of the formation. Why else would you remain here given your grand abilities? Though I didn't expect that you could be able to activate it without the use of spirit stones." While the light from the spell formation faded away, the black pillars and barrier didn't show any sign of wavering. The night fiend flared his wings and let out a deep laugh of satisfaction. "It is a devil entrapment formation specifically laid down for me. But little would the creators of the spell formation know that after so many years, a portion of its restrictions would be under my control. You're now trapped here with me." An icy light flashed from Han Li's eyes and the weeping soul beast snorted. A mist of dazzling yellow light rushed out, moving to capture the night fiend with immense speed. The night fiend's laugh was cut short and he suddenly waved his wings, disappearing in the blink of an eye. He reappeared near the huge stalk of bamboo. But when the Night Fiend saw so many attacks heading in his direction, he sinisterly smiled. He held on to the evil moon mirror in one hand and summoned a fist-sized ball of light with the other. The ball was gray, but it contained a cold serene shine. He icily glanced at the attack that would first strike, the golden sword light. He slapped his hands together and the ball of light vanished into the mirror. Soon after, black radiance flashed and countless similar balls of light rushed out and quickly fused together. In the blink of an eye, a 10-meter-wide ball of light appeared with the silver-winged Night Fiend at its center. As the sword light swept across it, it fiercely struck the ball. With a soft bang, the huge sphere popped like a bubble, fragmenting into many smaller balls. The golden light swept past the Night Fiend and flashed as several tens of flying swords shredded him to countless pieces. Afterwards, the sword lights shot out from the many small orbs of light in the vicinity. When Han saw this, he felt alarmed and doubt sprung up from his mind. There was no way he was able to kill the Night Fiend with only his flying swords. As expected, an inconceivable scene occurred. The small balls of light gathered together and reformed into another huge ball. The shredded Night Fiend was also perfectly restored inside. Han frowned. The purple ray of light and the two wind dragons then aggressively struck, resulting in the same scene. The huge light was destroyed and scattered, only for it to become whole once more. The silver-winged Night Fiend looked at the cultivators with an icy smile, but he didn't take any action. Rather, he simply waited as balls of light flashed from the mirror in his hand, causing his surrounding light to grow even stronger. A grave expression appeared on Han Li's face. Although he didn't know how that light barrier worked, it was anything but good. Aghast, the black-robed woman instantly formed an incantation gesture and controlled her wind dragons to circle in for another attack. They easily shattered the light once more along with the Night Fiend's illusion, but this time, the wind dragons didn't depart after their initial attack. Instead, its jaws gaped open and released countless blades of white wind in every direction, preventing the balls of light from condensing back together and scattering them to even smaller pieces. For a time, howling winds raged at the core of the sphere. Han Li didn't have his flying swords join in on the attack. He instead narrowed his eyes, blue light flickering from them, and observed everything. You're tuning in to the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.